Okay. It appears that, attention, it appears that we are making some more forms. So we are out of forms on the table. Some new forms are being made. If, when they get the forms made, please raise your hand and we'll make sure you get a form. Okay? Come this way, Betty. They grab her. Give her, put in some more. We're gonna make some more. Yeah, let me have a single sheet. How you doing, Miss Rosa? Glad to have you back. We miss you tremendously. Glad to have you back. Okay. Okay. Woo. Attention, everyone. If I can have. Attention, everyone. If I can have. We have the forms up here. If you need a form, you came in, you didn't get a form, please raise your hand, and we can. On that side, Miss Betty. Okay. We're going to ask everyone, please, if you can clear the doorway to make sure that everyone can at least get in here. If you can clear the doorway. Attention, everyone. Also, too, there are some more seats in here because some people may not can stand too long. There are seats in here. So for those that really just need a seat, except for that one, please, because I don't want no one that need to sit down cannot sit down.
Is Shauna Benton here? Okay.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. We're gonna, no, we'll get started here in just a second. Okay.
Attention, everyone. Attention. The chairman is trying to, Ms. Chairman Walker is trying to bring the meeting to order. So if you could respectfully lower your voices so that we can get these proceedings started. If you still need help with something, raise your hand, and my staff will do what we can to try to provide assistance. Thank you.
All right, we've got just a few more minutes here, and then we'll get started and get this show on the road.
Renoa Babcock. Can you raise your hand? Renoa Babcock. Renoa Babcock. Okay. Albert Knapp. Albert.
Come in for a minute.
Okay, so whoever gets their payment turned in first?
I promise we're gonna work it. Let's go and get started. And then, all your attention. And then, let's go and get attention right now.
about to find out. All right. Good morning, everybody. This meeting of the Escambia County Planning Board for July 13th, 2023 is hereby called to order. With 6 members present, we have a quorum. Just a reminder, if you would, please turn off your electronic devices. And if you will, please stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance. Do we have proof of publication?
Yes, sir.
Did the publication meet all legal requirements?
Yes, sir.
The chair will now entertain a motion to waive the reading of the legal advertisement.
So moved. Second.
The notice that was mailed to people was very misleading as to the address of this. Now, obviously, a lot of people knew where it was, but I question how many people are down at the Board of County Commissioners checking that this meeting is to take place. That notice was misleading and insufficient.
All right. Thank you for that comment. We're going to proceed with the meeting for now. We do have some more cases. I'm glad to see everyone here today with us. And we will be here a while, so I hope that if folks are downtown that they can make it this way, and we'll get them signed up to speak if they wish to speak as well on any case that they wish to speak on. And we do apologize for any mistake that might have come in the mail on behalf of staff. The chair will entertain a motion to waive the reading of the legal advertisement.
So moved.
Second.
We've got a motion by Reed and a second by William. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. That motion passes. The rezoning meeting minutes from the previous meeting date, June 6th, has been provided to the board. Are there any additions, deletions, or corrections? All right, the chair will entertain a motion to accept the rezoning meeting minutes into evidence. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Got a motion by William,
Second.
second by Eric. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. All those opposed? Motion carries. The rezoning hearing package for July 13th, 2023 with findings of facts has been provided to the board members. The chair will entertain a motion to accept the rezoning hearing package with findings of fact and the legal advertisement into evidence. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion by Eric. Do we have a second?
Second.
So we got a second by William. So we had a couple. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. All those opposed, motion carries. Will the court reporter please swear in members of staff?
Everyone raise your right hand, except attorneys. You solemnly swear the testimony about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do. I do.
The board has previously qualified staff to offer expert testimony in the area of land use and planning. Does anyone have any questions regarding their qualifications and ability to offer expert testimony? Okay, seeing none. Thanks. All right.
At this hearing, the planning board is acting under its authority to hear and make recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners on rezoning applications. These hearings are quasi-judicial in nature. Quasi-judicial hearings are like evidentiary hearings in a court of law, however, a little less formal. All testimony will be given under oath, and anyone testifying before the planning board may be subject to cross-examination. All documents and exhibits that the planning board considers will be entered into evidence and made part of the record. Opinion testimony will be limited to experts, and closing arguments will be limited to the evidence in the record. Before making a decision, this planning board will consider the relevant testimony, the exhibits entered into evidence, and the applicable law. Each individual who wishes to address the planning board, that's anyone who filled out a pink sheet today to speak, must complete the speaker request form and submit to the planning board clerk. The forms are on the table in the back of the boardroom. You will not be allowed to speak until we receive a completed form. Please note that only those individuals who are present and give testimony on the record at this hearing before the planning board will be allowed to speak at the subsequent hearing before the Board of County Commissioners. No new evidence can be presented at that BCC meeting. Therefore, all testimony and evidence must be presented today. The Planning Board will provide a recommendation for each rezoning request to the BCC. Let me restate that, repeat that. The Planning Board will provide a recommendation. There is no hard and fast decision being made today that is a pass-fail on these applications. It is a recommendation for each rezoning request to the BCC, which will review testimony, documents, and exhibits, consider the closing arguments, and make a final decision. All decisions by the BCC are final. Anyone who wishes to seek judicial review of the decision of the Board of County Commissioners must do so in a court of competent jurisdiction within 30 days of the date the Commission approves or rejects the recommended order of the Planning Board. All written or oral communications outside of this hearing with the members of the Planning Board regarding matters under consideration today are considered ex parte communications. Ex parte communications are presumed prejudicial under Florida law and must be disclosed as provided in BCC Resolution number 96-13. As each case is heard, the chair will ask that any board member who have been involved in any ex parte communication please identify themselves and describe the communication. As required by Section 2-7.2 of our Escambia County Land Development Code, this Planning Board's recommendation to the BCC shall include consideration of the following 6 approval conditions. So what I'm about to read are conditions that this committee here today holds up any comments, evidence, expert witness, expert opinion. We hold it up against these criteria. And here are some approval conditions. The applicant has the burden of presenting competent, substantial evidence to the reviewing board establishing that the requested zoning district would contribute to or result in a logical and orderly development pattern. The appropriate surrounding area within which uses and conditions must be considered may vary with those uses and conditions and is not necessarily the same area required for mailed notification. A logical and orderly pattern shall require demonstration of each of the following conditions, and here they are. Criteria A, consistent with comprehensive plan. The proposed zoning is consistent with the future land use category as prescribed in LDC Chapter 3, and with all other applicable goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan. If the rezoning is required to properly enact a proposed FLU map amendment transmitted for state agency review, the proposed zoning is consistent with the proposed FLU and conditional to its adoption. Criteria B, consistent with zoning district provisions. The proposed zoning is consistent with the purpose and intent and with any other zoning establishment provisions prescribed by the proposed district in Chapter 3. Criteria C, compatible with surroundings. All of the permitted uses of the proposed zoning, not just those anticipated by the rezoning applicant, are compatible as defined in Chapter 6 with the surrounding uses. The uses of any surrounding undeveloped land shall be considered the permitted uses of the applicable district. Compatibility is not considered with potential conditional uses or with any non-conforming or unapproved uses. Also, in establishing the compatibility of a residential use, there is no additional burden to demonstrate the compatibility of specific residents or activities protected by fair housing law. Criteria D, appropriate if spot zoning. Where the proposed zoning would establish or reinforce a condition of spot zoning as defined in Chapter 6, the isolated district would nevertheless be transitional in character between the adjoining districts, or the differences with those districts would be minor or sufficiently limited. The extent of these mitigating characteristics or conditions demonstrates an appropriate site-specific balancing of interests between the isolated district and adjoining lands. And finally, criteria E, appropriate with changed or changing conditions. If the land uses or development conditions within the area surrounding the property of rezoning have changed, the changes are to such a degree and character that it is in the public interest to allow new uses, density, or intensity in the area through rezoning, and the permitted uses of the proposed district are appropriate and not premature for the area or likely to create or contribute to sprawl. At the beginning of each case, as long as there are no objections from the applicant, we will allow staff to briefly present the location and zoning maps and photos for the property. They will be on the screen. At the beginning of each case, next, we will hear from the applicant and any witnesses that she may wish to call. Then, we will hear from the staff and any witnesses they may wish to call. Finally, in each case, we will hear from members of the public who have filed the speaker request form. You have someone wanting to speak on?
Sir, if you'll come to the microphone.
Thank you, I'm sorry to interrupt, but would it be possible to do the opt-out cases prior to the rezoning cases applicable to that?
Yes, sir, that's what we're going to do. We do have one rezoning case. Thank you, though. We have one rezoning case that's not related to, I think, what most of us are here for today. And then we're going to jump into the opt-outs. Yes, sir. All right. So there are 4 cases in the rezoning to be heard today, but we will do one of them first and then jump over to the opt-outs. All right, the first rezoning application for consideration is case Z 2023-12, which requests rezoning from low-density residential to high-density mixed use as requested by the applicant. Members of the board, have there been any ex parte communication between you and the applicant, of the applicant's agents, attorneys, or witnesses, with fellow planning board members or anyone from the general public prior to this hearing? Have you visited the subject property? Please also disclose if you are a relative or business associate of the applicant or the applicant's agent. Mr. Adams, we'll start with you.
Yeah, before we do, can you scroll up to the map just so make sure, because I've had discussions on several properties, or many properties, so just want to make sure the location. Okay, that'd be a no for me.
No to all.
Chairman, no to all.
No to all for me.
No to all?
No to all.
And no to all.
Great. Staff, was notice of the hearing sent to all interested parties?
Yes, sir.
Was notice of the hearing posted on the subject property?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Staff will now present the maps and photographs for case Z 2023-12.
Good morning. So this is a location map for the site. This is the zoning radius map, or the radius zoning map. This is the future land use map. This is the existing land use map. And this is an aerial map. This is the notice of public hearing rezoning sign. This is looking north along Mobile Highway from the site location. This is looking south along Mobile Highway from that location. This is looking west and looking directly across east. And that's all for maps.
All right.
I'm
thank-
sorry.
oh,
And my name is Kimberly Wilson, Urban Planner 2.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right. At this time, would the applicant or their representative please come forward for Shawana Benton, the owner? And if you would, please swear in the witnesses with the court reporter here.
Raise your right hands. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
Great. And then if you both could, please just state your full name and address for the record.
My name is Clifton Benton, and we own the property, me and my wife, at 7103 Mobile Highway.
Great.
Now I just want to tell you good morning and thank you for letting us have the opportunity to come in front of the board.
Yes, sir. And I just, a couple more questions here. Did you receive a copy of the rezoning hearing package with the findings of fact?
Yes, and
You
we
did-
agree with all the staff
You
findings.
agree with them? Okay. And then you understand that you have the burden of providing substantial competent evidence that the proposed rezoning is consistent with the comprehensive plan, furthers the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan, and is not in conflict with any portion of the county's land development code?
Yes.
Okay. And then, at this time, I would ask you to proceed with your case, but it sounds like you are in agreement with the staff's findings. And if you wanted to add anything to that, you're more than welcome to at this time.
Yes, I mean, we're not trying to rezone something that's not already in the area, close. You know, and, you know, we're just trying to change the zoning to consistent with what it already is. You know, it's not like we're asking for a lot, you know, and this is not a run-down piece of property. This property's been well maintained for many years, even as it was a business. And it's, you know, this is a business, you know, that somebody could open up tomorrow and generate money for the county.
Yes, sir. All right. Do any board members have any questions for the applicants? All right. At this time, I'll let the staff give their presentation, and then we'll do some public comment. And then if y'all have anything else you want to add, we'll bring you back up at that time, okay? All right. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
All right. Staff, if you could, please go through your presentation at this time.
Yes. So criterion A, consistent with the comprehensive plan. Our findings are the proposed amendment to HDMU.
If we could, if you could just speak a little more into the microphone. I
I'm
think
sorry.
some folks in the back can't hear.
Findings, the proposed amendment to HDMU is consistent with the intent and purpose of the future land use category MUS as stated in CPP FLU 1.3.1. The mixed use FLU is compatible infill development and the separation of urban and suburban land uses within the category as a whole. The listed range of allowable uses includes residential, retail and services, professional office, recreational facilities, public and civic, and limited agricultural. The amendment is also consistent with the intent of FLU 1.5.1 by making use of the existing public roads and the availability of utilities and service infrastructure. Criterion B, consistent with the Land Development Code. Staff findings, the proposed amendment is consistent with the intent and purpose of the Land Development Code. The proposed high-density mixed-use zoning may be established only within the mixed-use suburban and mixed-use urban future land use categories. The district is suitable for high-density mixed-use residential uses and compatible non-residential uses. Criterion C, compatible with surrounding uses. The proposed amendment is compatible with the surrounding existing uses in the area. Within the 500-foot radius area, properties are zoned LDR, MDR, and high-density mixed-use, HDMU. The surrounding parcels along Mobile Highway are a mixture of residential and non-residential uses. Criterion D, appropriate if spot zoning. Findings, the requested zoning would be considered spot zoning based on the definition. However, HDMU is within approximately 160 feet from the proposed parcel. HDMU is intended for multifamily uses and a mix of retail sales, services, and professional offices with greater dwelling unit density and diversity than the low-density mixed-use district. The surrounding properties between Annandale Drive and Lockhart Street are residential and non-residential in zoning and use. Criterion E, appropriate with changed or changing conditions. Findings, the land uses or development conditions within the area surrounding the site have not changed, and the requested rezoning to HDMU will allow more non-residential appropriate uses for the area and would not contribute to sprawl. That concludes staff's findings.
Thank you. Is there any questions from the board for staff? All right, seeing none, we'll move into public comment for Z 2023-12. For those members of the public who wish to speak on this matter, please note that the planning board bases its decision on the approval conditions and exceptions described in section 2-7.2 of the Escambia County Land Development Code. During our deliberations, the planning board will not consider statements of support or opposition. Accordingly, please limit your testimony to the approval conditions and exceptions described in section 2-7.2. Please also note that only those individuals who are present and give testimony on the record at this hearing before the planning board will be allowed to speak at the subsequent hearing before the BCC. All right, so our first speaker on this case is Robert Coker. If you would, please come forward, state your name and address for the record, and be sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. I'd just like to know, how y'all gonna control all the traffic going out that way when it's stopped up, just the red light in Cantonment, hold up traffic all the way back past the post office with just one red light there.
I think, I'm not sure that maybe you're speaking to this case specifically. This one's on Mobile Highway. It's different than what I think the big development in Molino that everybody's here for today. Is this map look familiar to where you're talking about? No, sir. Okay. So if you didn't wish to speak to this case, I can bring you up in a little bit on one of the next ones and let you speak then if that works.
How you gonna handle the water,
Yeah.
in that area?
Okay.
Well, it don't matter. There ain't no part where they're trying to rezone what I'm talking about. Ain't that what this is for?
What we'll do, this is the wrong case, but I promise you can speak on the next case.
Sorry.
You speak on the wrong case, but you can be heard on the
This is
next
not-
one. This is a different case you want to speak on, okay?
So what the heck?
Yes, sir, we got you. Yes, sir. Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
We'll get you back up here. Yeah. All right. All right, so next up, we have James Gallagher. And James, are you here? Oh, that is correct. Thank you, sir. Next, we have Heather Winfrey. You indicated you wanted to speak on this one and all the other three rezoning cases. Heather, are you still here? All right. I'm just going to make sure we're not missing anybody. Sharon Kite. Did you wish to speak on this case? The other one? Okay. All good. Catley Grant. Catley Grant. All right. We'll bring you back up just in case. And then we've got Alfred Bradley. Okay. Did you know that he wanted to speak on this case here on Mobile Highway, or is it for the other? All right, all good. All right, so we did not have any speakers on this case after all. Are there any questions or comments from the board on this rezoning case for either the applicant or staff?
I have a question for staff. Could we review the permitted uses for LDR? Is it possible to bring that up?
Single-family dwellings only.
Only.
LDR.
Any other questions? All right, we'll do our best. Any other questions? All right. If there are no other questions, then the chair will entertain a motion for Z 2023-12.
I vote to approve.
Second.
I think we have a second already.
All right, we got a motion by Reed and a second by William. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. All right, motion passes. Turn myself off. All right, at this time, we will adjourn the rezoning meeting and we will go into the regular planning board meeting. This meeting of the Escambia County Planning Board for July 13th, 2023 is hereby called to order. With 6 members present, we have a quorum. Do we have proof of publication?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did the publication meet all legal requirements?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The chair will entertain a motion to waive the reading of the legal advertisement. Yes, sir.
Just repeat what he said, so for the.
We had an objection to the sufficiency of the mailed notice. Again, we will continue on with the meeting, and I believe we'll have ample time for individuals to get here to speak their mind. And again, anybody that wishes to speak, we certainly will allow them to. The chair will entertain a motion to waive the reading of the legal advertisement.
So moved.
We've got a
Second.
motion, and we've got a second. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. All those opposed, motion carries. The planning board meeting minutes for June 6th has previously been provided to the board members. The chair will entertain a motion to accept the planning board meeting minutes into evidence. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
We got a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Got a second. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. All those opposed, motion carries. The planning board hearing package for July 13th, 2023 has previously been provided to the board members. The chair will entertain a motion to accept the planning board hearing package and legal advertisement into evidence. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
We've got a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. All right, motion carries. Okay, at this time, we will move into our first case. That case number is OSP 2023-02. Applicant Meredith Bush, agent for Exit 3 Investments, LLC owner. Address Highway 196, Barano Park Road. Property size 148.63 plus or minus acres from conservation neighborhood and wetlands to mixed use suburban. At this time,
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yes.
before staff dives into their presentation, if we could have the developer, Mr. Hemmer, come up and address this application.
that would certainly be fine by me, and staff will hold on for just a moment. Mr. Hemmer? I'm just gonna put it in this.
Good morning. My name is Fred Hemmer, 207 East Intendencia Street, Pensacola. Just want to clarify a couple things before we get into this. We purchased this property in 2013. This was after the sector plan had already been established and the densities and the land use, future land use had already been established for the property. When we bought the property, there was a memorandum of understanding that the county had signed with the 3 large property owners that I think drove that sector plan process. When we purchased this land from the northern property owner, we were not subject to that memorandum of understanding. We had confirmed that with the county, and that memorandum of understanding called for a lot of requirements, infrastructure requirements by both the county and the landowner. So when we bought that land, we now had the entitlement rights in place but we were under no obligation to do any of the improvements that the memorandum of understanding had required. So starting about 2015, we were working with the county to try to fix that memorandum of understanding. And that took us and the other two large property owners and the county to agree as to the implementation of the plan that the sector plan had provided. We spent several $100,000 in legal fees trying to do this. It couldn't get done primarily as a result of the one property owner not knowing where the Woodlands Parkway was going to terminate down at I-10. The county didn't know, and so we couldn't get that agreement signed by all parties. So Commissioner Berry came back to us and said, let's enter into an agreement with you, and if you want to go ahead and obligate yourself to these, we can work that out. So we worked for years. We did a master plan, we've talked about this, and last year we finally got a road agreement signed with the county for both the construction of Quintet Road and Woodlands Parkway, which we ended up donating all of the land for Woodlands Parkway. We're paying all of the cost of Woodlands Parkway. We're spending about $2 million on the initial road construction for Quintet, and we're donating all of that land for Quintet. That agreement is in place. Now, the county isn't required to build that section of road until we have started construction on homes, and we then bring Woodlands Parkway south to the point that it would intersect with Quintet. So that agreement is in place. Meanwhile, we worked ahead with master planning for the site, providing for a school location. We're bringing sewer into the area. We donated 20 acres of land to the county for a library, fire station, whatever they'd like to do. And we have some other just general things in there that we wanted to do for proper long-term planning. What we are trying to do here today is to tweak a couple of those areas. You know, even if we got nothing done today, whether it's us who own the land or anybody else, you can still build about 5,000 units and have 100 acres of commercial. That's there. The tweaks we're trying to do, we don't think are that significant, but they fall in line with what we think is proper planning. Now, I do want to say, I want to thank Bonnie Exner for inviting us to a meeting last Thursday night in Molina, where we met, I think, with about 80 other residents, and we listened for 2 hours. And I think it was clear that a lot of people didn't realize the impact of this sector plan and that these densities and uses were already in place. I just think that's too bad. It should have been done. I wish everybody had known that. We tried to explain that, but I don't know if it was well heard. However, as a result of listening to the comments from the people, obviously reading online, seeing on TV, there's a lot of objection to this, as I'm sure there's a lot of people behind me. So,
Excuse me.
Order.
We'll have time to speak. Everyone will.
so with that, we have decided not to pursue the rezoning of that northeast corner with the apartments, which I think was the largest complaint with everybody. So we are pulling that from the process here today. I think that's the first one that is on the agenda. So we're not going to do that.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
And the remaining 3 that we're going to do, we're still going to pursue. And I just want to say a couple things. That when the sector plan was established, it put called a DSAP. It was an overlay for development standards. And there's some problems with that. I know as Horace and staff had agreed. You know, an example, it requires a tree to go in between the curb and the sidewalk on every single family lot. That makes absolutely no sense. That's where the underground utilities go. We want to put the trees between the sidewalk and the house, as would be proper planning. One of the other major issues is this overlay requires any lot less than 50 feet, which would be a townhome lot, to have a public road behind each home. You know, requiring the county now to maintain another road, which is really, it's not necessary. I think when I look at these plans, this looks like there was something that came from South Florida and it's not really applicable to this area. I also understand that I think the county right now is trying to give some of those back alleys back to the residents so that they don't have to maintain it. So that on the 3 of these opt-outs, you're going to see that that's included in there. So anyway, I'm hoping that all the good things that we've done for the years trying to do a long-term plan process here is taken into consideration with the request that we have remaining on the table. And so with that, I will turn it over to Will Dunaway. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Will Dunaway, and I represent the applicant along with my partner, Meredith Bush. I just want to clarify both for the board, staff, and for those who are in attendance that if you're looking at your agenda, the applicant is withdrawing the opt-out OSP 2023-02 and its accompanying rezoning Z-2023-13. And I apologize for all who are in the audience because the way the podium is set up, my back is to everyone, and if I don't lean into the microphone, I can't address you directly. But just to be clear, and I would like to ask staff if they could pull up this map, just so we know, but this is the parcel which is at the intersection of Barano Park Road and 29. So this is the northeast portion of the Midwest Sector Plan. I just want everybody to know that is not it.
That's correct.
Yes, okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, this is the one. So this is the one that is being, that we are withdrawing. So that will leave, Mr. Chairman and members of the board and staff, if I could ask you to pull up the Midwest Sector Plan. That will leave us with the 3 remaining opt-outs and 2 accompanying rezonings. Again, as Mr. Hemmer said, the issue of the sector plan is very much in play today because it's the factor and the fact that it has been in effect and approved since 2011 seems to be, or at least what we heard, is not very well known. We were here before you, board members, if you will recall, almost a year ago when this board asked and staff was looking into dissolving the entire sector plan. And as a large property owner in the north section of the sector plan, again, the Exit 3, the phase plan that we have is about 1,500 acres, not all of which are being considered here today, but which all are part of the sector plan and have already been rezoned and have their development criteria. We were here before you at that planning board meeting, and we hadn't taken a position one way or the other. Staff asked us to come, but one of the things that Mr. Hemmer and I both talked to you about is please, please, please do not throw away the infrastructure planning if you throw away the sector plan. Please do not do that, because as we've learned and as the public now is learning, you, and I'm saying this, we, the county, in 2011 made a planning decision to plan, long-term plan for this entire area, and it's shown up there on your chart. Just to be clear, that's I-10 at the very southern edge, and it goes all the way up to Barano Park Road.
Mr. Dunaway, excuse me for a minute. Excuse me for the interruption, but I believe the board need to take action on the planning board, on the request to withdraw for the opt-out and the rezoning. So we need to get that before the board as a motion.
Correction. And
rezoning, we're going to do the rezoning when we come to the rezoning, but on the opt-out, yes.
Absolutely agree. And Mr. Chairman, I was going to invite you to take that action as soon as I went through this little bit of overview, because I think it's helpful both for the board as it sets forward the remaining opt-outs that are coming before the board and the rezonings. But thank you, Mr. Jones, for that. Again, I just want to remind, this is our county's long-range planning document for the development area in this large section. This is over 15,000 acres, 8,600 acres of which are developable, the remaining being the wetlands and the conservation areas. There are, and staff can confirm this number, but in this plan today, there are dwelling entitlements for 35,000 dwelling units in this entire sector plan. We are not here on that number of development. That is not what we are standing before you today. But it is important to know what this planning document does. It creates in the center there, in that area of dark maroon, that is what's called a town center. It is developed so that is intense commercial, and so it provides amenities. It provides the things that the citizens in Beulah have been saying we don't have. We don't have a grocery store. We don't have a pharmacy. We don't have amenities. This was designed to create a small center, a village center, and then with growth out beside it. That is also the case. You see the smaller red at the top end, and that is part of where we're going to be discussing today. That area is already zoned commercial. It is in the middle right now of undeveloped property. There is no development in this area now. It has not been built. There are no roads. There is no infrastructure. But as Mr. Hemmer said, that is what this phase development from this developer is going to put in place. Again, Mr. Hemmer thanked, and I want to thank again Mr. Craig and Ms. Bonnie, who invited us up to the Barano Park Historic Society to address this last week. And the fact that there are so many citizens here behind me before you, this is good planning. This is what it is supposed to happen when we have big changes in the community. 12 years ago, this was passed and you didn't have this crowd. When in 2015, when all of the entitlements were granted in the rezonings, you didn't have this crowd behind you. Behind, as we were working with staff over the last couple of years, there was no input and no discussion from the public. So it's good to have the discussion. It's good to have long-range planning documents, and it's good that we follow them. And that is what we're doing now with the phased plan that is being developed and presented and now has been put out into the public. Well, one of the key things that I want to point out that Mr. Hemmer pointed out, and that is in your comp plan, specifically at flu policy 16.7.2, the policy is very clear, and I'm just going to read it. Prior to or in conjunction with the approval of the DSAP, and again, I know the board knows what that is, but for the benefit of all who are here, there are 2 DSAPs a part of the sector plan. We are talking about the Northern Jacks Branch DSAP. So prior to the development or prior to the approval of those DSAP, the Board of County Commissioners must have in place the land conveyed to it or a development agreement addressing the timely conveyance of the following. And I'm going to go through these 5 things that are supposed to happen. Now, Mr. Hemmer just told you that the agreement that was in place that supported this was not followed through with. But this developer, Exit 3, has in place a memorandum of agreement that addresses all 5 of these. The first being land for identified school sites consistent with Chapter 16 of the public schools. That is covered by this phase plan. Land for the identified parks and recreational facilities, covered in the phase plan. The right-of-way for the intended collectors and artillery roads, those are covered in the plan. Mr. Hemmer says the memorandum of agreement with the county is signed is that this developer builds Woodland Parkways from the north down to the south, and then it will connect to the Quintet extension. Land for identified potable water and wastewater. The developers were already worked with ECUA. All sewer will be brought to this area and will cover all of these. And then the right of way for all utilities necessary. This is being covered. So it's taken a long time to get here, board members, but planning and effort have resulted in a solid development plan, which is fully consistent with the county's comp plan and the land development code. And so now I would, as Mr. Jones, I would invite you to officially act on our request to withdraw OSP 2023-02 and accompanying rezoning Z 2023-13, and then turn it over to staff.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir. Mr. Adams?
they mentioned about the schools. I want to let the board know that this group of board members here, we had discussions as I was chairman of the Scamacan School Board with Mr. Hemmer on this project. I had prior discussions with him along with our former superintendent on this, because he was going to be very generous about allowing land to be set aside for a K-8 school there. And I briefly updated our new superintendent yesterday on this project. So, but anyway, since they mentioned the schools, they've had discussions with the school district on this project.
Thank you. All right. Excuse me. All right. So we've had this opt-out 2023-02 pulled. So we're now on OSP 2023-03.
Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
will the board make a vote to accept the withdrawal of the opt-out?
We sure can. The chair will entertain a motion to accept the withdrawal of OSP 2023-02. Do you have a motion?
So moved.
Got a motion?
Second.
Second. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. All those opposed? All right, that one has been withdrawn officially.
Question for
Yes,
staff,
sir.
though. Do we have to wait until we go back to the zoning meeting to remove
Yes.
the other?
Yeah.
Thank
Yes,
you.
we do.
All right, at this time for OSP 2023-03, I will ask that the applicant would be okay with staff giving their presentation on this, and then we'll turn it
Yes,
to you.
that's fine.
Okay.
And Mr. Walker, let me say
Steph-
something.
Yes, sir.
And let's understand, board members, which I know that we are not, for the staff, you're going to hear many things about the merits of this master plan that may be presented. We're talking on whether or not, want to make sure we understand that whether or not they meet the criteria of the rezoning and the opt-out compatibility is an issue. So I want to be clear that we're not getting into the details of what the school is going to be and those things, because that will belabor many of those things that in which this board is not the responsible party for. And many of those agreements and the contracts and things like that, they are not handled at this board level. They may be referenced here, but they really were done by the Board of County Commissioners on those agreements through other departments that were involved in that. So I want to be clear so that we won't get so pigeonholed on that particular aspect of it. We want to focus on the criteria so that the people can have the opportunity to present their points of views on those rezonings and the opt-outs that are still before this board.
Sir, may I offer a point of order?
Real quick, if you'll come to the microphone, though. It's okay.
I'm James Stringer. I live at 4310 Molina Meadows Road. If you've pulled the OSP 2023-02, there are a lot of people that wanted to speak to that. Does that negate their ability to speak?
No, we've got a lot of
Because
people that are speaking for all of them. And then at the end of when I get through this stack, I'm just going to make sure that nobody else wants to speak. And if I didn't call your name, then you're certainly welcome to come up here and say your piece.
The impact of 5,000 homes still
Yes, sir.
needs to be addressed.
Yeah, we'll make sure that everybody has a chance
Thank
to
you,
speak.
sir.
Yes,
I
sir.
appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Staff?
Good morning, everybody. My name's John Fisher, Senior Planner for Development Services Department. Here on the screen, we have the location and wetlands map. You can see there's some wetlands running on the east side of the property. This is the zoning map with a 500-foot buffer outlined in red. We have a zoning of MDR, medium density residential, on the north end, and LDR, low density residential, on the south end. This is the 2020 future land use map. Just looking back at history, this was zoned ag back in 2020 for future land use. This is the current future land use of 2030. If we would take out the sector plan, the opt-out would approve, it would come to ag unless the board reassigned with a new future land use. This is the proposed future land use. The DSAP, just for everyone's reference, the DSAP is the future land use, all those different colors that is currently there. They are looking to do a mixed-use suburban for this area. This is the Jacks Branch DSAP. It shows conservation neighborhood on the south, and it shows suburban garden on the north side with wetlands on the east side. This is just showing what the portion of the acreage is per the Jacks Branch acreage map. This is showing the flood zone where the wetlands was. It's a undetermined called a flood zone. A flood study would have to be determined before any development would happen. This is the aerial map of the site. This is a zoomed out aerial map of the site with a 2,000 foot black ring around there, showing a little scale for you. And this is where we had to post all the public hearing signs due to being a John Wilson Road being a private road, dirt road. We are unable to access that road, so this is the end of the public area. This is looking west at the end of Matheson Road. This is looking down John Wilson Road, which is a private road. This is looking at the end of Matheson to the east. This is looking east again along Matheson. And that's all the photos, board.
All right, thank you. Would you like to go through your presentation on this case, or?
Yes.
And then we'll go to staff's presentation?
Absolutely.
All right, thanks so much.
Thank you. Meredith Bush, 125 East Intendencia, agent for the applicant. Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this time, I'll just walk through the opt-out criteria. This is one parcel, 114.21 acres, currently conservation neighborhood, suburban garden, and wetlands. And as stated, we're asking to go to mixed-use suburban. And this does have a corresponding rezoning to high-density residential. Going through the opt-out criteria, the property is not in a wellhead protection area. It's not a historically significant site. We did provide documentation from the Division of Natural Resources in our submittal. There are wetlands present. This particular property is in the Jacks Branch drainage basin. Next, the requirement is that we go through the comp plan criteria. First being traffic. The property is located along John Wilson Road. The FDOT average daily traffic count along the nearest portion of Highway 29 is 22,500 trips. Along the nearest portion of Jacks Branch Road is 3,000 trips. Sanitary sewer and water, we've provided documentation from Molino Utilities and ECUA. As stated, the developer will be bringing in lift stations, will be donating property for a water tower. Molino Utilities and ECUA will be providing the sanitary sewer and water, and the developer will be providing the other necessary infrastructure for those connections. As far as wetland and drainage goes, the stormwater system would be designed for a 100-year storm event and in accordance with county and the Water Management District regulations. Next criteria being solid waste. The Perdido landfill has adequate capacity and collection will be by ECUA. Again, documentation has been submitted, noting that ECUA would be that provider. Parks, recreation, and open space. The proposed phasing plan depicts 16 parks and quite a bit of open space. A detailed review would occur through the development review process. We've also provided documentation related to the school system. Molina Park Elementary, Ransom Middle, and Tate High are currently the schools. The proposed phasing plan includes donation of a 40-acre site to address the school capacity. When you hear from staff, they will provide a courtesy review by the school board as far as capacity goes, and I would just point out that those numbers are based on the overall comprehensive plan of MUS and not on the phasing plan. The phasing plan school capacity numbers and student generation are much lower, and the courtesy review does not consider the new school being built. As far as the need and benefit and professional practices required, we've submitted in our application a rather lengthy report outlining the housing crisis in Escambia County, the population growth over the last decade, and the need for housing, as well as the professional planning practices outlined in the opt-out request and in the phasing plan. The parcel size and aggregate of the other opt-outs, again, this is 114.21 acres. It's 1.326% of the 8,611 developable acres. The other opt-outs at this time, the total an aggregate of 442.78 acres. As far as transportation infrastructure, you've heard about the development agreement with the county for the construction of Woodland Parkway. Traffic has also provided comments. The developer will be building the other necessary roadways. Underlying zoning and compatibility with DSAP. We are seeking a rezoning to HDR. As you saw in the maps, this is adjacent to the employment district, and HDR would be compatible with the mixed-use suburban future land use category. The next two criteria relate to the prior flu. As you've seen on the map, it was agriculture, and whether or not there were lost development rights. The previous zoning was VAG1. Also included in our submittal is a professional analysis by Alara Mills Gutcher, a professional planner, outlining that this meets all the criteria for the opt-out request, and that concludes our presentation.
All right. Thank you. Board members, do you have any questions for the applicant at this time?
Ms. Bush, you mentioned lost property rights. Could you explain that?
So one of the criteria is whether or not at the time the sector plan was in place, the property owner was effectively downzoned. In this case, that was not the case. So there was no prior downzoning. It was previously VAG1, so there were some rights obtained through implementation of the sector plan.
Thank you.
All right, do we have any other questions for the applicant this time? All right, staff, did you have a presentation you'd like to make?
Yes, thank you, Chair. John Fisher, Senior Planner. Staff's got to go over a summary of their findings here. So again, this is OSP 2023, a request to opt out of the sector plan to a request of mixed-use suburban. The applicant is also requesting to the Board of County Commissioners assign future land use category mixed-use suburban. The applicant provided a conceptual layout for the development as Exhibit D of the application. The site is located on 5C of Exhibit D, which includes a reference of 124 single-family dwellings on 43.4 acres and 99 townhomes on 17 acres for the site. Based on the public records of Escambia County property appraiser, the parcel is currently used for timberland. The current underlying zoning for the parcel is LDR 4 dwelling units per acre and 10 dwelling units per acre of zoned MDR. The existing land use derived from the adopted DSAP final land use identifies the parcel under the suburban garden with a target density of 5 dwelling units per acre, a conservation neighborhood with target density of 3 dwelling units per acre, and wetlands. The applicant is also requesting to rezone the parcel from LDR and MDR to high-density residential with a density of 18 dwelling units per acre. Calculations of the 113.89 acres as a worst-case scenario would be 2,050 dwelling units. However, once the roadways and utilities are in place and wetlands and endangered species identified, the maximum number of dwelling units cannot be achieved due to the size of the development constraints. Under the standard map and amendment criteria, analysis availability for facilities and services, the availability of public facilities and services for the site of future land use map amendment requires analysis of the general demand of its proposed use. All specific levels of services, standards, establishment by the Escambia County are evaluated in compliance during the review process prescribed by the LDC and approval of proposed development. Under sanitary sewer and service, the Emerald Coast Utility is the closest sewer main, is at the corner of Quintet and Highway 29. It will be the developer's responsibility to run lines and infrastructure to connect the ECUA. Under solid waste disposal, the demand requirements for solid waste is based on the population projections. The county has adopted a solid waste level of service standard of 6 pounds per capita per day. This amendment request for opting out will not affect the population projections. Any development request will be reviewed and receive approval through the site plan review process. For portable water for this area is supplied by Molina Utilities, who verified availability by a letter as Exhibit F of the applicant's application. A conceptual portable water distribution system was developed based on the analysis and available in Figure 4.03A of the DSAP document. Funding for any expansion or improvements of the portable water distribution and water treatment systems within the service area is typically generated by the respective utility authority at the time of an application. For stormwater management, the amendment itself will not rely on stormwater requirements or calculations based on the DSAP's original analysis for stormwater in the area of the sector plan. Stormwater systems should be developed as a regional system and encompass multiple areas of development. Stormwater will be an important aspect of the review and permitting process. All developments are required to meet and exceed the standards established by the Northwest Florida Water Management District. Once development is proposed, the project will be reviewed, must receive through the site plan review process. Traffic and street analysis. Based on the section 4.02 of the public facilities plan under the Midwest Sector Plan, and transportation analysis was conducted on different roadways and segments, evaluating the existing facilities and travel characteristics as well as the potential impact and road capacity needs for the 5-year interim period and the build out of a plan. A review of the area shows the various transportation improvements are planned near DSAP, including capacity expansions of US 29. The subject property is located on the west side of Highway 29 along John Wilson Road. A traffic impact screening is recommended by the Transportation and Traffic Department. Any future development proposed on this parcel will require a formal submittal, review, and approval through the site plan review process. Recreation and open space. The intent of the open space is to serve as a buffer to protect and preserve areas of significant natural resources and wildlife habitat while offering passive recreational opportunities to residents. The mixed-use suburban land use category allows for residential retail services and service and recreation as permitted uses. The county does not have a level of service standard for recreational. However, any development could create a unusable and accessible open space which would contribute to overall interconnectivity of development. This amendment will not rely on open space requirements. However, the conceptual drawings of the development shows open space within the phase of development and must go through a development site plan review process. Public schools facility, interlocal agreements for public schools facilities planning. Based on the public records of Escambia County, assigned schools for that service area is Jim Allen Elementary, Ransom Middle, and Tate High. The school district provides a courtesy review which demonstrates capacity will exceed using the calculations for the only residential of the 113. If the need arises, there may need to adjust made to the school's own properties to balance the capacity among the schools, but Escambia County has not adopted a school concurrency. Therefore, this amendment will not affect the student population. The application on Exhibit D shows a future K-8 school covering 40 acres. Under impact and natural resources and wetlands, based on the existing geographic system layer, the subject property is not located in a wellhead protection area. For historical significance, the applicant provided documentation stating that there is no previous recorded historical resources within the parcel. Under natural environment, as stated, the sector plan documents natural resources, and DSAP contains significant wetlands that are regulated by the state and federal and local government. And final design was to avoid and minimize wetland impacts to the greatest extent possible. Under the comprehensive requirements for changes to the existing DSAP, the parcel size in relation to the DSAP land use and the relation to the overall sector plan and aggregate acreage of any granted opt-outs. For the 03, John Wilson, the applicant's parcel is approximately 113 acres. It's located within the Jacks Ranch DSAP, specifically called JB 38 and JB 39. Based on the staff's calculations, data section 2.02, the DSAP documented the total development acreage in the entire sector plan of 8,611 acres. The applicant's parcel represents 1.32% of the developable acreage. This is the 13th opt-out request submitting to the proposed county staff. If approved, the sector plan aggregate acreage will be 705. The original sector plan identified approximately 15,000 acres of the availability infrastructure and public services and protection, the natural resources. The calculations used to complete the maximum development scenario for the plan were specified and resulted in a balanced jobs to housing ratio. Changes to a variance of any of the original data used in the plan could hinder the balance of the availability for attain a site plan goals and objectives. Assuming the maximum theoretical build out under the mixture of uses, the DSAP area would produce approximately 27,145 jobs. When analysis using a maximum residential build out of 23,000 dwelling units, the result is jobs to employment residents of 1.18. It should be noted that although no single perfect ratio, an area is generally considered to be balanced if the job to housing ratio is roughly 0.8 to 1.2. The proposed amendment is approved, the result job housing ratio will be 1.3. In order to maintain the comprehensive of the SP while at the same time fostering innovative planning and development strategies, continue to access each request within a sector plan as a case by case. The existing transportation infrastructure and effect proposed may have a capacity on infrastructure. Our transportation department did a recommendation. The subject parcel is part of a larger master plan development that will include a new paved street and other required infrastructure for the development of size. The master development is part of a development agreement in which the county has agreed to improve or construct east-west corridors within development group, constructing north-south corridors. The agreement includes constructing a north-south corridor known as Woodland Parkway that will connect a West Quintet extension. The development agreement includes the developer construct turn lanes per FDOT requirements at Highway 29 and Quintet Road. The existing dirt road is not adequate for development of this type, and platting subdivision or dirt roads is prohibited by LDC. As the master overall development continues, an operational analysis performed by the developer of the intersection of Quintet and US 29 will be appropriate to examine the warrants for a signal which constructs requirements within the warranty by the overall larger development. Provided the development constructs roadways to serve the subject parcel as part of the overall development. TTO has no traffic capacity concerns related to this particular development of the parcel. The underlying zoning district and the compatibility surrounding land uses. And the request of future land use, underlying zoning. The request MUS category will consist of the underlying zoning uses, densities, and intensities allowed by LDR and MDR. The applicant has also requested again the rezoning case number Z 2023-14 from LDR, MDR to HDR, which would be consistent with the mixed-use suburban. Number 8, previous future land use destination. Prior to the adoption of the DSAP, the 2020 destination for the parcel was ag. With the adoption of the 2030 future land use was ag. Analysis to consider whether the applicant lost development rights or was effectively downzoned as part of the sector plan adoption. Prior to the adoption of the Midwest Sector Plan, the parcel was zoned VAG1, allowing 1 dwelling per 20 acres. Based on the existing data, the residential density for the parcel was in fact increased by the adoption of the sector plan and the assignment of the current DSAP land uses, allowing for more than 1 dwelling per 20 acres. If approved, any future development associated with this parcel will be evaluated by the Development Review Committee, utilizing the current zoning regulations while addressing and minimizing the potential impacts that the proposed development could have on the characteristics of the existing low-density residential. If approved, the sector plan boundary map will be adjusted accordingly to reflect the removal of the parcel from the plan attachment B. If approved, the parcel will be assigned a future land use of mixed-use suburban as requested, attachment C. And that includes staff findings. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Board members, are there any questions at this time for staff?
Your report stated there's 13 applications previous for opt-out. How do we have readily available how many of those were in the Jack's Branch phase?
We'd have to double check on that, how many have actually been opt out. I don't believe there's really been
Right,
many.
most have been south, right?
They've all been to Muskogee, Jack's Branch. We've had a rezoning in the Jack Branch on the Quintet side, right there on Quintet Road.
Right.
But we can find that out for you in just a second.
And just for context, how many of those 13 applications have been approved and granted?
All.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the board for staff at this time? All right. At this time, we will move into public comment for this case. So I'm going to go through, I've got quite a stack here, and then I'm going to make sure, again, to your point, sir, make sure that if there is anybody else that wants to speak that I didn't call up, that you get the opportunity to speak, okay? So we're going to start off with Joshua Coonrod. You'll please come forward, state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes to speak.
My name's Joshua Coonrod.
Yeah, and just in your address, and then your time to start.
1500 Furt Lane, Cantonment, Florida.
All right, thanks so much.
All right, so what we've heard a lot about today is change. And I know that there are going to continue to be more and more people in the area. And I've grown up here in, off of Barano Park Road, off of Shifco Road. But the change we've heard today is major change. All in one plan, all at one time. And a lot of words have been used like tweaks and balance and professional standards, but balance doesn't really sound like, okay, we go from mostly woods and agricultural areas to houses on everywhere we can see. Like, I drove by some trees on the way here, but my first thought was not, let's put a hotel here or a housing unit here. A lot of the things that I've seen and heard has been of the mindset, if it's not built, well, let's build it there. And so opt out and rezone is like, seems to be a big deal. There was already somewhat of a plan, but we need to opt out of that and rezone again to get what we wanted. So I think I object to opting out and rezoning. That's all.
Thank you, Joshua. All right. Next, we have Ainsley Bradley. If you please come forward, state your name and address for the record, and we'll get your time started. She did indicate she's against it. All right. Next, we've got James McLeod. Okay. Against it. Did you want to speak? Not today, sir. So if you want to come speak, yeah, James, and I'll just say this too for James, if you need to speak at this meeting so you can speak at the Board of County Commissioners. So that's just for the rezoning. These are the opt-outs. I apologize.
James McLeod, 4080 Schiffco, completely against it on all of them, every one of them.
Thank you. Thank you, James. All right, up next, we've got Camden Pierce. And Camden, if you're still here, you're welcome to come up. They indicated they're against the proposal. All right, Camden going once, going twice. Yeah, and we'll make sure we come back. That's a good call. Next, we've got Anna Lundy. Anna, if you're still with us, you can come on up. Has indicated against the project. All right. Charles Booth, if you're here. Yes, sir. All right, you can come on forward, state your name and address for the record, and your 3 minutes will start.
Thanks for the opportunity. My name is Charles Booth. I live at 1400 Highway 196 in Molino. I'm within the probably a quarter mile from the property in question. The reason I'm here today is I bought my property back in '89 as an investment, built a nice home on it, and I'm glad to hear that the apartments are being discontinued now. That's really great, but I'm fearful now that I'll come back 6 months from now or a year from now and say we've taken care of the problem, which we all think is a borrow pit. Well, not a borrow pit, but a dumping zone for back when it was Champion International. They brought sludge in there. When I was in high school, when I really didn't care about matters like this, my dad used to say, we'd ride by and he'd say, well, that's where they dumped all that sludge and filled in the guy's pond, killed all his fish. They pacified the guy. Then they just filled it all over. He said, but they'll never be able to do anything with that property. So evidently, and all these people, a lot of people know about that, evidently it's still there. And you can't go in there and dig foundations now or build a road. So, and I'm worried about that contaminating the area, which will drop my property value. And that's one of the main things. The other thing I want to say is I live on Barron Park Road between 29 and 95A. It's a really narrow road. It hasn't been paved. It was supposed to be paved about 12 years ago when they did the west side of Barron Park Road, and they didn't do it. They said, well, we got to fix the bridge. They fixed the bridge probably 7 years ago, and they still haven't paved the road. It's really narrow, very dangerous, but they come in there probably 2 years ago and they paved Shag Road. If y'all are familiar with Shag Road, didn't even need paving, and I talked to our commissioner about it. Didn't need paving. Why did they do that before they did Barron Park Road between 95 and 29? They still haven't paved Quintet Road going to Santa Rosa County, which is a death trap. And they're going to go in here and put roads in, extend Quintet Road over here for this new subdivision. They can't even pave the roads we have now. I have a problem with that. And I pay a lot of taxes, and I vote. And I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we've got Jacob Knight. Jacob Knight, if you'll come forward, state your name and address for the record. Jacob, you still here? They have indicated they are against. Chad Gautier. I hope I'm saying that right. Chad, you here? Okay. Indicated against. Yes. Melissa Godwin. Melissa, are you here? Against. Gary Houston. Are you here? Here. All right.
My name is Gary Houston. My address is 25 West Cedar Street, Suite 210, Pensacola. I am a member of the Pensacola Rifle and Pistol Club, and I am here today representing it as its attorney. A couple of procedural points. I raised at the beginning of this meeting an objection to the sufficiency of the mailed notice. I just want that again on the record. The second thing, I did not print out the entire package for this one opt-out, but if the amendment application was done in the same manner as the other two, the application is deficiently signed due to the lack of a proper acknowledgement and a notarization. There is no indication who signed that. And I think that's a substantial problem. Now, let me get to the merits of this thing. The developer's attorney, in his remarks, basically conceded that the sector plan and the DSAPs are unrealistic and impractical. And if you think about it, that's exactly why we're here today. That what's in that sector plan and what's in those DSAPs is so unrealistic that no developer is willing to do it. And so what's happening today, if this is approved by you and by the county commission, is that the stage is set for a potentially more realistic development. And this is serious business for my client and the people in this room. This is the first time this has gotten real. Now, I have to wonder whether anyone at the staff level has investigated Exit 3's experience as a developer. Now, I've done things in my lifetime, and when you get a realistic rezoning, you have the opportunity to sell property. And the point that I'm making is that what's really going on here today is that if this is approved, Exit 3 is going to make a lot of money, and may not develop a bit. The last thing I want to say on this particular opt-out is that we are a gun range and we aren't going anywhere. It would be irresponsible for the planning board to approve land uses in such close proximity to our gun range where we strive for safety, and to establish a situation where the risk of personal injury is almost incomprehensible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Houston. All right, next we've got Janice Cox. Janice, are you here? Janice Cox? You're not speaking. You have indicated that you are against all the opt-outs. I've got that here. Danny Cox? Not speaking. You've indicated against all as well. Jackie Milstead? You've indicated that here against all. Jean Milstead? Against all as indicated on your sheet. Roy Clark? You had to go to work. All right. Maria Smith? Okay, there she is. Great. And Maria, if you'll just come forward and state your name and address, and then your time will start.
My name is Maria Smith. I live at 1680 Blanc Lane. I am here against, can you hear me okay? Okay. I am here against opting out and rezoning in all of the Barano cases on the agenda today, including the one that has been withdrawn. I grew up in a suburban New Jersey town, moved to Pensacola 29 years ago, and out to the Barano Park, Molino area 13 years ago. I wanted to add a street light because I wasn't used to the dark country nights. I will never forget my husband's response, and I quote, "See, that's what's wrong with city folks. They move to the country and want to bring the city with them." He was exactly right. I adapted, never put up the street light, and have loved every day since. I have not had to worry about crime, but will need to worry about it if this rezoning goes through. Country living is peaceful and calming in a stressful world, but one only understands this if they actually live there. I am not aware of anyone that has asked for our lands to be developed and overbuilt. Yes, some have asked for roads to be repaired, and as today, many roads, but we'll build a new one instead. I recall hearing about the Beulah extension as an evacuation route, but do not recall hearing about this rural area becoming urbanized. Urbanizing the area may also impact us with the USDA and programs specific to rural areas. The infrastructure doesn't exist, and we as taxpayers should not have to fund this now or in the future. Mr. Hemmer also developed in Beulah. He saved a few oaks here and there, according to a video I watched last night. When asked last week about the trees in the 1,500 acres, his response was, and I quote, "Every house will have one nice tree." I asked, what is going to happen to the natural habitats for the birds, insects, deer, animals, and wildlife that is all there? Some may talk about the bees and its disruption. What about the sweet sound of the cicadas and the food they provide? They feed on sap from roots of grasses, forbs, or woody plants and spend most of their lives in trees. They do not bite or sting. They provide food for many kinds of wildlife, including birds, small mammals, and other insects. But those will be disrupted as well for greed. The potential flooding from lack of natural grounds with the creek running through is also a concern. We don't need another Bristol Park because of Woodland Park. Opting out, rezoning, and clearing all the land is not for the current community, as evidenced behind me and online, nor how we preserve and protect what we have. I will continue to drive to Pensacola, all the way to NAS for work, and I will drive for groceries and anything else that I need in Pensacola. I enjoy the drive from the country to the city. I leave the city in the city and out of the country. Leave us rural. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next, I've got Melissa Russell. Just state your name and address for the record, and your time will start.
My name is Melissa Russell, and I live at 1620 Blanc Lane. I am against the proposal to change the current zoning in the Barano Park and surrounding areas from conservation and wetlands to mixed-use suburban for many reasons that others will discuss here today. I agree with all their reasons. I just want to add my 2 cents for what it's worth of how these changes will affect the quality of the lives of others. I have lived in Pensacola all of my life. I was in the Beulah area all of my adult life. Approximately 6 years ago, my father died unexpectedly. My parents lived in Georgia, therefore I had to move my mother here to take care of her. She had just gone through extreme chemo and radiation due to stage 4 cancer. She was not well and couldn't continue living on her own in Georgia. I moved her here. I was still in the Beulah area, and it was no longer the country. We all know how Beulah has been commercialized and urbanized. The traffic over there is unreal. The crime is on the rise, admittedly all over Pensacola, but Beulah was once a small town community too. There was nothing available to accommodate my family, which was now extended and included my elderly mother and mentally challenged adult brother. We had to put my mother in a rental for a year while we diligently looked for a place to accommodate us all. It wasn't easy trying to run 2 separate households while working full-time raising children all simultaneously. By the grace of God, we found the perfect place in Barano Park. It is so peaceful and provides enough land and space for all of my family to live separately but on the same property. There's nowhere else in this county that is now considered country. A place where life is peaceful, quiet, full of nature, animals you can watch from your back porch. To allow the rezoning will turn our country to the city. We don't have to live on top of each other out in our community. My mother is now 75 and still drives. Where we live, she is able to take back roads to the dollar store and the community library. I don't have to worry about her much at all. There's not a lot of traffic on our back roads during the day. If something were to happen, the people of my current community are like family. We all look out for each other. Our peaceful, small country community will be no more. To commercialize and urbanize this area will be the death of what residents love about and choose our residences for. I am curious, does anyone on this board live in our community? That's all.
Thank you. All right, next we've got Vernon Prather. And just state your name and address for the record. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My name is Vernon Prather, reside at 4280 Highway 196, Molino, Florida. I'm the president of Molino Utilities. I've held that position for 20 years. And so most of my members are sitting right back there. So, but a little history of Molino Utilities. We were granted a 99-year franchise by the county in 1966. And since that time, we have served and grown in a rural setting, generally speaking. So generally speaking, our franchise runs from Quintet Road. It's got a little jog there for Cottage Hill. It goes north all the way to Sawmill. Our last customer is actually Camp of the Pines. And it goes river to river. So across that huge area, we have 2,417 connections, serving a population of approximately 8,500 people across that rural setting. Now, I've been trying to wrap my mind and arms around exactly how many units we're talking about for the new development. So they just, from what I could tell, they just carved out or reduced the 588 units up there in that upper quadrant, what they just did. And so now we have this parcel and another parcel we want to rezone. So currently I'm at 4,135 units, 2,026 multifamily and apartments, and 2,109 single-family homes. I hope I have my numbers right, but you're looking at a population of around 14,000 people in basically a few square miles. Nowhere near what we're at now, so the density is going up considerably. We did provide them a letter that says you're in our franchise area, and I got a couple things I want to talk about here. Everybody always asks, well, do you have the capacity to serve? Well, we've typically grown 20 to 30 houses per year for the last 20 years. It's just a slow assimilation rate. No utility is going to be sitting on that much spare capacity. You're looking at over 1 million gallons a day. You're looking at additional well and elevated tank. We had a capacity analysis report done by the Florida Rural Water Association. I can enter that in evidence if it's appropriate, but it says we do not have the capacity to serve. We gave them some estimates of 400 homes and kind of ramped it up a little bit to 400 homes in 5 years and a possible of 1,250 homes in that 5 years. Well, now we're looking at 4,000 homes. Another, so I'll enter this into as evidence that says we do not have the capacity at this current time. Now, we did get an estimate for a new well and tank, certain size, of course, and you're looking at $6 million for that. You add interest costs to that, you're at $9 million. So here are my representatives behind. I'm their representative, but you can see real quick they're not real keen on paying $9 million for a new well and tank. The other thing that I was concerned about is that one of the criteria was that this parcel was not in a wellhead protection zone. Well, we haven't established where the well is going to go yet. We've not made it that far. Neither developers made it that far, nor his engineer, nor have we. And so currently we have 4 wells.
All right, thank you, Mr. Prather. I do have
My
you coming
time's
back up. Yes,
Yeah, I can
sir.
come
I
back
do
and
have
finish
you.
my
I do have you
presentation.
coming back up for the other cases, and so you'll be able to continue speaking.
All right, thank you.
At that point, you did enter some. We. All right, correct. Mr. Prather, you did submit something to be added into evidence, and we've got to vote to do that. So at this time, the chair will entertain a motion for allowing this in as evidence or not to.
Just our point of order, the attorney's okay with us, has they looked at it and okay with us submitting this as evidence?
Yes, but you have to make a motion.
I make a motion to approve.
We got a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Any discussion from the board members? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. It's a vote 5-0, so that we will accept that into evidence. We will continue with public forum. Larry Meacham. You know, please just state your name and address for the record.
I'm Larry Meacham, 3800 Shifco Road. I agree with all the other of not wanting this, but there's one thing that some people have not mentioned. That area is known for gopher turtles, and they are on an endangered list species.
Thanks so much. Next we got Julie Meacham. Julie, if you'll just state your name and address for the record, please. And after Julie, we've got Gary Brown. You're on deck if you want to.
Julie Meacham, 3800 Shifco Road, Cantonment. I'm also against all of the opt-out and rezoning for this whole area.
Okay, thank you. Gary Brown, you still here with us? Gary has indicated against all cases. Kathy Brown. Let's see, maybe they were together. Also, so against all cases. Ronald Rue. Ronald, you here? Okay, great. Did you want to speak? No, you have indicated that you're against all cases. James Armstrong. James, are you here? Has indicated they're against all cases. Oh, he's coming. I am so sorry. All right, James, if you'll just state your name and address for the record.
For the record, my name is James Anthony Armstrong. My friends call me Andy. I have lived on Shifco Road a little less than 10 years. I'm on the north end of it, and I moved from Bellevue at that time and moved up there. The reason I moved up there was for the quiet community and the acreage, and not so much of the crime and the drug that was going on down in the neighborhood I lived in. And if you make this decision that y'all trying to make for this thing, I feel like that we're gonna have the same thing up there that I had in Bellevue. And I'm not for it, and I hope that y'all don't vote for it too. Thank you.
Thank you. We got Corrine Rue. You're here? You didn't want to speak? Okay, but you have indicated you are against all. All right, we've got Ben Cartwell. Cartwright.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, sir.
It's all right.
You were ready to go.
Yes, sir.
I like that.
Good morning, board, staff. I'd like to thank y'all for letting me have time to speak today. I'm not much on speaking, as you can tell, but I will voice my opinion on this. I live at 2469 Chance Road in Molina, Florida. All the stuff that's been said here today to all these people, I was going to say it to y'all, but they've already been said. But one thing I'm going to let you know is that up there in Molina, we've got everything we need. Everything. We got pharmacies, we got gas stations, we got food markets, and we got peaceful living. And that's what people in this community want. But they don't want all this. And as a board, y'all need to listen to it, because a lot of these people here are speaking the truth. You know, when I married my wife, I convinced her to move to the country, and she was from New Orleans. Snakes was out of the world. No, snakes, I can't even go out in the yard. Now she loves it so much, you know what she does? She calls me all the time, because I work out of the country, and there's no birds there. And she'll call me where I can just hear the birds chirping. Can you imagine that? If you cut out of your porch and couldn't hear the bird chirp. I'd live it. And it's not pleasing. You got to understand, there's endangered species. Just like the man said about the gopher turtles, there's a daggum hunting club within a half a mile of my house. You know what it's called? Gophers Forks Hunting Club. Because there's gopher turtles everywhere. Bingham's Pasture, which we called it, where all this is going on when I was growing up. As kids, we used to go out there all the time. You know what we look for? Gopher turtles. And they were everywhere. And you think about birds and animals, we're displacing them. This wetland that we're talking about, we don't want another Bristol Park. And nothing against the planning board. They did a good job. They planned the 100-year flood down there. They did. And that's what we're talking about here. Guess what happened? A lot of people lost their homes down there, their livelihood. And not am I going to vote against this, but I'm for right and wrong, and this is wrong.
Thank you. Is it Candace Eric or Eek? Ike.
Good morning. I'm Candace Ike, 10030 Pilgrim Trail, Molino, Florida. Basically, my idea of zoning is it should work in harmony with the community you're in. And when you are in a rural area, it should protect the agriculture as well as foster responsible growth and development. A couple of years ago, a local contractor, Jimmy Miller Construction, wanted to build a community off of the Atmore Highway. I would call it State Road 97, but we got so many 97s, you'll never figure that out. And he wanted to do one house per 4 or 5, something to that effect, which is in continuity with our agricultural lifestyle. And then he was told no, ultimately. Now, I don't know him and I don't have insight. I'm talking on the way it has been, the way it's been explained to me on how it has been through people who do know him. He was told no. And then Lennar Homes comes in and they get the Dry Creek subdivision on Molina Road, which is one house per half acre, which is not, it's just like this development we're talking about. And so now I understand that he can now proceed with his development. The point is, this is not consistent. What the planning, what you guys do affects us for decades. And it's so important, and I know you guys understand all of that, but if we're going to grow responsibly, we don't need 4 houses an acre or 14 to 1 as it would have been with the apartments that are no longer, but you still have townhomes on the closest townhome to that development, I believe would be 9 mile-ish. That's about 10 miles. 10 miles would be from East Hill to almost NAS if you put it in terms of the city. I don't think that is what we would call responsible development. And on the zoning, to get big developers in here, the county is very willing to work with them and just opt out, change this, do that. But we have to live by the zoning we purchase our property by, or we have to go through many, many hoops to get it changed. It seems like it's restricting us, but yet we get run over by large development companies. And I know people invest so they can, it's a tax diversion, and then they just buy, those investment companies buy large tracts to develop. I get that, but we need to take a serious look at how we want to do this. I just got a flyer yesterday for a development in Santa Rosa County that was 2-acre lots up to 10-acre lots in one proposed. That keeps with their rural setting. It's harder to complain on that, but then you come in here and tell us we're going to have townhouses and 4 houses an acre, and we've got wetlands and so forth. I just think you should reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you. Kenneth Gibbs. Kenneth Gibbs. Okay, don't want to speak, but you have indicated you're against. Mark Coonrod. And then next we've got Donna Jones, just so you know.
Good morning, Mark Coonrod, 1500 Vert Lane in Cantonment, Florida. I am all for planned development. You know, haphazard stuff contributes to sprawl and all of that sort of thing. And so I kind of like a plan, and I'm not saying that I like the sector plan as it is at all. Background on that was the county had a workshop back probably 2010 or so, talking about the sector plan that eventually became the Northwest Sector Plan. I already lived up off of Chico Road, and so I went to the meeting. I was very concerned. What are you going to be developing here? What's this going to, what is this going to be? And they talked about, well, development's heading north, blah, blah. So, what we're coming up with is a plan, and basically what it was is an encapsulation, that the center of this Barrow Park Hunting Club that got sold off was going to be encapsulated. The center of it would be high-density stuff. It talked about the commercial area in the middle. But also, there were layers of protection like an onion. One of the things that they said was the outer layer of the plan area is going to be zoned such that it matches what's outside. So it's going to provide a buffer to the folks that are already there. It's going to protect their interests. Okay, sounds good to me. So unfortunately, I didn't pay much attention after that. Imagine my shock when I found out that the plan that eventually got approved was actually was specified, and I guess the county picked to do this plan, but the state requirements, and so the county requirements were to have an urban form build out. I can't for the life of me tell you how it got from we're going to protect you to we're going to have an urban plan build out in the Barrow Park Hunt Club. It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't get it. I'm against opting out of the plan because I think we need to have a plan. One thing that I would, it's maybe semantics, but Mr. Hemmer talked about that, they're making tweaks. The plan was completely changed behind my back originally. They're making tweaks now, but they're asking to opt out of the plan. Why? Ultimately, what they're doing is looking to take lower density, and what they're asking for later on in the meeting, we'll see, 25 units per acre. That's not going to protect me or any of us at all. And so I think we need to keep the plan. We probably need to seriously modify it. I don't think an urban plan is the way to go. Perhaps we should abandon the plan, as Mr. Hemmer talked about, but that will take us back to ag, future land use. And unfortunately, we can't just revert back to the old zoning because those zoning districts don't exist anymore. About 2015, they were replaced. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Donna Jones. Donna Jones, right here. You just state your name and address for the record.
Good morning, Donna Jones, 1510 Rouge Lane, right off of Shifco. My property backs up to the development in question. A lot of my people behind me have a lot of the same concerns that I do, so I'm going to pinpoint on one specific one. Molino and Cantonment area is a primarily agricultural development area that depends heavily on crops and cattle and such and such. Bees pollinate 80% of the crops in the United States, which is a $10 billion collective amount of money. They're already threatened by parasites, by pesticides, and by habitat loss. And they need to visit upwards of 2 million flowers to make 1 pound of honey. A healthy hive can make 2 pounds of honey in an ideal environment. We have an estimated 25 beekeepers within 5 miles of this proposed area. That's anywhere between 450 to 500 beehives that are dependent on this property when the crops are not currently in bloom. Florida is also home to 300 bee species, 29 of which are only found in Florida, 2 of which are on the critically threatened list. There has recently been a blue bee thought to have gone extinct in 2017, recently refound just a few hours away from us. I think that it needs to be taken into account that not only are bees a critically important and threatened species, but there are hundreds and hundreds of species in this area that are dependent on this area. These species are going to be pushed into the property that is already here, threatening the livelihoods of cattle, of chickens, of many gardeners who depend on their crops and their personal property for their livelihood. this needs to be taken into account because we've already have black bears coming into neighborhoods in Pace. Now we're going to be dealing with, we've seen bobcats on Barano Park. There are coyotes and numerous bird species. A pair of bald eagles nest right across the street from me. I think it is very irresponsible to approach this property without doing a proper survey of the environment, not only the animals, not only the bugs, but also the plants. We do have threatened pitchered plants that are down along the creek as well. And very important that this is taken into consideration.
Thank you. Tiffany LaRue. State your name and address for the record, please. And Chuck Strahota, you're up next.
My name is Tiffany LaRue. I reside at 2018 Matheson Road. Very close to the development up for discussion. So Mrs. Bush said that the solid waste capacity can handle the development, which I would take issue with. Just within the last couple of weeks, I needed to get 2 new trash cans for my residents. They're supposed to take at ECUA 3 to 5 business days to get a trash can to you. It took them 6. They only replaced 1. The one they left was full of maggots and what smelled like feces and urine when they're supposed to wash them out before they drop them off. I called ECUA to find out why the trash can delivered was like that and why they didn't replace the other one. And they said it's because they have a shortage of trash cans due to the recent tornadoes. And so they couldn't even accommodate me, already a customer. They're not going to be able to accommodate that kind of a development. So also, talking about the agreement they've come to with the county about Woodland Parkway, coming up Matheson Road and exit down our road. They've agreed with the county to add 2 feet to our 18-foot wide road to make it 20 feet wide. Currently, there are no sidewalks on that road. With the 18 feet we have, it barely fits 2 vehicles to go. So now it's going to be an exit off of the parkway down our road to get to 29 and will only be 2 feet wider. I don't really see how that accommodates the traffic. There's not a day that I drive down 29 and don't see an accident or multiple accidents. Currently, the infrastructure can't support the traffic that's there. So adding these properties is going to just complicate that problem. In addition, we moved here 2 years ago, and when we moved here, we moved from much higher populated areas where there was plenty of shopping and grocery stores and Walmarts and all that. We moved to Matheson Road knowing we'd have to drive 20 minutes to get to any Walmart or Publix or anything like that, but we decided to accept that because we wanted to live in that community, in that rural setting. So you're bringing in all these people with no stores for them, nowhere for them to go shop. It will just funnel them down into other communities nearby, including other counties, because I currently shop in Pace, so Santa Rosa is getting my tax dollars. So there's no support for people in that way, and let's see what else. And so there's no reason to be putting people where there's no stores to support them. Also, it seems to be an unfair diminishing of our quality of life. It will reduce our property values when you put all these houses next to us. It will create a special benefit for Mr. Hemmer, who claimed that he knew about the sector plan before he bought the property. So he was fully advised of what he was buying. So now he has this special entitlement that he should be able to come in and get everything changed for his profit, to the detriment of us.
Thank you. All right, we've got Chuck Strahota. You don't want to speak? Okay, but you're against all of them. I've got you indicated right there. Yes, sir. Zach Moth. Is it Mott or Moth? Sorry.
Just like
Mott.
applesauce.
Okay.
Name's Zach Mott. I live at 243 North Chipper Road. I grew up in these woods. Part of Barano Park Hunting Club for many, many years. Run these woods on a bicycle. We didn't have four-wheelers. Spent many, many hours in these woods. I know these woods. Probably better than Mr. Hemmer himself. the amount of gopher turtles, pileated woodpeckers, the protected fish and wildlife that's in this area is just unbelievable to begin with. Not to mention the amount of area that you're fixing a watershed off onto all of Jacks Branch Creek, Cow Devil Creek that flows into Perdita River. Might I say one of the prettiest rivers in this area, hands down. All right, well, you got all these roofs and all these concrete and all this stuff. You can fix and run them off in these drainage ponds that are built to overflow. All that's fixing to overflow into them creeks. You fixing to flood, folks. You got folks down there on the end of Country Hills Road. I've seen personally myself through the years, that creek has flooded up just about to the back of these people's houses. You got all that open land up there. You're going to open it up, and it's fixing to flood everybody down there. I mean, it's common sense. Seriously, if you understand water flow like I do, owning a business, I'm a business owner. I got 8 employees, ain't much, you know, but this is a little something. We pay taxes and all that good stuff. We actually are a subcontractor for Florida Power and Light. We deal with watershed and, excuse me, I'm a little shooken up right now because I'm passionate about this, y'all. I want you to see that and understand that. We do erosion prevention and control for Florida Power and Light, okay? If that explains anything to you, I understand water flow, 100%. That's my job. That's how I provide for my family. You're making a mistake here doing this because you're fixing to upset a whole bunch of people. Perdita River is fixing to get ruined. You got all these pesticides and herbicides that's fixing to, you got to have grass growing in these areas because the amount of elevation change. The amount of elevation change is unreal. We've seen it. I know it 100%. There's gullies back there. There's elevation changes 60 foot in less than 30 feet. I've seen it. I've lived it. Run it my whole life as a kid. What I need y'all to understand here is the amount of land that's already been opened up in Escambia County, north of us from these solar farms. Okay? You got how many acres has Florida Power and Light opened up already in Escambia County for operational solar panels? Not to mention on Pilgrim Trail, Cottage Hill up there, we're opening up, I think it was 800 something acres, opening up another 800 something acres on Cox Road that North Escambia has not even told anybody about, that's already been started. So there's a massive amount of open land in Escambia County that's already been opened up. Where's all those animals? Where's all them bees gonna go? Where's all this stuff? All these, I mean, it's
Thanks,
common
Zach.
sense.
We'll get you back up here for the other cases as well. Lumen Wilson. Lumen Wilson. Okay. Just state your name and address for the record, please.
My name's Lumen Wilson, 6128 Blackberry Lane, Molino, Florida. I actually live on one of the original parcels of lands from the Crabtree family from the 1800s, okay? So I've been up there a long time. My family's been up there a long time. So first and foremost, I want to appreciate y'all for the chance to talk and recognize for the due process that y'all are putting in place here. Reach out to my community behind me right here. I love to see this right here. This is, if anything comes out of this community is getting stronger, and you better look out. So some of the decisions that we've made over the past few years, dating back to 2010 with this sector plan, yeah, we were sleeping. We didn't notice. But I'm telling you right now, we notice. And we're going to put people in check for what they've been doing. Okay? So I'm just totally against this. This makes no sense. From day one, every comment that I've ever been anywhere and provided was please use common sense. We have lost it. We have lost our mind. So this is the smallest area in Escambia County. It's already bottlenecked down to 3 roads south, and you're fixing to put another estimated 14,000 residents, 14,000 people. So understand the position that you set in today, and this needs to go to our board, and I encourage all of you to go to this county commissioner meeting regardless of the facts today. We have to keep talking. We have to keep getting in front of this. I want you to know what is at risk of extinction is our community. You are fixing to take it away if you vote to succeed with this right here. You're taking a community of 8,000 people and you're adding 14,000. There will no longer be the community that Molino and Barano Park is. It's gone. Y'all are taking history away. You're taking community away. Everything. I was born and raised in that community. What I was raised and how I was raised, to take care of our senior citizens, look out for each other, and we bring up our youth to do the same. We have lost a lot of that. A lot of that. We're all worried about who's going to put some money in my pocket. That needs to go away. We need to look back at family and God and start taking care of the right things. Okay? There's so many issues. There's so many issues. So many issues. Our school systems cannot take care of our youth. Our roads cannot take care of our cars right now. Our creeks, our bridges, our rivers. Absolutely, Perdido River is no doubt the prettiest river around. I grew up on that river, right down on that bridge. I just really want y'all to consider, out of everything else, and appreciate you for your due process, but this is a big decision. You're really starting to get into a point of no return. And once he's in this room, these seniors and these elders right here, once they're gone, I'm afraid of what's next. So I appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, we got Linda Carborn. And then next we've got Caleb Lundy.
Yes, my name is Linda Carbone. I have property at 4349 Chestnut Road in Molino. I bought that property probably in 2005 or 6. And when I went to the meeting last week and heard Mr. Hemmer say he intended to run the Woodland Parkway through Chestnut Road, that was very concerning to me. Chestnut Road is it's a little 2-lane road where people live, and there's a lot of acreage up there. There's deer, there's fox, there's coyotes, and I just feel that just the thought of that happening to Chestnut Road would be really devastating to the community. I took a ride down by the Cow Devil Creek, which runs all through this proposed development. And what I could see of it is that it is very adjoining to the Perdido, what they call the pipes. And that's where people can put in a canoe and they can have family recreation there. And I just think that disturbing this environment, I don't know if the environment protection people have been involved in this, but disturbing this environment is going to really create a problem. I mean, look what we've got going on in Vermont right now. They're flooded. I happen to know that Santa Rosa County, they're flooded. Holly by the Sea, there's water going into people's homes every time it rains. They allowed for 5,000 homes to be built in Holly by the Sea. This is not acceptable. Okay, it's nice that he's not going to build on 196 in Barano Park, but what is he going to put there? Okay, let's hear it all. We don't have to sit here. We watched county commissioners in Santa Rosa County take donations, okay, from builders, developers, and those county commissioners got voted out because we watched what was happening. We do not want to know that they can be bought. I hope you will all reconsider this because we're watching. Thank you.
Thank you. Caleb. And next we got Charlotte Schwartz.
My name is Caleb Lundy, and I live at 445 Pemberton Lane. And we need to organize and get together. I want everybody in this meeting to email savemolinoflorida@gmail.com. We've got some smart people here. We've got experts here. We need to come out and force at the next meeting. We need to, if we have to boycott, if we have to stand outside on the side of the road of this building, SaveMolinoFlorida@gmail.com. So my rationale, there's been lots of rationales mentioned today, but I saved for 3 years to build right outside this development. And my wife and kids are right here. Stand up. Will you stand up? So anyways, my reasoning is the study performed by researchers Thomas Stokey and John Ottisman. They found that when you transition from low-density residential to high-density residential, the crime rates, the rates of armed battery, the rates of rape, they increase. And it's not just because you have more people there. They increase both in terms of like the ratio to how many people it's above the ratio. It's not just because you have more people. Also, it's not just because of income level differences either. So when you account for the population increase and when you account for the difference in income level, the rates of these crimes will still increase. So you asked at the beginning of this meeting, Mr. Wilson, to speak to the specific proposals in the legislation. And proposal 1C, I think it was, that you mentioned was the public interest. And so we've talked about gun range, it being left safe, the gopher turtles. We've talked about the no capacity to serve. These are the public interests. So I want to speak to the legislation in this way. So let me mention that. So we talked about the, so I'm going to ask a question. When I'm done with mine, I'm going to ask a question to you in particular. And the question is going to be, I want you to answer it in a very specific way. My question to you is, give me an action and a number. So what would it take and how many of those things would have to happen, like number of people, like 500 people on the side of the road, or 200 people signing a petition, or all 1,800 people of Molino? Can you answer the question, what action and how many would it take for you to vote against this? So there was a lady who already spoke, and she said, how many of you live in this neighborhood? And none of you replied to her. You ignored her question. So I'm asking a different question. What would it take for you to reject all of these proposals? And, before my time runs, I got 13 seconds. Please email that account. What I want to do is I want to consolidate all the legal arguments and put all the stuff that we country people know in our hearts, but put into legal format so we can bring a good, compelling case before the county commissioner.
All right, thanks, Mr. Lundy. And I just want to remind you and everybody else that we have to go base our decision at this point in the process off the criteria that the applicant has filled out and that we've heard from staff's presentation so far. Now, your publicly elected officials, they probably take a different counter on that. But at this level, we're looking at what we've got, in the documents that they've presented and going off of those criteria before we send our recommendation on to the county commissioners for the next meeting. All right, our next speaker is Charlotte Swartz. Yes, ma'am. All right. Yes, ma'am. She's against, and I've got that on a piece of paper. Let's see, George Bauer.
My name is George Bauer, 4320 Molino Meadows. Speak up, George. So, I moved out here about a year and a half ago and paid a lot of money to move out in the country. I really prefer to keep it that way. We need this like we need another Dollar General or a car wash. So please, I'm asking from the bottom of my heart here, please don't let this happen. I really enjoy my community. It's a beautiful place. Even if my road out there isn't done, I don't care. I live out in the country. I like it to be the country. This will take all of that away. So please, I'm begging, please don't vote this. I don't really have anything else to say. Thank you so much for your
Thank
time.
you. Thank you. Alfred Bradley. You got Alfred Bradley.
That's my husband. He actually needs to go to work, but
Okay.
I've been patiently waiting. I got 2 babies in the hall. Can I please take his spot and say what I gotta say so I can?
Did you fill a form out?
I sure did.
Is everybody else okay with that? Come on up. Let's go. Okay.
The obnoxious one's been here 8:15 with a little boy trying to run around screaming. Yep, that was him.
I know we got a daycare out front.
Yes, yeah, I'm sorry, but it is what it is. We want to be here. We
I
want to
get
be
ya.
heard. That means take our babies. So, anyways, my name is Caitlin Bradley. I live at the 3000 block of Highway 196, also known as Barano Park Road. Like my surrounding neighbors, we own some land. My husband is a certified tree farmer, and we own approximately 83 acres just west of this potential development. We moved from the city life to escape the hustle bustle and fast-paced lifestyle, traffic congestion, and neighborhood congestion, not only to mention that all the crimes that come with such a heavily populated area. With that said, we knew that we wanted to raise our family in rural Molino. We purchased our land, which was zoned for timber and agriculture, just like the current land we're debating about. The land was zoned this way for a specific reason, and that reason is not to build apartments or townhomes. Nowhere north of the paper mill, especially Molino, should be considered a high-density residential area. Molino is a farm community with likely more cows and trees than people. Tractors drive down our roads and crop dust planes fly over our fields to spray crops. For example, Mr. Lynch, who owns the 140 plus acres that directly borders this development, has the Woodland Parkway Road running through his farm. This is the same farms that he sprays chemicals over in this high residential complex. It won't be long till someone breathes it in, complains, and files a lawsuit, ultimately ruining our farms. With that said, our tree farm also does control burns every other year. I foresee the same issues would be complained about with smoke inhalation. Also, we grow hay on our property, and we trade our crop with other local farmers for different resources. This is a small town community where neighbors know each other and help each other. We are rural farmers. I don't know any other comps similar to this potential development where you have an apartment complex or townhomes directly next to farms. Honestly, can anybody here tell me? Do you know any within Escambia County at least where you have crop fields, tree farms, cotton fields with crop dust planes going over next to such 14,000 plus residents? No, because it doesn't happen. It's just ridiculous. This zone should not change. It's not consistent and it's too premature. It's about money and not people. The zone change is not consistent with our comprehensive plan for our area. The development is not compatible with our existing community. There is no need for this change or type of addition, and the people of Molino do not want this. This development would not preserve our land, and it would destroy it. Molino is a farm community, not an apartment, townhome, multi-residence community. This rezoning would completely change the character of our neighborhood and ruin the quality of life for its existing residents. I have a lot more to say. The schools, the gopher turtles, and crime, and our children, and ECUA hookups being 2 miles away. I just got tons of papers, and I know my time's being run out. So I just hope you consider all of our voices here today. Please think of our future, our children's future, and the future of Molino. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, Heather Winfrey. She left, but she is against. We got that here. Sharon Kite. Sharon Kite. All right, Sharon has indicated she's against all proposals. Catley Grant. Catley Grant. Indicated against all. Michael Sutton. You here? Yes. And then up next is Robert Coker.
My name is Michael Sutton. I live at 3890 Highway 196, Molino, Florida. I live on Barano Park Road. I own some of the land that used to be Mr. Barano's himself. I grew up 1350 Highway 129, Cantonment, Florida. I knew that as it was called Bingham's Pasture. I knew Highway 29 when it was a 2-lane road. I was born August 23rd, 1958. I worked at the paper mill for 42 years. My dad worked there. What you're planning on doing, this was not designed for that. It will not hold up. On my property, I have the turkeys, I have the deer, I have the gopher turtles, I have all that. We do not need what you have coming. Sir, you're all in this about $1. You mean nothing to us because you're
If you'll
all
just
in
address the
$1.
board, please, Mr. Sutton.
And I thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Robert Coker, you're next. Robert, you come back up. Yes, sir.
My name's Robert Coker. I live on Country Hills, 1500, Cantonment. I lived there all my life. I lived out there in Country Hills for about 35 years. I like the deer running up down the road, and I like the animals. I moved there to be in the country, and we don't need none of this out in the country. And I'm against everything. Totally paid off system we in, and y'all paid off.
Thank you, sir. William Reedy. William Reedy, are you still here? Yes. All right, and after that is Charlotte Reedy.
That's my wife. She probably won't say anything. Philip Reedy. We live at 3630 Highway 196, Molino. Let me bring up a couple interesting, annoying things that if you don't live in that area, you don't witness it. Let's say you have a medical emergency in Molino. The ambulances are called. You get down to the paper mill, and something that you don't realize, the service train going into the paper mill has 29 blocked. What do? You die in the ambulance? An example, we have to plan when we come to town. For example, doctor's appointment 2 weeks ago. Left him plenty of time because we plan out ahead of time. The train had 29 blocked for 20 minutes. I had to turn around, call the doctor, and cancel the appointment. Something that you probably and nobody else, they've covered everything. Right where this area is, where you've got your parallel and it drops down south, there's a low-lying area, wetlands. 12, 13 years ago, we got the heavy rain. It flooded that low area on 196, about a quarter of a mile off of 29. It took 3 hours before we could get out. What you gonna do about the wetlands? You come on down 2 miles, is where our property is, there's another wetlands area. What we gonna do about that? Those are the annoying things. And they've mentioned wildlife. We have deer. We have bear. We have seen one black panther and 2 blonde panthers. And bald eagles. Bald eagles fly over all the time. Now, if you're not a nature person, it doesn't mean anything to you. But for people that just like to sit out in their back and watch, it's beautiful. But we're totally against what you want to do. This gentleman here, wonder what his property looks like. The neighborhood he lives in. Does he give any consideration? I doubt very seriously. We're totally against it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Ms. Reedy, did you want to speak or no? But you have indicated you're against all. Molly, how do we say this last name? Fuqua? Fuqua. All right, Molly, if you'll come forward, state your first and last name and address for the record.
My name is Molly Fuqua. I live at 6871 Angus Lane in Molino. We're located north of this proposed development that we're talking about today, and I would just like to say the plan is in place. It seems like most of the plan has already been approved, and I feel like somehow we've been kind of in the dark about this. But I would like to say that I'm hoping that in some small way we can put some sort of a roadblock or speed bump or cog in the wheel to slow this process down, to give people time for reconsideration and a thought to the livelihoods and lives that will be affected by all of these major, massive changes in a short period of time. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we've got, I'm going to attempt this one as well, Sandy Urbanvaj. I was doing so well for a while. Just state your name and address for the record.
Sandy Urbanavage, 4331 Molino Meadows Road. I don't usually get up in front of people, and this scares me to death, but this is so important, and seeing my neighbors come out like this is incredible. I do live in a subdivision in Molino, but the subdivision has one house per 4 acres, and we blend in perfectly with this community. I have 2 horses and 12 chickens in my backyard, and my neighbors don't mind because that is what Molino is. And when I moved in this neighborhood, I moved into it because my children were small, and I wanted them to have a neighborhood feel. But with that being said, the gentleman buys the property, he knows what our zoning is, and then wants to come in and change it so that he can make more money. You know, I'm sure none of us want it, but if you have to bring in these subdivisions, do it the way it's supposed to be done so it fits into our community, so that it doesn't cause this massive problem of cars and traffic. You know, we've got 52 homes in our subdivision. It's a private subdivision. We own the roads. Everyone has 4 acres. And like I said, it fits in beautifully with this community. So think really hard on this, because there's a lot of people at stake. And we know growth is coming, and we know we're the last frontier out there, but you've got to do it the right way. Thank you.
Thank you. And Elijah Cheney.
One more time, please.
Oh, Elijah Cheney, I think she's on the way up. Alicia, golly. I know, I'm out.
Hi, I'm Alicia Cheney. I currently reside at 3900 Highway 196. My dad actually spoke earlier. And between both of us, we have 100 acres right on 196. I grew up in Cantonment, Molino area, and I've been there for the last 35 years. Whenever we went to buy this 100 acres, a lot of that was to pass down to our kids, like a lot of people in Molino's done. Eventually, I would love for my kids to grow up where I am. But I'm going to be honest with you, this development, I don't want this beside them. All it's going to do is bring crime, higher density people, and something I did not hear in their presentation was public safety. That's the government's #1 responsibility. Where are we going to get these police officers? We already have problems trying to get teachers. We have problems trying to get police officers. Also, fire safety. We have a Molino volunteer fire station. All them guys are volunteer. A lot of them don't get paid. Where are we going to find the people to work at these places? I think, you know, the biggest thing is, and, you know, I heard them withdraw the development on 196. I'm going to be honest. Once they develop these other parcels, they're going to come back to 196. So if we don't stop this now, we're not going to stop the development on 196. So again, this is for my kids because I plan to pass down my 100 acres to them. So thank you.
Thank you. Donna Evans. There she comes. And then next is Mary Beth Marmon.
Hi, I'm Donna Edens. I live at 3600 Shifco Road. And what I wanted to say is that my son, he's fixed to be 21, and he is trying his hardest to become an electrical engineer at UWF. One of his classes he has had to take is professional ethics. And that's what I want to bring up to you guys. I know each one of you have a code of ethics, whether it's through the county or whether it's personal. So I'm asking you to use your code of ethics here because you know that what's happening here, bringing more people than that's already existing in this area is not right. It's, like they said, way too fast. It's not protecting our wildlife, and for the county to say that they agree with the earth and protecting the earth, this is not. I'm not against the developer developing his land that he owns, but I am against it when he's not taking any consideration for the public around him. He's not using his own professional ethics. He's not using any moral values. He doesn't. Developers have no accountability for what happens after they develop. And that's not right. They should, just like a drug person who sells drugs to somebody and they die, that drug person takes that responsibility for killing the one that took the drugs. Developers don't have that accountability. When it's done, it's done. They could care less what happens after that. They can care less if crime comes. They can care less if people can't get to the hospital. If floods happen, it's not their concern because they have no accountability for it. So if the county is going to continue allowing and approving developments like this, the county needs to start putting in some laws to allow these developers to have that accountability. To have the accountability of, here was the crime rate before you did this. You said it was going to be controlled. You're going to build these particular homes. You didn't do it. Now you have to face the accountability for the crimes that's come, for the flooding that has happened, for the extra fees that we all now have to pay for property taxes, for Molina utilities. ECUA could come in at any time and face you people and say, I want all these people to go on sewer, when all of our houses have passed protests. We're efficient as we are with sewer. We don't need the sewer out there. And now ECUA can come in just like they have done many times and taken over the whole community whether it was needed or not. And I just don't think that is right. I don't think that is a code of ethics for the council members here, the board members. And so I just plead with you to really think about your ethics, to think about if you lived in this country and somebody was doing this to you, would it be right? Would you protect it?
Thank you very much. We've got Mary Beth Marmon. Okay. And up next is Jim Seats. Or Sites.
I'm Mary Beth Marmon. I live at 3422 Bryan's Road, which is right off of John Wilson Road, which is clearly pretty much across the street where they want to develop there. John Wilson is a privately owned road. We keep up with the maintenance. It is not county maintained. I also, the road I live on and around, I pay taxes on that. It's privately owned too. It's mine. We do have a lot of wildlife out there in where they want to develop. Recently, we have spotted the red fox, which is actually federally protected. It's an endangered species. We have other foxes out there just teeming with wildlife. There's creeks out there, springs. The development will not only destroy those, and in fact, to help destroy the animals are there. We have people out there that own bee farms that are just wonderful for our community. We have animals out there. You know, people have horses, we have cattle, we have chickens, we have we have it all out there. We're right across the street from this. What are you going to do to protect us? We've been out there first. We have children. I have special needs grandchildren. We're out there for a reason. We're out there so we can be safe. I'm a nurse in this community. I've been a nurse in this community for 37 years. The crime rate in Escambia County is horrible. We don't want it up there. That's why we're up there. Who's going to fund the police, the sheriff, the state troopers? We had somebody die not over 2 years ago because the ambulance couldn't get to them in time. What are you going to do? Kids out there, we got the gun range right down the road, which we love. Somebody's going to get hurt, the ambulance can't get there. That's on everybody that voted for it. It's not on us. We know our limitations. We want to be protected too, just like all of y'all do. We don't live in East Hill where the developer said at the meeting they live. Keep those developments in the city. We don't want them. We want our children safe. We want our community safe. And if you've been out there in the last couple of days, that property they want to build on, it's just washing out. It is nothing but floods. So when they go to build that area up, it's going to wash us out. And John Wilson Road's not going anywhere. It's privately owned. They're not getting access. So the street, Matheson, already takes, and there's not that many of us there, 10 minutes sometimes just to get out on the road. A turn lane's not going to help anything. Next thing you know, we're going to have stoplights dotted all down 29. You know what that does when there's a hurricane? People can't get out. People die. I know when I lay my head on my pillow at night, God's got me. I hope y'all have our backs too.
Thank you. Jim Sites, and then next is Mary Sites.
It's Jim Sites. I live on 2082 Highway 196, sometimes known as Barron Park Road. And I got to tell you, I moved down here from Chicago, or near Chicago, about 11 years ago. And up there I had a 1,600 square foot house on a half-acre lot. And when I moved into that place in Orland Park, the population was about 4,100 people. It was really nice. When I left 11 years ago, the population was about 54,000 people. The property taxes went from about $1,600 for that half-acre lot. There were $7,700 when I left. I looked on, Zillow the other day. They're up about 10,000 now. And that's not that many years ago, but the population increase jumped. And that's what causes it. We had 2 squad cars when I moved in there with 4,000 people. They had a fleet when I left, and about a half-acre police department. Okay? Now, what we're looking at here is most of this area is trees. Part of it has already been clear cut, but an awful lot of it is trees and wetland. And my property borders on that creek that runs across Barron Park Road. So what we have is a developer that's going to come in and cut down a whole lot of trees. But he's going to put a tree in each yard, right? Which you might get shade out of in maybe 10 years. So that's kind of counterproductive from that point of view. The paper mill smell is there. We get it, and I'm 4 miles north of the paper mill. This is 1.5 miles to, 4 miles. I'm sure that's not going to be advertised. The train tracks brought up before, and I'm sure everybody here has been in one of those traffic jams where it goes for 1/4 mile. And there's not many ways around it. In fact, there's only one, I think. And that's not addressed, but I'm sure another 5,000 cars up there won't matter much. There is a gun range, and the gun range has had a lot of problems with the contractor or the development people. They were against us expanding. I belong to the range, I admit that. And I don't know, I looked at that plan and I wasn't sure what the rationale was of putting a school complex about 500 yards from the firing line on that range. And then they have a parcel given to the county for development that's going to be right across. I'll finish up real close and saying, the state protects the gun range from new ordinances that you people may pass. And we're not going anywhere. And I'm sure that they are figuring that by putting that property across the range and giving it to the county.
Thank you, Mr. Sites.
We'll
We
get a
gotta
lot
move
more
on.
pressure.
Thank you. Mary Sites, you're next. After Mary will be Lamar Smith.
Okay, Mary Sites, 2082 Highway 196. Basically, the reality of coming from Chicago to here, a lot of people said, why in the world did you do that? But the reality, urban living, country living, we have learned so much, whether it was when the Molino Library opened and they were having a chicken farm program. Let me tell you, what an eye-opener. What a world that these people have been living in is a jewel. And they shouldn't have to give it up. That's all I'll tell you.
Thank you. Lamar Smith. And then next will be John Casperson.
I'm Lamar Smith. I live at 10030 Pilgrim Trail, Molina, Florida. I'm against all the zoning,
and all the opt-outs, but not because I'm against development. We need development, but we need rational, common sense development. We don't need to come in and take as much land as they're taking here to destroy. We already have lost 2,500 acres at least to Florida Power and Light, and they want more. This destroys the habitat for the animals that call those places home. And you've heard people talk about what's up there, so I don't have to reiterate that. This project is going to cost the taxpayers way too much money. Highway 29 will have to have something done to it at drive time. It's a problem already. And it's going to get worse if we put that many drivers on Highway 29 at drive time. Highway 196, Highway 99, all of those are going to have work. Because those roads were built back when the cars were much smaller than they are today. I don't think the zoning here is compatible. It's certainly not compatible with Molina. But we seem to be shooting at a moving target. So I'm not sure exactly what some of the things are. I do know this. If we take and cut down all of those trees, and we pour asphalt there, and we pour concrete, and we put many houses as they're talking about putting there, we're going to increase the temperature of that property greatly. It's the trees and the bushes and stuff like that that keep the soil cool. But we're going to take all that away. You can't have conservation and wetlands and expect the wildlife to live there. They're not going to do it. They're going to live where they want to live. They're going to live to what's comfortable to them. I don't know about destroying the habitat for the eagle. I don't know where that fits with federal conservation. But you can't touch them any other way. You can't run them off. You can't do any of those things if they come to your property. So I'm not sure what's going to happen otherwise.
Thank you so much. John Casperson.
My name is John Casperson. I live at 1000 La Paz Street, Pensacola, Florida. I'm a member of the Pensacola Rifle and Pistol Club. I'm also on the board. Specifically as to this parcel, we're opposed to the opt-out as well as the rezoning. I've learned a lot about rezoning over the years. I know now that if this is rezoned HDR, it can be completely covered up with apartments. That's within one of the permitted uses. And that would be thousands of people on there. If they're within the sound radius of the range, it would be thousands more affected than were before by the noise. Taking out the pine trees that cover up most of that will result in lack of attenuation of the sound, so it'll carry further. And putting a lot of people in there increases the risk of trespass on our range. We don't want boys wandering across our range looking for gopher turtles and rattlesnakes and whatever else they can find. So I think it's a bad idea. That's all I've got. Thanks.
Bonnie Exner. Take your time.
I have met some of these folks before and they know me.
Yes, ma'am. Miss Bonnie. Yes, we do. Mrs. Exner, please state your name and address, and then
Certainly.
your time will begin.
Bonnie Exner, Bernal Park, let me start again. Bonnie Exner, my address is 4601 Highway 196, otherwise known as Bernal Park Road. I am a resident of Bernal Park. Well, my family, Exner resident, has been in the farming business in Bernal Park for over 100 years. We have seen many changes and are continuing to see change as it is now. Also, I am a 33-year veteran of the Escambia County school system. I have taught in grades 6 through 12, English and history in this wonderful county, and I loved every minute of it, but I love retirement even more. Being a history teacher, I like timelines. I did a lot of research, and I have continued, and I will continue. In 2007, the sector plan, the original one, came into existence, and it was a tool for long-term planning by the local government. In 2011, the optional section plan required developers to set aside 50% of land for environmental conservation, open space, and agriculture. In 2013, this land that we're talking about today was purchased according to the records. In 2016, the master plan was submitted. In 2017, the first official opt-out plan was granted to former County Commissioner Wilson Robertson. Okay, in 2020-21, Frank and Beth Westmark of Beulah went to court to opt out of their 50% because of their acreage was devaluated by 50% for the potential for their family and for the potential developer eventually. That's kind of what happened to Beulah. With this history, I want to share some of my thoughts. There's a lot of documentation been made, but there have been no laws or concrete regulations about updating the existing infrastructure of that growth, and that's what I've talked about before. Infrastructure includes, but is not limited to, the following: roads, traffic flow, water availability, runoffs, flooding, electric, gas, solar availability, maintenance, fire, protection, emergency medical services, phone and internet connections, schools, creations and upkeeps. And again, it appears that the developer and the builders have the advantage and the ear of the county commissioners because they are the #1 campaign donors for their elected position. And I want to say this in all honesty. We invited our builders and all these people up because I realized open communication has not existed. And because of that, that's why you see this quality of people that these people are fighting for that I tried to share with you in April when I came. And in conclusion, I'd like to say again, I said this before, growth is inevitable. All we ask for is controlled growth with infrastructure in place to handle that growth. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
One other quick item. This was printed by the Pensacola News Journal.
Mrs. Exner, you're going to have a chance to speak again at
Okay,
the other
I will
cases.
save it
So,
for that.
yeah,
Thank you.
put a bookmark in that, and
I
we'll.
will, thank you again for your attention.
Thank you, Philip
As
Mayhair.
a teacher, I appreciate that.
Philip Mayhair. Please state your name and address.
Philip Mayhair, 4091 Shifco Road. A lot of folks have already touched on things that I was going to touch on, but we're looking at 5,000 units, maybe less now that the apartments are gone, but we're still looking at 10, 15, 20,000 people. 2, 3, 4 times what already lived there. The infrastructure is not in place, and that absolutely should be addressed. But you've got 2 creeks running across this property, Cow Devil Creek and Jacks Branch Road. And I've seen both of those flood multiple times in my 30 plus years of living here. Those flooding events, all it takes is one slow moving tropical storm. You're going to have flooding across Jacks Branch Road in multiple locations, across Highway 196, across Highway 29. It's like we're just asking for another Bristol Park, maybe even a worse situation. All this water eventually flows into the Perdido River, specifically right into the Perdido Wildlife Management Area, where all of us go fishing, we go swimming in that water, and we're going to have 2,000-3,000 more lawns with pesticides, just sending all that right into the wildlife management area. Specifically, though, this does not fit in with existing surrounding use. Everyone's already talked about it. People out here farm. We keep bees. We grow crops. We sit outside and enjoy the nature. Some of us were lucky enough to be born here. Some of us choose to move out here for this lifestyle, and none of this is consistent with that existing use. We enjoy the dark skies. We enjoy the clean air. Literally, it smells different when you get home from working in the city. The air is cleaner, and we are all here fighting for that. To the developers, I understand you're just doing your job. This is what you do. I get it, but this is just another project for you. For all of us, this is our homes, and we are all here in force to protect it, and we will continue to fight to protect our homes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, we've got Tammy Kirkland, and then after Tammy, we've got Stephanie Robinson.
Hello, my name is Tammy Kirkland, and I live at 5115 Barano Park School Road. Lived there about 30 years. Before I start with any comments, I need you to clarify something for me. And I'm new at this, so I heard you say a while ago that the board cannot consider any of our comments regarding any of these situations. All y'all can take is the documentation from the developer and the attorneys and all of the things like that. It's what you can consider when you make your decision. Is that correct?
So we take your comments, especially those that are contributing to the criteria that they've got to meet for the opt-out, and we consider those when we're making our decision.
Okay.
Okay.
So right now in this moment, I'm just to speak to this one opt-out, and then I come back and speak later again 3 or 4 times, or do you want me just to lay it out right now?
Right now, we are just talking about this one parcel.
Yes.
And then we'll do this again for all the other ones.
Okay, so like I said, I'm new at this, so this goes on all day. Like, people keep coming
So,
back up.
we believe so.
We're kind of new at this too, at this hour.
Yeah.
Okay, so people get called back up multiple times for each item on
You
your
will.
agenda.
We'll have that chance.
Okay, so I want to go on record saying I object to this particular opt-out, the OSP 2023-03. I do so because I believe when this gentleman bought the property, there were a set of rules. Now they want the rules changed, and I don't think it's for the best. I think for our area, opting out would relieve them of their responsibility that they agreed upon when they bought the property, and I think we should hold them to it. And I don't believe in the opt-out, and I don't think it's in our best interest. And I'll see you back in a few minutes.
All right. Thank you so much. Stephanie Robinson. And then next we've got Michael Rogers.
My name is Stephanie Robinson. I live at 3700 Shifco Road off of Barano Park Road. I initially came here for the other opt-out on Barano Park Road. I see that it's been passed on, but it's gonna happen eventually there anyway, where they're coming. My husband and I are lifelong residents of Escambia County, and we bought our land on Shifco Road when it was still a red dirt road, and finally built our home in 1998. We chose to live in the beautiful areas to enjoy nature and privacy, and to also get away from the crowds, traffic, and crime that had found its way to Pensacola. Not only will the rezoning and building of the area cause massive destruction on our woodland areas, the killing and displacement of our beautiful wildlife, but also it highly impacts Shifco Road, as it is already used as a cut-through road from Highway 196 to Jacks Branch Road. We already have a problem with non-residents of our area using Shifco for this purpose. The majority of them have no respect of our road or the speed limits there posted, whether they use it in the morning rushing to go to work or rushing to get home in the afternoons. It's quite evident the number of vehicles there that are not residents where I live in the area of Shifco Road. It poses a great danger to the residents, whether we are driving, walking, or riding bikes. If this proposal for any of the areas around there in Barano Park is voted through, the future residents will quickly find out about the cut through on Shifco. And I don't think we should be expected to accept the idea of the huge influx of traffic that will inundate Shifco Road. This will ruin the quality of life for all the existing residents of our area. And Escambia County ordinances say that you, the Planning and Zoning Committee, need to consider this also, even if the application meets all criteria. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Rogers. After Michael Rogers will be Kelly Rogers.
Good morning. I'm Michael David Rogers. I live at 3005 Keck Road, Molino, Florida. We've resided there about 4 years. We lived on Shifco Road for the last 20, I would say. We're definitely opposed to this zoning. It's just too intense. It doesn't go with any of the surroundings. I would love to invite y'all's silence. I guess nobody lives in the area, or I guess they weren't going to answer it, but maybe y'all should get in the car and take a ride up there. Ride down to Fillingem Land and go look at Perdita River. These people were telling you the truth. I mean, if you're thirsty, you can just take a drink out of it. It's that clear. You get the influx of building up there, the stormwater runoff. It's not going to be the same. I don't think you would have as many people in this room if you were asking to rezone it to something practical like some estate living, Pilgrim Trail subdivision, say Shifco Road, something similar to that. This is nothing similar to that. Everybody said everything that I, pretty well had planned to say, but I don't see any way y'all can make a decision for it consciously for the safety issue. I mean, the infrastructure is not in place. EMS, y'all can look on there, and maybe y'all have, but how many hold calls there is on EMS and that kind of thing. We're fine with it now, but you're going to take away from all these people sitting back here if you allow this to go in and that amount of housing to go in. So we are a home builder, so I mean, we get it, and we're all for growth. And honestly, and I've seen people out here that would definitely benefit from this being there. But at the end of the day, Mr. Hemmer's getting on a plane. He's flying back to wherever he's at. We're stuck, and y'all are stuck with the decisions made. So thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Rogers.
My name's Kelly Rogers. I live at 3005 Keck Road. As my husband stated, we lived on Shifco for a long time. It is a cut-through road. As people are saying, you're going to have 15,000 residents to 1,500 acres. You're going to have more people cutting through that neighborhood. You have stated that all these people talking about all these different things that they're talking about, there's only a few things that really matter, and it's this right here. Is that correct? These conditions are what they have to meet. All of this other stuff about it's our farmland and this, that, and the other seems to not matter. What matters is that they meet these ABCD conditions.
That is what we're tasked to look at.
The
yes.
biggest condition problem I have with is compatible with surroundings. Have they shown where there's some other apartment complexes or townhomes in Molino or in the north end of Cantonment? Where's that at? Where's that at? I haven't seen it at all. Life safety is a big issue. There are 32 ambulances for Escambia County. 32. The other day, there was, 300 and something calls? 41,908 calls for this year. So you're going to add 15,000 residents to our area where it's already hard to travel for them to get life support that they're probably not going to get. EMS always is holding calls. Hold calls. We don't, we can't help you. So this is not a good idea. We do not live in Pace. We do not live in Beulah. And we damn sure don't live in Pensacola. We live in Molino. We live in Molino for a reason. For the rural lifestyle. Not apartment complexes. Not 18 homes per acre. So if he gets to do it, can I take my 7 acres that I have and build 18 houses per acre? No, I wouldn't be able to because I don't have the money that this man does. These are the ones that get to build like this. This gentleman sitting back here who doesn't give a crap about Molino. He doesn't live here. He doesn't have to live with the decisions or anything. No, no to every single bit of it.
Thank you. Christopher Loncar. Christopher Loncar. All right, he's indicated against all. Joseph Hughes. Joseph Hughes. All right, indicated against all. Sarah Hughes. Indicated against all. Jared Gibbs. Jared Gibbs. Indicated against all. Jason Coggin. All right, Jason. And then up next is Jacqueline Rogers.
My name's Jason Coggin. I live at 5845 Highway 29, Molino. We just moved there a little over a year ago. And that's why we moved here, was because it was a rural area. And I grew up in a big city, high crime. But these are the type of places I build. I work in this field. And I know what comes with it. We'll come in, we'll clear it, we'll take over wetlands, we'll buy it out, whatever we got to do. And then once we see all these people move in and we see all these issues, what comes next is eminent domain. We come in and we take the property. And that's just not right. That's all I got to say.
All right, thank you, sir. Jacqueline Rogers. Up next is Carol Armstrong.
My name is Jacqueline Rogers. I live on Ridgeway in Cantonment. This is a future land use change. It is opting out of the sector plan, assigning this property mixed use suburban, which is 25 dwelling units per acre. That's what we're talking about. We don't have to speak to the rezoning criteria. It's not a rezoning hearing. This property was bought by the admission of Mr. Hemmer, who I like personally. He bought it with the sector plan in place. He did not lose any density. Your staff has testified to that in their staff findings. He bought, before the sector plan came, this was agricultural land, and this is what I've talked to you guys about. You took vast chunks of agricultural land and gave it to the big developers. Not Mr. Hemmer, but the developer before him was the one that lobbied for it. He went bankrupt, Mr. Hemmer bought that. So yes, the sector plan is there and he has certain rights. Then why is he opting out of the sector plan? Your staff says right now that he has suburban garden, which is only 5 dwellings per acre, conservation neighborhood, which is 3 dwelling units per acre, but he has to preserve half of that conservation neighborhood as open space for drainage and wildlife. And then there's wetlands. So why would he want to opt out? If he wants to have the rights in the other parts of his property, of his 1,500 acres for the sector plan, he lost no property rights. He bought it with the sector plan in place. In fact, he has testified in front of the county commission that he bought it because of the sector plan. Let me give you some criteria how you can reject this, because the applicant put it in their article. CP Chapter 7, flu element, says demands you have a clear separation between urban, suburban, and rural areas and provide protection for existing agricultural areas. This up to mixed-use suburban allows commercial uses up to heavy commercial uses. He's only asking for heavy dense HDR, high-density residential now up to 18, but that's in the rezoning. But that could always be rezoned later, all the way up to 25 dwelling units per acre, all the way up to heavy commercial. That's what mixed-use suburban allows. You cannot go on a plan that he's having because the builder before him had a plan too, and he didn't develop it. You have to base on what this flu change is allowing. And it is not appropriate for this area. You have, it's surrounded by, get my notes before. It's surrounded by ag flu. It will create a remnant if you look on that. There's flood zone A, okay, so nobody addressed the flood zone or the wetlands. Again, you're leaving that, this is a comp plan amendment, you're leaving that data and analysis until later. You've done no environmental studies, you don't care. And I live off of Neal Road where they have clear-cut previous conservation land. So don't believe Mr. Jones when he says this will be caught in the DRC. It will not be. They clear-cut right up to the neighbors, not a tree left in conservation neighborhood area. That's what these neighbors are looking for. I'm so proud of my neighbors that showed up today. The only reason that was withdrawn on the corner was because you guys were here, and don't be fooled.
Carol Armstrong.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Adams.
I'm gonna have to leave for a school board meeting.
Yes, sir.
So, and let the public know, I am a non-voting member on this board. I'm just here to see what the county's gonna approve, so the school district can plan accordingly, okay? And if you need to reach me or the superintendent, our emails are up on the school district website.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Adams.
Hi, my name is Carol Armstrong. I live on 4241 Shifco Road in Cantonment. I'm speaking in opposition to the proposed zoning and opt-out. I've lived in Escambia County since 1972. A few years back, I became aware of the sector plan and was so glad to hear that our county was actually making a plan for growth, unlike the many years of the helter-skelter growth which had mixed businesses in the midst of neighborhoods and new areas of growth that caused difficulties with roads and public services and caused severely overcrowded schools. I attended some of the meetings where the plans were shared and options presented. I was especially pleased to see that the agricultural areas were being preserved and zoned at low density. I recently received a mailer that noted a zoning change near our property and had been requested, and I saw the notices on 196 and 29. So I attended a community meeting and was shocked to learn that much more was at stake in the request for the medium and high density zoning for 1,500 acres, thousands of homes, townhouses, and even apartments. I'm concerned that the surrounding properties still have a number of agricultural zoned areas or low density large lot areas that support additional agricultural endeavors. Many people in this area have micro farms or micro businesses that they use as supplemental income or just to support their families in terms of either farming or small animal husbandry like chickens and goats and rabbits. The development of these properties will inhibit the endeavors by these, will inhibit the endeavors of these by the increased runoff impacting the ability to grow crops, the drainage of local areas, as well as the increase of predators for livestock. There are a number of wildlife, including raccoons, coyotes, possums, and many others that have been mentioned, that will encroach on these agricultural and husbandry endeavors and cause additional livestock loss for those who engage in this. There are also numerous beekeepers in the area whose bees rely on the flowers. I'm concerned about the effect of the wetlands on the change of the zoning in Jack's Branch and Cow Devil Creeks, as well as the other wetlands in the area. I'm concerned about the impact of tremendous strain on traffic flow. The flooding already occurs at the truck way station and the bottom of Quintet Road, and Hurricane Sally proved the increased development will add to the flooding. I'm concerned about the increased traffic on Shifco as well. I'm concerned about the strain on infrastructure. While the developer has generously offered land for school and fire department, our county's strained budget will bear the burden to build and sustain it. Molina Water will be saddled with explosive growth and uncertain funding. ECUA will bear the burden of adding sewer customers, as well as building and maintaining some of the lift stations. And of course, the builder has mentioned he's involved in that. Expected growth from even these parcels that are being considered today will be detrimental to our crowded and underfunded schools. EMS will bear the burden as well. Mr. Hemmer owns the land, and thank you for withdrawing the northern sector. Please go back to the drawing board and hear our concerns and devise a plan that we will be glad to offer you for the needed opt-out.
Thank you, Ms. Armstrong. Next up is Alan Gray. Alan Gray. He has indicated he's in favor. Charles Butler. As I did say, in favor, yes. There's always one. Charles Butler. All right, Charles Butler indicated they're against. Susan Linstead. Susan Linstead. She's left. She's against. Emily Long. Emily Long has indicated she is against. And Jason Weidlich. Weidlich. Of course, the last one. It's going to be a tough one. And then this is the last speaker form I have, so if there's other people that want to speak, we will certainly get you up here, okay? All right. Jason?
Jason Weidlich, 1754 Jacks Branch Road. Ditto to what everybody has said previously. My property adjoins this development, and I've lived on Jacks Branch Road for 30 years. So I think from that, everybody's going to know how I stand on this issue. I'm against all of it. I may not be able to speak at the next one, but I am against all of it. We all realize that progress is inevitable, but this is too much too quick. 4,300 housing units on less than 1,500 acres in Barano Park and Molino is too much too quick. This is going to ruin the way of life for us who live nearby. As it has already been mentioned, think about all the nightmares associated with the Bristol Park neighborhood and how much that costs the county. All because of greedy developers, and soon they will be gone and the residents will suffer the consequences for years to go. Y'all are talking about criteria. I heard a couple buzzwords earlier from staff, logically and orderly. Those terms are subjective. So to the staff up here, it may seem logical and orderly to y'all, but to my people, it's not logical or orderly. And this is not compatible with its surroundings. That's what I have to say. One of my neighbors asked me about putting up, actually I think he left. He's wanted y'all to put up the access road. I'm not exactly sure what he's talking about.
I think the picture of John Wilson Road.
What were you asking?
Was it the picture of John Wilson Road?
Is that what you're talking about?
Quintet Road is the yellow line across the very top, right?
No, that's Barano Park.
That's Quintet. That's Quintet there. And then the very, there's a.
Okay. Do you need the picture for the rest of your presentation?
Say again?
Do you need the photo for the rest of your presentation?
I don't. I've said
Okay.
what I was going to say, and I was just, since I had a few seconds,
Okay.
I wanted to see if you could put up there whatever my neighbor would want.
I gotcha. All right, thank you. What we're gonna do is we're gonna move on to. We do have other forms filled out, but it might not have been that you indicated the specific case, and that's why I didn't call you up. So if you would like to come forward, sir, in the green shirt with the hat in the front row, if you want to come forward. Right, but you might not have put this case number down. You might put another one, but if you want to speak to this one, we'll certainly have you up here, okay? And this is the opt-out case. And
Mike Camp, my address 6700 Pew Chapel Road in Molina, Florida. And I would, all right, Mike Camp, 6700 Pew Chapel Road, Molina, Florida. And I'm totally against all this development and stuff for many reasons, and a lot of my fellow community members already stated out. For one, that I'm very concerned about the wetlands. We've seen how these engineering firms like, the Gulf oil spill happened years ago. Okay, they went everything to the T, but yet they had a disaster. All right, the area up here around Jacks Branch Road through Molina and all is prone to tornadoes. Okay, there's nothing that nobody can guarantee that all that wetlands would be protected as they are right now. All right, no matter what you design or what have you, you cannot sit and tell somebody it's safe. You project it to be, but it's not 100%. All right, the second thing is, has there even been an Audubon study on this tract of land that they propose on building all these houses? Has there been one made? Okay, I know for a fact there is, yes, Florida panthers and other endangered species and stuff that needs to be addressed before any decision's made. All right, I feel like they need to take this here and put a hold on it for a little bit, so the community to get together, find out what they want to do as far as addressing this before it proceeds further. We've been kind of caught off guard on all this. I didn't even know about the meeting last week at Barano Park School. Okay, so therefore, I think that the county, all right, as the Bible says, an unstable-minded man, double-minded man is unstable in all his ways, and the county has been proving that for a long time now with this master plan. The county needs to address the issues and listen to the people in the affected areas. I have no issue with this man here about building on his property a house within one house per 5 acres or so, okay, something like that. Stay so many feet away from a creek, things of that such. Those are things to consider. As far as this man bringing up Beulah, from an infant till the year 99, I was raised up out there farming the land that the equestrian arena is on right now, okay? And I left there from a good neighborhood because of this urban development.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. And I'm gonna go on this side. Sorry, and what's your name?
All right, my name's Robert Creighton.
Robert Creighton.
Yep, I have a business right across the street from all his, what they want to build there. It would benefit highly from that, but we're not interested in that. We like it just the way it is. I'm up here speaking. I wasn't going to. I am, so that I can speak at the next one. And I want all y'all to bring y'all's lunch next time, because that's all those same people are going to come tied up all day, every day, till it's over with. So they want to spend some money on attorney's fees, we'll let them. Thank y'all.
All right, thank you. Sir, right here.
My name's Edward Wilkerson, 3764 Wilder Road. I live within throwing distance of this 1,500 acres. I've lived there 55 years, have to turn in front of the homestead on the Stout. We have never had a turning lane in the fast lane, 55 years. We've been run off the road, wife and son trying to turn right there. So that's what the county will do for you. All right, this 1,500 acres is right behind my house. All the wastewater, storm drains will go to the valley, will affect all these other people's property south of this 1,500 acres with pollution, pesticides, and flooding. So that's affecting other people's property by putting all these cars there. I just took 1,000 acres, which is 4 dwellings per acre. That's 8,000 cars per 1,000 acres, with each house having 2 cars. So, I mean, I know about 29 in Barano Park Road. My dad was killed there in 1969. So all this traffic is just going to cause more accidents and more deaths on Highway 29 if this is approved. So, let's see. This is not an orderly fashion, in no way and form, to develop this property. And that's right here, orderly fashion. Any development will sooner or later, with stormwater from Jacks Branch Road to Barano, will end up in Padilla River. which I own property on Perdita River also. And south of Champion, I wouldn't even swim in the water, much less drink. But north of there, I would, and it's beautiful. And all that's gonna change. And that's all I got to say. I'm no against all of it.
All right, so right here in the black hat.
I'm Ricky Gentry. I live at 2418 Link Road, Molino, which is north of this property area. Thank you, commissioners. You have a very tough job. I'd like to make your job a lot easier. This is black and white. There is no gray. I have a graduate degree in environmental science from the University of West Florida. I can tell you, last time I checked, water flows downhill. Okay? That's all going to go into Perdido River. You're going to have pollutants, pesticides, herbicides, fertilizer, road runoff going to the Perdido River. You'll have to get the Department of Environmental Protection from Florida and Alabama, since it's a state line, and perhaps even EPA approval. I strongly suggest you put a pause on this, initiate a study, and that will make your job a lot easier. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. In the back.
Thank you. My name is Bruce Cullen. I live at 3541 Highway 196, just 2 miles from the proposed change. I initially just submitted for the high density rezoning, but I'd like to speak on all. And apologize to my neighbors back here and to the board to being a little bit redundant, but I'd like to speak from a personal and a professional manner that, you know, we're okay with growth there. We moved there 7 years ago to retire into the country community. Growth is inevitable, and, you know, as long as it's done well planned and methodical. This aggressive rezoning and opt-out is anything but that type of planning. I have a degree from LSU in disaster science management, over 20 years of experience in disaster response and emergency management as a disaster field assessment specialist. I've developed all hazard mitigation plans for FEMA, Louisiana's Office of Governor of Emergency Preparedness, and nonprofits for public and private sectors. I've deployed over 100 hurricanes and flood responses, and I've witnessed firsthand the catastrophic devastation of property and life as a result of this type of over-aggressively planning. Like in other areas of the country, long-term growth plans were developed only to be opted out, is what's being done here. The surrounding area of the proposed development zones already have reoccurring critical infrastructure flood events, like you have heard. These are not 100-year events, they're not 50-year events, we're down to 25-year events. I'm sure the engineering firm and investors hired used the latest data and technology to develop what they believe is a sound plan for land development, and I'm sure it looks good on paper. This is information we did not have access to or have the time to disseminate since we were only given 2 weeks' notice of this meeting. In the 7 years we've lived there, we have witnessed on multiple occasions Jack Branch, Cow Devil Creek have crossed Jack's Branch Road and done over-road flooding. Just a few years ago, Hurricane Sally, the Jacks Branch Creek overflowed onto Highway 29, closing Highway 29 for almost 48 hours. And also Jacks Branch Road was closed because of the creek overflooding. We were in essence cut off from emergency services. Now new development is already underway by the same investment company at the head of Jacks Branch Creek at the corner of Quintet and Highway 95. The clear cutting of these areas will only add additional water volume and sediment volume to an already burdened waterway. It is impossible to capture all the additional urban development runoff with planned retention ponds. And remember this, the Perdido River will only handle so much new urban development runoff and sediment from clear-cut developments. Then backwater flooding and downstream flooding will become frequent events. So please consider a sound infrastructure plan that includes stormwater runoff plans for the surrounding area. And just one last thing, The planning board and county commissioners has one thing, that is time. Let's not rush this decision.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's see, yeah. You've spoken already on this case, I believe, so. Well, we've got other people. Okay, I know you haven't. You can come on up. And your name, sir?
My name is Barry Kelly. I should have a list.
Barry Kelly. And if you'll just say it in the microphone too, so they got it.
Barry Kelly. I live at 3465 Highway 29.
All right, you're good to go.
The only thing I wanted to address, I mean, I don't want to get up here and talk to you about tortoises and wildlife and bald eagles. I want to talk about the people. I'm sorry, I want to talk to you about the people. So instead of standing up here and talking about water runoff, bridges, infrastructure, I just want to talk to you about the people. 2 days ago, I found out what was going on. Didn't know this was happening. This is pretty major. Being on Matheson Road, you would think this is a pretty major endeavor for me to be finding out is going on in my neighborhood at the end of the street. So I started looking at Facebook and started reading up on different people were saying this or that about it. I didn't know anything was going on, so I created a petition of people who would want to deny this in their community. Within 2 days, we had 500 signatures. 2 days. And so I don't want to be up here speaking, but I think it's my duty to come out and say what I believe and what I feel is right. Like somebody had said earlier, right is right, wrong is wrong, this is wrong. We need to think about doing it in a way such as that it doesn't affect the other properties around it. And the application, I appreciate your listening to us today, but I think the application should be denied. And I thank you for listening to each and every one of us on this topic.
All right, thanks so much.
Thank you.
And the green shirt right here.
Good morning. My name is Laura Creighton, and my husband and I are business owners at a property located at 3614 Highway 29 North. Would this development be good for our business? Absolutely, it would. However, we are against it. We are against it because we love and support our community, just the way that it is. One thing that everyone in this room can agree is that the Molino Cantonment community is a very strong family. And this family is very content and happy with what we already have. But I do have one question. Can you show us the access road to this property in question that was accessed when evaluating the opt-out request?
Staff, do you have a picture of that access road in the application?
There is no access road to this property currently. That is public. That's why the signs were posted at the end of Matheson Road, because we are unable to transfer onto private property.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to take one more speaker, and then we're going to take a 15-minute break, okay? Ma'am, I'm going to get you all the way in the back with the glasses on. Do not speak, but...
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Johnston. I live at 3610 North Highway.
All right, just one more second. Let's respect Ms. Johnston's time here.
Excuse me?
You're good to go. I was asking everybody to respect your time. That's all.
3610 North Highway 29 in Cantonment. My family and I transplanted here from the Communist North almost 2 years ago. You laugh, but it's true. I lived in a country borough there, and I asked my husband when we were looking to come here to please find the same for us. We bought a beautiful, quiet piece of God's heaven on earth in Cantonment, and we have loved every moment we've been here. My husband and I paid top dollar for our property. We could have paid much less and to go live in the city limits of Pensacola, But settling for less than what we were leaving was certainly not an option because I'm a country girl at heart. Prior to our settlement, my realtor actually tried to dissuade us from buying the property, suggesting it was an undesirable location, an undesirable area in general with nothing to do there, and that Highway 29 is a lonely old highway, barely traveled, and it goes nowhere. So what that city dweller found undesirable, this one-time city dweller found extremely desirable, and we said, sold. So I covet the peace and quiet, the open spaces, the wildlife, the dark nights, the stars are amazing, and I'm thankful for the lack of noisy traffic and congestion. Adding approximately 4,135 additional homes equals a minimum of 4,135 additional vehicles on our roads, if each family has just one vehicle per family. So you do the math for multi-vehicle families, which is the norm in this day and age. What you're proposing is a heinous travesty against the already established lifetime dwelling people of Molino and Cantonment. My family moved here from New Jersey, known as the Garden State, which was once countless acres of farmland. However, by the time we left, it was an asphalt nightmare. This week already, we've had another homeowners insurance company announce that it was pulling out of the state of Florida, thereby further boxing in established residents even more with less choice, which will cause rates to go up across the board. I don't believe anyone is in the dark regarding proposed schools and the need for additional government services such as police, trash, fire, etc., as well as the extension cost of Quintet Road and what this means for all Escambia County taxpaying residents. It's all money, higher taxes. As a taxpaying resident, I can assure you that I'm totally not in favor of this. What you're proposing with this new, deeply unwanted suburb will turn urban area has the very real potential post-move-in to become an unaffordable anchor for people who will then vacate, thereby allowing for low-income housing and subsidized housing to prevail in the area. The developer mentioned at that first meeting a week ago that subsidized or low income isn't the vision. However, Walt Disney had a vision, and I think we can all agree that it looks very different today than the vision when Mr. Disney started. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will adjourn until 12:30, and then we will pick up the meeting again. Yes, ma'am?
Point of order. Those people that leave now, do they have permission to speak in front of the Board of County Commissioners in office?
Okay.
Can you answer that for us?
Let's be clear again. For the opt-out cases, the case that begin with OSP, they will, if they're not here, even new people can come and speak at those cases for the opt-out, the OSP cases. For the rezoning cases, it's very critical to understand this. For the rezoning cases, if you do not speak, excuse me, today, and I have attorneys here, Mr. West and Meredith and Will, quasi-judicial proceedings, if you do not speak on the rezoning cases here today, whether it's 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, you cannot speak before the BCC. That is the quasi-judicial rules, before the Board of County Commissioners. You got to be able to speak on the rezoning cases here in order to speak at the Board of County Commissioners on those rezoning cases. I want that to be clear.
Horace, can you also be clear that we have yet to go over the rezoning? This is only, we have not done a rezoning case yet.
We have not done the rezoning cases yet. These are the old because of rules that we got to follow by the law. We're going by the law. So we have not had any rezoning cases yet.
That's exactly what I knew.
Everybody that left isn't counted.
It needs to be added that only the opt-outs are scheduled for the BCC on August 3rd. The BCC starts at 5:30. These cases start at 5:48 is what it's scheduled for. The rezonings going to the BCC cannot be scheduled until the second opt-out hearing at the BCC. So that's why your mailers didn't have a BCC date. The signs don't have a BCC date for the rezonings only. But the opt-outs will be at the BCC on August 3rd. It's for the transmittal of
All
the
right,
packet.
so
Clarification, for those who
we haven't done a rezoning yet, so at this point, with no one's speaking out of rezoning yet because we've been doing the opt-outs. Okay.
Lack of knowledge and open communication is needed on this issue.
Okay. Thank you. So we're going to adjourn for 15 minutes, and we'll be back in here. Thank you.
He said that. He said that.
Kristen Bell threw you into it. Yeah, how you doing?
Labor relations arguing session or something she had to go into, so that's why. We're still on the first one, huh? Mechanism when you use yeah.
Thank you.
Always one. No, and I know that Alan Gray's, well, Alan Gray's in favor. I'm like, what? I'm ready to do this. There's always one.
All right, well, we'll start back in about 5 minutes.
We didn't create this process. We just live within the process. Civicon is working. Isn't that right? Engagement.
I explained it. I spoke first, so I gave an overview. I explained that. They don't hear it. Anyway, well, it looks like we're getting ready to start.
Hey Drew, what's the plan? We're gonna power through? What's the plan? Powering through?
As long as we got a quorum. Hey, I think some of them, even if you tell them you got to say what you're going to say, I think some of them are just going to. I can take it. Double check. All the rezoning on the north end. Yeah, this one on the north end. Where's good? You want to speak to the opt-outs too, or just the rezoning? Okay. You're welcome. That'd be good if they did. That'd be good.
That's scary. And I wasn't listening. Like, so your name and address, and I got my name. Get your address? Oh, yeah.
This one.
I could hear you. I could. See you later. We'll be back. Okay.
what you're thinking.
Information item and when. It will be consented August 18th. And then we're gonna have
It's ready to go. It's just that she.
All right, if we'll go ahead and take our seats, we'll get started here shortly. Just a second. All right, we're all back, so we're going to get going again. So, we're going to go back into public comment. And again, you can speak during this opt-out case or not, and still be able to speak at the BCC meeting. When we get to the rezoning, that you must speak here and to be able to speak at the BCC meeting. So just keep that in mind. We've got Melanie Andrade. Melanie here. She's indicated she's against all. Let's see, 03. This one was 03. This is Philip White. Philip White indicated against all. I know that I just had a lady fill a form out today. Okay, this is for rezoning. Gene Smith wished to not speak, but indicated against all. It's not for this one, not for this one. Okay, this one, Cynthia Vincent. That's why I was looking for yours. I know I just got one from you. All right, if you'll just state your name and address for the record, and then your time will start.
Hi, my name is Cynthia Vincent. I live at 1712 Crest Lane in Molino.
Can't hear.
Sorry. Okay, my name is Cynthia Vincent. I live on Crest Lane in Molino. And I just wanted to state for the record that I am against all this opt-out zoning planning that this gentleman behind me is trying to pass. But just, I don't know. I know y'all have to go by studies and all of that. But can you look at that map right there and show me on the map the roads that you reviewed as you made recommendations regarding to this case?
So
to access this.
we're listening to both sides, and then obviously the public to
Okay.
then make a decision. So
Well, we were just wondering how you access this piece of property to even consider changing the zone and all that. Is Quintet going to be extended? You know, how does it give access to this piece of property? And also, another thing to ask the board is, why is there such a rush to opt out on the current future land use and zoning to replace it with all new future land use and zoning? Why is it such a rush? I mean, normally, I always thought there was a process of going, you know, from agriculture to something else before you get into this high density mixed use because that is like everybody, you know, in the room behind me that had already stated, that is a lot of population in such a short amount of time. And, you know, the roads are gonna just not be able to, everybody already explained everything, you know, but it's just not feasible. It's not in the comprehensive plan. You know, there, like other people have stated, there's no other small neighborhoods. I'm not against growth. I know we're going to be a growing area, but I think it should be like more compatible with the rural Molino area. You know, like 1 house per 4 acres. At the minimum, 1 house per 1 acre would do. You know, but you know, these little tiny lots, and it's just not compatible with a rural area.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And then, as far as I can tell, I don't have anyone that filled a sheet out that wanted to speak to this specific case, so.
From my understanding, I filled out the sheet and it said on all of it.
Yeah, you came up and spoke already to this case, yes, sir.
Okay, we're still talking on the same.
Same one, yes, sir. So if somebody hadn't spoken on this case, but they would like to, so we got one. We got one taker. And if there's anyone else, there's some seats on the front row that are open, so you can come line up if you'd like. Thank you.
My name is Chris Kerb. I work with an advocacy group called Flood Defenders. We cover the Panhandle, and I don't really like talking about rezoning and sector plans and that type of stuff, because from a stormwater perspective, that's really gets handled in your development review committee. But when you have maps up here that say that this is in Jack's Branch Basin, when it's in Cal Devil Basin, huh? I know you're talking about sector plan, but there was testimony earlier that this was in the Jack's Branch Basin. So, county hasn't done a basin study on Jack's Branch. I mean, on a Cal Devil Basin. They've done one on Jack's Branch. We have flood zone maps up there that really don't reflect the 100-year floodplains that we're seeing, because our climate's changing. In your development review committee, we're allowing 1979 rainfall data to be used for our stormwater designs. When there is actually no Atlas 14, which goes back to, I believe it's 2012, excuse me. Congress has passed funding for NOAA to update their NOAA Atlas 14, so we have better accuracy in our stormwater. But I heard a lot of people mention Bristol Park and that development, the flooding. Escambia County's done 3 basin studies on 11 Mile Creek, and April 2014, 160 homes flooded in that area. At Sally, there were 100 of them. Point being is, you have this zoning, this sector plan set up, and it sets up your conservation neighborhood wetlands for a reason, and that's right along Cal Devil Creek there. You want to guide development away from those wetlands. You want to have a lesser density in those areas next to wetlands. Maybe if that would have been done on Bristol Park back in the day, you wouldn't have had as many homes that flooded. By the way, a DEP guy that reviewed them back in the day, we didn't have the same regulations that we have today, basically lost his job because he tried to stop that development. That's been years ago, though. But you got some folks that's come to this meeting, and I was asked to attend this meeting, and I'm probably not speaking on your criteria very well, but I think the way your criteria is set up, it lacks the planning part from stormwater. I think you should be doing basin studies and have a good basin study and know what your floodplain actually is, because FEMA maps are wrong. I can show you multiple places where they are. But I think you're going to cause a flooding problem if you approve this, but you got a lot of things you need to do with your code as well.
Thank
So
you.
it's not necessarily this case that I'm not speaking against this case, so thank you.
Thank you. All right, was there anyone else that wanted to speak to this specific case? Or have we gotten through everybody on the first round? All right, at this time, I will ask the applicant if they have anything else that they'd like to say before the board starts their discussion.
I do, very briefly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in response to some of the public comment, there was mention of insufficient signature and notarization, and I would just direct your attention to pages 417 through 419 of the application submitted. There's also been a lot of discussion about the number of units. We've heard from Mr. Prather, the president of Molino Utilities, 4,000 unit number. We heard 14,000 from another individual. I would just point out on page 590 of the county's submittal, it talks about the max build out of the DSAP being 23,000 units. That's something that was approved at the time of the adoption of the sector plan, not related to this proposal. But if you look at page 576 of our submittal, this opt-out will address 223 new units. So those other numbers, you know, while obviously the number under the flu is greater than that, what we're talking about here is 223 units for this particular opt-out. The other thing I would point out as far as the MUS, future land use category, this property is zoned LDR and MDR, so a reversion to agriculture would be incompatible and inconsistent. Mixed use suburban is necessary because of the zoning on the property. And I believe one of the last speakers talked about Quintet Road, and that road is going to be extended. There is that existing agreement with the county, and I don't want to necessarily reiterate, but I think, you know, both staff and ourselves, we've laid out that the infrastructure will be put into place by the developer, and we're just asking that you approve the opt-out.
All right, at this time, does the board have any questions for the applicant? Ms. Bush, how many dwelling units per acre does that 223 total dwelling units account for this opt-out?
So this property is 114 acres, so the 223, is that what you're asking?
Mhm.
So let me grab a calculator really quickly. I do lawyer math. So that's 1.95 dwelling units per acre.
And that's all you'd be able to get on this parcel with this proposed opt-out?
Well, that's what the proposed phasing plan has. This particular parcel is greatly constrained by the wetlands. I don't know if you want to pull up the wetland map or the DSAP map.
When you've got wetlands like that, what happens to the developable land that you've got right there, and how do you deal with that?
So if you go back to that chart, page 576, I believe, there's a column showing the density reflecting the subtraction of wetlands. So for example, there's 24.51 acres in suburban garden, but only 14.4 acres of that is uplands. And you go down 28.66 acres in conservation neighborhood, but only 46.64 acres of wetlands. So it's, again, not doing the math on the spot here, but it's greatly constrained by those wetlands. Right, which can't be developed in the wetlands.
Are there any other questions from the board at this time?
And just to reiterate what Mr. Hemmer had pointed out at the beginning, a lot of these opt-outs are not, the request is not because we need more density, it's because we don't need alleyways behind townhomes, or we don't need, you know, some of the other design standards of the sector plan that are limiting the development. It's not because we need a number of lots. On these properties, we could do 5,000 units today without opting out on overall the 4 applications, but those developments are constrained because of the wetlands and because of other design standards, and so that's why we're asking to opt out.
Any other questions? Or does someone want to make a motion?
I'd like to make a statement. I'm also a transplant from the communist north via communist California. The overarching goal of a plan is to provide predictability. The intent of the sector plan is to provide orderly growth management for those designated areas within Escambia County. The plan is not intended to terminate growth, but rather to provide mechanisms for growth management in order to serve the citizens, visitors, and property owners of Escambia County. Implementation of the plan is designed to maintain and improve the quality of life for all of the citizens of the county. The county spent a lot of taxpayer money developing and ultimately implementing the sector plan, and now it appears to be on the verge of death by 1,000 opt-outs. I understand with time comes change, but the overall plan, although not perfect, it still provides a basic and sound framework for future growth. If adjustments are needed, then make the necessary adjustments to the plan. But to scrap it because we are in the 10th year of a building boom, in my opinion, is not the right answer, and even more reason to adhere to the plan. The Midwest sector plan is still in force, and opt-outs should be by exception and only be approved for extenuating circumstances. For property owners, it all comes down to rights versus restrictions. I believe the property owner's rights take precedence, but not at the expense of the neighbors.
Thank you for that. Any other board members? Okay, if somebody would like to make a motion on this case. Is there no motion that anyone would like to make? Otherwise, we will move on.
I'd like to make a motion to recommend denial.
Is there a second to that motion? All right, if there is no second, motion fails without a second. All right, so we're going to move on to the next case. The request has been denied by lack of motion and no action. So we will move on to our next case then. All right. This would be we've got our next case is sorry, I've pulled back up the agenda. We haven't looked at it in a minute. All right, we're on case number OSP 2023-04. This is applicant Meredith Bush, agent for Exit 3 Investments LLC, owner. Property size 114.57 plus or minus acres from conservation neighborhood, suburban garden neighborhood center and wetlands to mixed use suburban. And at this time, I will ask staff to please present the photos for this case.
Thank you, Chair and Board. John Fisher, Development Services Department. Get the mic. Here you see the opt-out 2023-04 with the location and wetlands map. This is the current zoning map of HDMU, MDR, and LDR. This is the 2020 future land use map from the past, showing agricultural. This is the 2030 map that would is underlined from the DSAP as well. This is the DSAP map, the future land use that is current on the property, of showing neighborhood center and suburban garden, and on the north side, conservation neighborhood. This is showing the Drac Branch detailed analysis numbers. This is showing the acreage of each portion of the detailed analysis numbers. This is the U.S. prime soils and wetlands map. This is showing the A flood zone on the map, which would need a flood study before any future development. This is the aerial map. This is an aerial map with a different aerial date. All right, this is the public hearing signs again at the end of John Wilson Road. Due to it being off a private road area, county did not have access to the property. This is the closest we could get. Looking west at the end of Matheson Road. This is looking down Wilson Road, which is private. This is a photo of the reference with the street sign in the background. This is looking east at Matheson. And that's all the photos. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, would the applicant like to make their case?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Meredith Bush on behalf of the applicant. I'll walk through the criteria. This is one parcel, 114.559 acres, currently in conservation neighborhood, suburban garden, neighborhood center, and wetlands, and we're asking to go to MUS. There is a corresponding rezoning application for high-density mixed use. As noted by the staff, the zoning is currently low-density residential, medium-density residential, and high-density mixed use. I would go ahead and point out on this one, similar to the last case, the total dwelling units proposed in the phasing plan for this particular property would be 400 total dwelling units. Going through the opt-out criteria, the property is not in a wellhead protection area. It's not a historically significant site. We have submitted documentation from the Department of Natural Resources. There are wetlands present. This is in the Cow Devil Creek drainage basin. As far as the comprehensive plan criteria, traffic is located along Matheson Road. The FDOT average daily traffic count at Highway 29 at the closest point is 25,000 trips per day. Sanitary sewer and water, there's documentation from Molino Utilities and ECUA in our submittal that those utilities would provide for sanitary sewer and water. The developer would be bringing the lift stations, again donating land for the necessary water tower and providing the infrastructure. As far as wetland and drainage goes, the stormwater system would be designed for a 100-year storm event and in accordance with county and the water management district regulations. Solid waste, the Perdido landfill has adequate capacity and collection would be by ECUA. Parks, recreation, and open space. The proposed phasing plan depicts 16 parks and much open space. A detailed review would occur through the development review process. Again, with the school system, Molino Park Elementary, Ransom Middle, and Tate High, there's a donation of 40-acre site to address school capacity. In the staff's submittal, there is a courtesy review by the school district which contemplates the overall impact of the change to the future land use category. However, this particular project on the phasing plan is 400 dwelling units, so the school capacity impact would be much lower than that, which is in the courtesy review. The need and benefit and professional practices within our submittal, as I believe it's Exhibit I, there's documentation related to the need for housing in Escambia County and the population growth, documentation from the census reflecting that growth, and the professional planning practices used in developing this request. Parcel size and aggregate of other opt-outs. The parcel size is 114.559 acres. This represents 1.33% of the 8,611.80 developable acres within the sector plan. The total of other opt-outs approved to this point are 442.78 acres. As far as transportation infrastructure goes, the developer has the agreement with the county for construction of Woodland Parkway. Traffic Department has provided comments and reports no capacity concerns. The developer will be building the necessary roadways. Compatibility with the underlying zoning and DSAP. Again, we are seeking a rezoning to high-density mixed use. The requested future land use category of mixed-use suburban is compatible with high-density mixed use. The previous future land use category was agriculture. Whether or not the property lost development rights, this prior zoning was also VAG1, and included in our packet is the analysis by Alara Mills Gutcher, a professional planner, outlining how the criteria of both the Land Development Code and the Comprehensive Plan is met by our submittal. And that would conclude the applicant's presentation.
All right, any questions by the board? Staff, would you like to make your presentation at this time?
Yes, thank you, Chair and Board. I'll try to summarize this a little bit more since we've kind of gone through this process a little bit. All right, so the applicant is requesting the Board of County Commissioners to assign a future land use category of mixed-use suburban. The applicants provide a conceptual layout for the development as Exhibit D of the application. The site is located on 3B of Exhibit D, which includes reference for 187 single-family dwellings on 63.2 acres. Based on the public records of Escambia County Properties Appraisers, the parcel is currently used for timberland. The current underlying zoning for the parcels are LDR 4 dwellings per acre, HDMU 25 dwellings per acre, Ag 1 dwelling per acre, and MDR 10 dwellings per acre. The existing land use derived from the adopted DSAP future land use identifies the parcel as suburban garden with a 5 dwelling units per acre. Neighborhood with the largest density, conservation neighborhood with the largest density of 3 dwelling units per acre, a neighborhood center with a minimum residential density of 5 dwelling units per acre. These are currently the future land use on the existing property. The applicant is also requesting to rezone the parcel from LDR, MDR, HDMU, and agricultural to high-density mixed use, which is already currently on the property, to 25 dwelling units per acre. Calculations for the 114.57 acres would be 2,864 dwelling units as a worst-case scenario if everything was built out. However, once roadways and utilities in place are and wetlands and endangered species identified, the maximum number of dwelling units cannot be achieved due to the development constraints. Under the standard map amendment criteria, analysis of availability and facilities services, the ability for public services and site future land use amendment requires that analysis of the level of services be evaluated during the site plan review process. The sanitary sewer, ECUA, will be providing capacity reservation letter. The closest sewer was around Bayou Marcus service area, and the developer's responsibility to run lines and the infrastructure will be through ECUA's development. The level of services for solid waste. Currently there is, based on the projections, solid waste is compatible. Portable water for the area supplied by Molino Utilities for verified availability by a letter of Exhibit F of the applicant's application. A conceptual portable water distribution system was developed based on analysis and is available at figure 4.03A of the DSAP document. Funding for any expansion of improvements to the portable distribution and the water treatment systems within the service area is typically generated by the respective utility authority at the time of application. Stormwater will be looked at a regional aspect and need to be approved also through Northwest Florida Water Management District. Traffic street analysis. Based on the section 4.02 public facilities planned under the Midwest Sector Plan, analysis conducted on different roadways and segments evaluating existing facilities and travel characteristics as well as potential impacts of the road capacity needs for a 5-year interim period and build out of the plan. A review of the area shows that the various transportation improvements are planned near the DSAP, including capacity expansion of US 29. The subject property is located on and west of Highway 29 along John Wilson Road. A traffic impact screening is recommended by the Transportation and Traffic Department. Any future development proposed on the parcel will require a formal submittal, review, and approval through the site plan review process. Recreation and open space, it will be required that certain recreation and open space will be approved through the development review process and meet all standards. Public school facilities, based on the records of the Escambia County schools assigned service is Molino Park Elementary, Ransom Middle, Tate High. The school district provided a courtesy review which demonstrates will exceed using the calculations for only residential at 114 acres. If the need arises, to be adjustments made to the school boundaries to balance the capacity among the schools, but Escambia County has not adopted a school concurrency at this time. Therefore, this amendment will not affect the student population. The application on Exhibit D shows a future K-8 school covering 40 plus or minus acres. Impact of natural resources, wellheads. Currently, the site is not located in a wellhead area. Historical significance. The applicant provided a resource of no historical significance at this time. Natural environmental. As stated in the sector plan document, natural resources of the DSAP contains significant wetlands that are regulated by the state and federal and local governments, and final design was to avoid and minimize wetland impacts to the greatest extent possible. There are hydraulic soils and prime soils and wetlands on the site, which may be subject to jurisdictional regulations by U.S. Army engineers under the Section 404 of the Clean Water Act and Florida Department ERP. When a project is submitted to the county, environmental study will be necessary. Comprehensive plan requirements for the DSAP. The parcel size regulations of individual DSAP land categories and regulations of overall sector plan, aggregated acreage of any opt-outs of 114 acres. This based on the staff calculations utilizing from section 2.02 DSAP document, the total developable acres in the entire sector plan is 8,611 acres. The applicant's parcel represents 1.33% of the existing developer acres. This is the 14th opt-out request submitting and to proceed the county staff. If approved, the total sector plan aggregate acreage will be 819.87 if the previous sector plans are approved. The original sector plan profile identified approximately 15,000 acres of land, ability of infrastructure, public service, and protection of natural resources. Assuming maximum theoretical build-out under the maximum use of the DSAP area would produce 27,145 jobs when announced using the maximum residential build-out of 23,000 dwelling units, the result of jobs to employed residents ratio is 1.18. Should it be noted that although there is no single perfect ratio of area job to ratio to be balanced, it is a job housing ratio of roughly 0.8 to 1.2. The proposed amendment is, if approved, the resulting job to housing ratio will be 1.32. Under the existing transportation infrastructure from the Transportation Department, the subject parcel is part of a larger master plan development and will include new paved streets and other required infrastructure for the development of the size. The master development is part of the development agreement in which the county has agreed to improve or construct east-west corridors south of the parcel, with the development group constructing north-south corridors. The subject parcel has frontage along the dirt portion of Matheson Road. The existing dirt road is not adequate for the development of this type, and platting subdivision on dirt roads is prohibited by the LDC, provided the developer construct roadways to serve such property part of the overall development plan. TTO has no traffic capacity concerns at the subject parcel related to the particular development parcel. Development meeting between the developer group and Escambia County staff in 2022 contained discussions requiring the developer widening the paved portion of Matheson Road from the west end of pavement to Highway 29 to provide a 12-foot travel lanes. As the master plan overall development continues, an operation analysis performed by the developer of the intersection of Matheson and Highway 29 will be appropriate to examine the warrants for turn lanes and signalization for construction required when warranted by the overall larger development. The underlying zoning district is compatible with the DSAP and surrounding. The existing parcel is currently zoned low density, medium density. The surrounding parcels are zoned LDR, MDR, ACLI, and agricultural. If removed from the sector plan, the following range of the permanent uses are allowed under the existing zoning district. most of it. All right, consistent with the future land use, the request of MUS future land use category will be consistent with the underlying zoning uses, densities, and intensities allowed by HDMU, LDR, MDR. However, the mixed-use suburban will not be consistent with the 1.27 plus minus acres of ag zoning. The applicant has also requested a rezoning, case number Z 2023-15, from HDMU, LDR, MDR, and the ag to HDMU, which would be consistent with the mixed-use suburban. Analysis to consider whether the applicant lost development rights or was effectively downzoned as part of the sector plan adoption. Prior to adoption of the Midwest Sector Plan, the parcel was zoned VAG1, allowing 1 dwelling units per 20 acres. Based on the existing data, the residential for the parcel was in fact increased by the adoption of the sector plan and assignment of the DSAP land uses, allowing for more than 1 dwelling unit per 20 acres. If approved, the future development associated with the parcel will be evaluated by the Development Review Committee, utilizing the current zoning regulations while addressing the minimizing any potential impacts that proposed development could have characteristic of the existing low-density residential development. If approved, the sector plan boundary map will be adjusted accordingly to reflect removal of the parcel from attachment B. If approved, the parcel will also assign a future land use as requested in attachment C. That includes staff's findings. Thank you.
Are there any questions for staff at this time? All right, we'll move into public comment. Again, you,
Yeah, can we please see on the screen the map of their phasing plan and inform the people here which part of their phasing plan it is?
all right, staff, did you get that? Looking for the phasing plan and then, 3B, correct? Okay. And the orange portion that they're circling right there.
And which one did we just discuss?
No, the very bottom.
It would have been down, yeah, more.
It's the very bottom.
Down
5C.
5C. Okay.
Just the L. Not across the highway.
You're saying where 5C is that correct?
Where
Ms. Bush?
5C is, but
Yep.
not across Woodlands Parkway. So 5C, you remember the last property was shaped
Correct.
like a boot, so it would go up to where you see those townhomes,
Where it says
wetlands.
up,
Up, yes, there, then down, and then over.
there.
Exactly. That was the one. That was
okay.
just-
Thank you. And that was one that no action was taken on that particular parcel.
Correct. So if we can scroll back up to what we're looking at now, which is that 3B orange area, and then the orange area just south of there.
That goes to purple too. When you say no action, what's that mean?
We'll explain that on the end. We want this one right now.
It also
Uh,
includes the apartment, the purple to the right of Parkway.
Yes, I believe so.
All right, so we'll start with public forum now. Remember, you do not have to speak during this case to speak at the Board of County Commission meeting, but you most certainly have the right to speak at this. So I'll call everybody up here, and if you'd rather just wave in favor or against, you can do that, and we've got that noted, or you may come up and speak. So Joshua Coonrod, we'll start with you.
I'm not gonna speak, but I'm against.
Joshua's against it. Ainsley Bradley. Ainsley Bradley might have left. She was against it. James McLeod. James is against it. I've got that written down. Charles Booth.
Yes, sir, I have one quick question.
Yes, sir. Will you come to the microphone, please?
Come to the mic so we can get you on.
And then if you'll just state your name and address again for the record.
Charles Booth, 1400 Highway 196, also Barron Oak Park Road. I think I missed something on the schools going in, donating the property K through 8, correct? Nothing to do with high school. And then somebody said that they're saying the student everybody at Tate or Northview won't be affected? Did somebody say that? I mean, why is it not a high school included?
We will,
A lot of these kids are gonna be high school age. My son's girlfriend graduated from Tate in 2018. It was 505 kids there. Northview's about as bad, so I didn't know about the high school.
Okay.
And maybe
I
it's been
will,
addressed, I'm not sure.
I'll ask that question of staff when we get
Okay.
to public comment. I'll make a note, okay?
I had this little side note on this. My wife and I had just had to fight the Florida Power and Light Next Era Energy Gulf Power gas pipeline. People in Molina call it the bomb. But we found it amusing that when they did the map of the pipeline, they had every gopher hole plotted out on it, which I'm all for saving the gophers. I got them on my property. But my wife pointed out and asked them, why aren't the families affected being on the map? So they had the gophers on the map but not the families. Which my point being with this is a lot of times they'll do things and they'll get around it because they burrowed over those gopher holes and they didn't move the ones on my property. I don't know what happened to them. But a lot of times these developers will go in and they'll do what they're going to do. And I have an environmental science degree as well, 1985 from the University of West Florida. And when we study these things, a lot of times they'll go in there and they'll do what they're going to do, beg for forgiveness or pay the fine, because the outcome is more financially agreeable to them. So that's just what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we've got Gary Houston.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Gary Houston. My address is 25 West Cedar Street, Suite 210, Pensacola, Florida. In the interest of time, I'd like to incorporate the comments that I made on the previous case, which is OSP 2023-03. I'd like to add some new comments, again, because of the time limits that you impose upon the public. It takes a few bites at the apple to get it all out. You know, I'm not saying that this was intentional, but I think you need to recognize the practical effect that this hearing has been going on for more than 4 hours. This room was jam-packed at 9 o'clock when it began. And today, because people work, they're not here anymore. And that's not going to matter so much on these opt-outs, but it's going to matter a lot on those zoning cases, as you well know. There are 3 aspects to this fundamental unfairness, which I think is virtually a denial of due process to the public. First, this meeting has been going on for over 4 hours and people have had to leave. Second, the developer has had years to prepare for this. The public has had days. And the third thing is that the limited time for comment by any one person makes it difficult to assemble a coherent response to the points that you've asked us to respond to. This is the first time, in my judgment, that anything that has any remote chance of development could occur. So the neighbors' concerns about density are fundamentally the first time they've been able to address their concerns about density. And I appreciate the fact that you took no action on the first OSP. But we've got some problems here proceeding with yet one more opt-out and 3 rezoning requests today. Please take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got Maria Smith. Maria Smith. Maria Smith. She had to leave. She indicated she is against all. Melissa Russell. Melissa has indicated she's against all. Vernon Prather.
My name is Vernon Prather, 4280 Highway 196, Molino, Florida, president of Molino Utilities. I'll just not duplicate my comments, but what I said before still stands. I turned in the capacity analysis report, and then I'd had more of a question this time. you know, you can't build half a water system, you can't build half a water tank, you can't build half a well. And so I'm really trying to wrap my mind around how many units are we talking about. I was at 4,700-ish a while ago, then I reduced it down to 4,100, and then I heard a number that scared me to death that said 23,000 units. So I hope that's not the case because, anyway, so 4,700, 4,100? I mean, somebody just give me I don't have to know exactly, but just, is that what we're talking about? Yeah, so I would just like to know what the number is near.
At this point,
And then,
at this point in the process, we aren't looking at the number of units. We're looking at the density that's going on there, what the zoning's going to be, and what the land is allowed to do, what the owner's allowed to do with the land. That does come later in the process. I understand the concern, certainly, but.
And then another statement I'd like to make: what we provided to the developer through our operations manager is that we've stated that these parcels are located in our franchise. We acknowledge that we have an obligation to provide water service. We're not obligated to pay for all of it, but we're obligated to provide it because it is in our franchise. We also said a disclaimer down on our letter that said, disclaimer, no guarantee of capacity is made until FDEP application is signed by Molino Utilities. This document cannot be used to obtain building permits. So I just want to get everybody on the same page about water capacity. It really hasn't been looked at. And I also take a little bit of an issue with us stating that it's not in a wellhead protection zone. We're stating facts that we haven't located the well. This development is so big, it will have to have a well nearby. All the other wells in Molino are miles away. It's not going to, you know, I know water flows downhill, but it only goes so far. So I do take issue with that. And I was going to go over it a little bit earlier. So we have a well on Molino Road. We have a well at the Atmore Cutoff, which serves Pilgrim Hills. The main well that supplies most of Molino is on Chestnut. And then there's a well way out there on Gibson Road in the middle of nowhere. That's well number 4. But in order to serve this development, it will have to have its own large elevated tank and probably at least 2 wells because of the density we're talking about. So I just want to make everybody very clear on that. I'll be happy to answer any questions, but I got 40 seconds.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, Larry Meacham. Larry, wave against. You are here, though. Let's keep that there for Julie Meacham. Waving against. James Armstrong. James Armstrong. Hold off. I'll come. Oh, oppose all. Okay. Yes, sir. We got Ben Cartwright. Ben Cartwright. He's against, but he's no longer here. We've got Candace Ike. All right, Candace. All right, she's against all. Mark Coonrod, sorry, I should know by now.
Thank you. Yeah, Mark Coonrod, 1500 Vert Lane in Cantonment. One question that came up on the previous issue, the previous case, was why is there such a rush? Why are we combining so many aspects of the entire zoning process in one fell swoop? That's part of why this meeting's taken so long, probably. But in my mind, what we're doing is there is some future land use categories that apply to this parcel, and it applies to all these cases. But there's future land uses identified already. What they're looking to do is opt out. So that ought to be the first thing that's considered. Do they opt out or do they not? Once they opt out, they fall back to the future land use plan. And that's one of the criteria of evaluating approvals is that, you know, what was the previous future land use criteria. So in my mind, you opt out of the plan that was an amendment to the comprehensive plan. Now you're back to the original comprehensive plan. That means, oh, well, you're back to agricultural. Okay, now that we're at agricultural, now you start to have your meetings about, well, what would be appropriate now that you're agricultural? Oh, well, we need to change the future land use map now than to go. I mean, we're changing horses in midstream. We're amending the comprehensive plan, the future land use map without the process of, look, we're getting rid of one, let's put in the other one. One of the problems I mentioned earlier was that, well, the future land, or the zoning districts have changed between the time that this plan went in and now as we're opting out. So it's going to be difficult in some cases. Thankfully, agricultural only has 3 applicable zoning categories right now. I don't think it's fair to try to, the agricultural future land use has agricultural zoning, and it has conservation, and one other, I forget, but no residential type of things. So I oppose the rush to do all these things together. I think we need to take things one step at a time. And part of the reasoning for that is, I mean, we're going through things like, you know, Molino Utilities has said they have the capacity. Well, all of that stuff would come up as we review the comprehensive plan, large-scale amendment. Nobody's talking about doing that. We're doing all that like on the fly here now, all in one time. We need to look at, do they really have the capacity? Do they have the ability to generate that capacity? I think we've heard that they don't have near that capacity right now. The schools, there's property donated, but has the Escambia County School District committed to building the school and staffing the school, maintaining the school? I don't know that that's happened. We can't amend the future land use map on our own speculations of what different agencies or groups are going to do. So I think I'll give my, don't have any more time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Donna Jones. Donna Jones. She had to leave. She indicated she's against all. Tiffany LaRue.
Tiffany LaRue, 2018 Matheson Road, Cantonment, Florida. I want to address something that Ms. Bush said at the end of the last session, which was trying to say that this is just about the 200 and some homes that are in this particular area. That's really, really not true. It's about all of the units that are going to be in that whole area. It's about moving a town into our rural area. You're going to either approve them all or not. And we do understand that's the way it's going to go. Mr. Hemmer said the reason they haven't developed stage 1 in their plan is because he is waiting for approval of the rest. So it's pretty much an all or nothing. So we're talking about a very large plan, pretending it's about some small number, like 200 and some is less than the 400 Molino Utilities currently has available. That's totally untrue. They're not talking about 200 and some. They are talking about many more than Molino Utilities has the capacity for. To address it again, ECUA does not even have enough trash cans. We don't have a turn lane onto Matheson Road off of 29. It's a very dangerous turn. They're going to investigate the possibility of a turn lane if this is approved. The density that is going to be applied to the area by this is too much for the area. It's too dramatic of a change. Mr. Hemmer already knew that that was a creek and a flood plain, so he already knew he wasn't going to be able to develop part of that area. He doesn't need any compensation from the county, making exceptions so that he can put more units on a smaller amount of land so that he can have as much use of his space as possible at the expense of the rest of us. So it is absolutely an adverse impact on the surrounding properties, and it's going to be too intense of a change in such a short period of time. There needs to be some thought for preserving our area and our way of life. We do not deserve to just be sold out to the person with the money.
Thank you. Zach Mott.
Zach Mott, 243 North Chipper Road. Can we bring that picture back up earlier of the water, of the wetlands and all? Come on up, come on up there. Come on, right. No, go back down. there was another one. Right there. I'm assuming that green area, coming up the center of north there, that's wetlands, right?
Yes.
Okay, can we go back to the 3B now? Or was it 168 units, 187 units in the? There we go. So you telling me you're gonna build them units on top of the wetlands?
Won't be wet once they fill it in.
Right.
Great idea.
So that's what we're going for here. We're gonna fill in the wetlands, right? More water. I mean, you can dig the wet out. I mean, like I said, I do this type of work for a living. You can dig the wet out and put some dry stuff on top of it, and eventually it'll be all right. Till it sinks. And then you got all that water that's absorbed. It's called percolation. That water percolates into that area. It holds into that area. What happens when it's not allowed to do that anymore? Flash flooding. My parents own property along Perdita River, the south of Caldwell Creek. I've stood on their back porch and watched the river flood in their backyard. You know what's going to happen? That house was built on a 100-year floodplain. So that all the man mentioned earlier, all the stats and all that, stuff that y'all do, you fill in your paperwork, make all this stuff up of where the water's going to be in a 100-year flood. All that's irrelevant, right? The man just told all of us that. All that's irrelevant. So you're not only going to flood the people, Caldwell Creek, you're going to flood Perdita River. And the people that live along Perdita River that is not owned by Florida, the FWC or whatever. So, I mean, you fixing to pick off not only the folks that's here, but a lot more.
Alabama side too.
Exactly. So, I mean, we're looking at not only just the Florida side, but we're looking at Alabama also and the effects that they're going to receive from this. And there's a whole lot of people that live down that river. I don't know if you've ever been on that river, but there's a whole lot of folks that live on that river. Not to mention the flooding that we're going to get. The only route that's going to be south, once this flooding starts, the only route's down 95A. Because the people's already told you, 29, right there just north of Quintet Road floods, Jacks Branch floods at Caldwell Creek, and also Caldwell Creek floods and Jacks Branch Creek floods. So you just shut all those people off with no way out.
Thank you. Lumen Wilson. I think he's not here. Lumen's still here. He's indicated he's against. Linda Carbone. All right, she's against all. Caleb Lundy. Caleb, he's against all. George Bowen. George Bowen. It is Bauer.
Not for any of this garbage. It's common sense.
So against all.
Against all.
Thank you, Caitlin Bradley. Caitlin Bradley. Against all. Michael Sutton. Michael Sutton. Against all. Robert Coker. Robert Coker against all. William Reedy. Against all. Molly Fuquay. Okay, against all. Sandy, this is where I got confused last time. Bourbon Average, against all. Alicia Cheney, she's against all. Donna Edens, against all. Mary Beth Marmon, against all. Jim Seitz, Mary Seitz, Lamar Smith. Lamar Smith was against all. John Casperson.
My name is John Casperson. My address is 1000 La Paz Street, Pensacola. I'm a member of the Pensacola Rifle and Pistol Club and on the board of directors. My comments about this parcel track what I said earlier about parcel number 3. There'll be more people if high-density apartments are approved. There's going to be a lot less pine trees in between the range and this parcel, so the noise level will be higher. Also against this parcel, if the adjustment is approved, there'll be about 4 times as many people trying to get out of that subdivision and onto Matheson Road, and it's just not equipped for that. It's a big change. I did not understand the justification given for opting out in such a way that 4 times as many people were going to be put on the property. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you. Bonnie Exner.
One quick question.
Yeah.
Bonnie Exter, 4601 Highway 196, Bernal Park, Florida, or Molino Park, Florida, mailing address. My question goes to those pink slips that you're going through. I want to know, are they going in the trash or will they go to the county commission meeting?
The staff will take them and they've got to record them so that they'll go to the county commission.
They will all. So many people aren't aware of how to do this. I've been here before and I knew a lot of those people left. I don't think that was by accident. I think that was by strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Philip Mayhar here. He had to leave. He's against all. Tammy Kirkland.
Tammy Kirkland, 5115 Bernal Park School Road. I'll be brief. I'm opposed to the opt-out. I believe they should stick with the sector plan. Continued opt-outs is muddying the water. It's putting burden on existing residents, adverse impact. Take your choice. It's just multiple issues with the opt-outs. They bought the property. They should stay in the plan. Escambia County is famous for willy-nilly, whatever. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Cart before the horse. Just like 9 Mile Road should have been 4-lane years before Navy Federal went in. There's just too much being rushed into action here. We need to slow down. We live up there. So let's make an informed decision. Let's slow down. Let's get some studies done. And the amount of increase in population that this would bring to that small area, there's just too much wrong with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Robinson. Stephanie Robinson against all. Michael David Rogers.
Michael David Rogers, 3005 Keck Road. I'm opposed to it all. I think we just have too much going on there. The infrastructure should have been done. They purchased this land knowing that, you know, the zoning requirements. I purchased my land. I knew the zoning requirements of mine and surrounding me. That's why we purchased it. If you allow this type of zoning to change, I believe it takes away from the people that already own properties there. I mean, they're selling you guys and then passing it on to us an idea. He doesn't care about building houses. That's not what he's doing. He's selling the ideals of building houses. He's not going to construct them, I don't imagine. You know, he's just going to sell that to somebody else who's going to build houses. So I say no. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Rogers.
Kelly Rogers, 3005 Keck Road. Just to go back to what I said earlier, this does not conform to our surrounding areas. We don't have 18 homes on an acre in Molino nor in Cantonment anywhere that I've seen. So it does not conform to the surrounding areas. This is a rural area. First thing I want to touch on this parcel, which is all parcels when I'm coming to talk. I'm talking about every single one of them. Your schools. Okay, he's giving us some land. Y'all are going to, we're going to build a school. Who's going to fund it? When's it going to get approved? How's it going to happen? K through, 8 something? What are we going to do about high school? Tate High School has 2,123 students, okay? It is overrun. It's too many students. That is a 22 to 1 ratio for the teachers, where Florida standard is 16 to 1, okay? The teacher population of 96 teachers has declined by 11% over the last 5 years of school. You're not going to find teachers for these students. You're not going to find bus drivers, especially at the rate y'all pay, to bus these students back and forth to a school we don't even have. There's no high school. So where are these high school students going to go? They can't go through K through 8. We need a high school, okay? But therefore, we have to fund it. The taxpayers are going to have to fund this high school and this K through 8 and this fire department. When's the fire department going to come? How long is that going to take? Who's going to fund that? When's that going to happen? There are too many questions that need answers before all of this gets approved. This is not right. Molino doesn't want it. Cantonment doesn't want it. I have not read not one comment, spoke to one person or anything that says, oh yeah, this is exactly what we want. Okay? That's not happening. Nobody wants it. I have read nothing. I have talked to no one. Not a single person. Our thoughts and our opinions should be taken into consideration when something like this is changing. We're the ones who live there. We've asked y'all multiple times, do y'all? No answers, so we assume none of you live there, so you don't care either. Mr. Engel, I really appreciate your comments earlier. Absolutely. Great job. Appreciate it. But we matter. We live there. This man does not live there. He just wants to make $1 and put 14,000 people right there in 1,400 acres. It's not right. It's not right. And I deny all of it. I'm against all of it.
Thank you. All right, Jason Coggin.
My name's Jason Coggin. I live at 5845 Highway 29, Molino. Like the gentleman was saying earlier, you're going to have to supply water to these people. And when you do, you're going to drill a new well. Well, all these people that don't get their water from Molino, they get their groundwater pumped up. Their well's going to go dry. And they're going to have to drill new wells. I mean, this man ain't going to come drill me a new well. So he makes $1 and I just get, I ain't gonna say the word, but y'all know what I mean. I mean, y'all gotta think about us. Really. I mean, he can get rich, but I mean, he ain't gotta live there. If he wants a subdivision, build that some bitch in his backyard. I don't want it in mine.
Thank you. Jacqueline Rogers.
Okay, reasons why you can deny this. Your staff says right here that mixed-use suburban, which is 25 dwelling units per acre, is not consistent with the agricultural zoning. So before they rezone, they have part of this parcel is agricultural, and so that's not consistent. There's an inconsistency right there. Yeah, I know they want to rezone it. That's a whole nother issue. If they want to rezone it to HDMU, that's 25 dwelling units per acre times 114.57 acres is 2,864 dwelling units. She can say 400. He can sell this property. He can go bankrupt. The economy can go down. You are approving 25 dwelling units per acre, mixed-use suburban, up to commercial uses, up to heavy commercial on 114.5 acres. He already has suburban garden, 5 dwelling units per acre, conservation neighborhood, 3 dwelling units per acre, neighborhood center, 5 dwelling units per acre, and wetlands. This property before the sector plan was imposed on it was VAG1, agricultural, 1 dwelling unit per 20 acres. Your staff has documented that the density, developmental residential density has increased with the sector plan. So there's no property rights issue here. Your transportation and traffic said there's no local road and there's no planned improvements. Of course, they can say that, but there's nothing on the books. That's what your traffic thing. They did not do a traffic study. They didn't even not do a traffic screening, which they, tried to do that before. They're talking about Highway 29. We're not talking about Highway 29. This is not on Highway 29. Your Molino man already said that letter, I have a copy of the letter right here. Your staff said it proved availability of water. It does not. It says right at the bottom, no guarantee of capacity is made until FEDP application is signed by Molino Utilities. And he's told you don't have capacity. It says in your staff analysis that this will cause overcrowding for the schools. Now, we all know that that's countywide. These people don't want to send their kids to Pensacola High School. They don't want to be bused to that because Florida doesn't have capacity within the district. But this will put us over capacity. At least our staff was honest enough to put that in there. It is in a flood zone. You've done no wetland survey. You've done no environmental study. You're deferring that until the people apply for permits. And guess what? They're just going to clear cut like they're doing on the other properties that you've opted out. You cannot cherry pick parts of the plan. He can't be in the sector plan a little bit, but then let's take these parts out because I don't want to preserve open space, especially around wetlands. Why would you do that? If we need to do another plan, have the courage to remove the plan and have another plan. But Commissioner Barry doesn't have the courage. This board has not had the courage. You've only opted out conservation neighborhoods, and now you're only opting out pieces of this developer when he's gotten all this other density.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Carol Armstrong.
Carol Armstrong, 4241 Shipko Road in Cantonment. I'll be brief. The adverse effects around the surrounding properties are numerous. The quality of life will be diminished. The subject property will certainly confer a special benefit for the subject property to the detriment of the community more than the uses of the density and intensity of the current zoning. I'm against the opt-out. But I also would encourage Mr. Hemmer. He owns the land. He has a time, and he can make decisions that will be congruent with what is already there. He could make beautiful pieces of property that would be desirable, that would cost plenty to help make up the difference for this intensity that he's asking for. And in that case, we would be happy to give him an opt-out.
Thank you. Jason Weedlick? Not here. Okay, he's against all. Mike Camp? Mike Camp, against all. Robert Creighton? Against all. Ed Wilkerson?
Yeah, I live at 3764 Wilder Road, right by the Homestead Lounge on 29. I've heard water mentioned a lot. I was in construction work. Champion goes through 24 to 28 million gallons per day, all taken from wells on Well Line Road. All this development is competing with Champion for water. I hope we have an endless supply, but I don't think y'all could guarantee that. So that's all I want to say. Water is life.
Thank you so much. Richard Gentry? Richard, against all, I believe. Thank you. Bruce Cullen? Bruce Cullen, against all. Is it Barry Kelly? Or is it Brian Kelly? Against all. Laura Creighton? Against all? Michelle Johnston? Michelle? All right, against all? Cynthia Vincent? Against all? Chris Kerb?
I just want to make it clear, I'm not against it, and I'm also not for it. I'm just against the way the process works, and the way your codes are set up. If you pull that map up where you have the wetlands there, and John, you mentioned that they're going to do a drainage study because it's a zone A, and
A flood zone study, not a drainage study.
a flood zone study. Okay. So that means that the flood zone we have there doesn't have a base flood elevation, so that's what they'll have to do. Do you know what data goes into that flood study?
That's for a civil engineer to review.
Okay, so their engineer, or do we hire somebody?
The developer will hire a civil engineer to do a flood study or a consultant, and our civil engineer, stormwater, will look at the calculations to make sure it's verified.
Okay, so they will be based off of our land development code, which we're currently allowing to use 1979 rainfall data. I stress that point because I keep kicking this down the road with your design standard manual and your professional advisory committee, but I digress. These wetlands there kind of show an indication of what you'd assimilate is a floodplain, so to speak. It's probably a lot bigger than what's shown there, and if you compare that to the way the development's laid out, you'll see that the proposed development squishes in on these floodplains. That's what we're seeing a lot in developments. Just on June 16th, we had a flash flood on the west end of the county, Windrose subdivision. A whole bunch of houses went underwater over there. There's a creek back behind there. Just to give you an example on that creek didn't used to flood. Matter of fact, your flood zone map says it's not in, only a little part of it's in a flood zone. Your preliminary flood maps that FEMA put out for 2016, it was the Water Management District, they show that these flood zones are going from a hazard flood zone to a flood zone X. We also have a basin study in that area that says that area doesn't flood. So why is it flooding every time we have these major storm events? Well, because we're using the wrong rainfall data for one. But the other reason is there was a development that got put in off of Blue Angel that encroached a cul-de-sac and a pond into this floodplain. And no study was done on that because now these residents are flooding. They'll be showing up at the Board of County Commissioners meeting on next Tuesday. My point being here is this sector plan that we have and the way y'all are doing rezonings, it doesn't take in the factor of stormwater concurrency and drainage. And that's really not a problem for the developer. I mean, he's just trying to make a buck. It's the way our system is set up. It needs to be changed.
Thank you, Chris. Amy Glenn? Amy Glenn? All right, thank you very much. And then we've got Jeff Glenn. All right, sounds good. And I'm just going to make sure Roger Menard. Not here. All right, and that was everybody I had signed up for this specific case. Does that sound about right? Anybody else? Okay, at this, oh, yes, sir. Okay, your name was what again?
Daniel Clayton.
Daniel Clayton. All right, well, we'll take a look. If not, if there's still some forms back there, we'll get you to fill another one out. So if you do want to speak at the rezoning cases, so you can speak at the county commission, we don't want you to miss that opportunity. All right. I'd like to ask the applicant if you have anything that you'd like to add at this point for closing arguments.
Just very briefly, to address again the water capacity point, that's something that would be looked at specifically at the DRC review level. Whether or not, the number of permits being pulled matches what capacity they have is not necessarily a question for you here today. We have presented evidence that we've met the criteria for the opt-out, both based on the Land Development Code and the comprehensive plan, and we just ask that you approve the request.
Thank you. Is there any questions for the applicant? No. I did want to bring up a couple questions. I think these were probably more directed at staff. We had that question about school capacity and where those numbers come from. Where are those just pulled from school district website?
No, so we don't have school concurrency, but we do have a school agreement. Basically, any development that comes through the county, we send them, how many units would be, looking to come in. And they did a courtesy review. This is not DRC. At DRC, they would actually have a full review. They did a courtesy review ahead of time to let you know what the impacts possibly could be at the greatest extent. So those numbers were based on the overall acreage, not what was going to be developed, but the overall acreage.
Okay, thank you. And then also, if you'll address the, I guess, the difference in units from what perhaps the applicant said and what staff presented with 23,000 units.
23,000 is the overall mid. There's three different mid. There's a low, a mid, and a high in the sector plan of how many units could be built. The mid is the 23,000 for the overall Jack's Branch area, the overall Jack's Branch area. So if everything was to be built out at the mid density of each zoning category for the sector plan, there could be up to 23,000 units with not even going through a rezoning.
Okay, thank you. And then also, Ms. Exner, I know that you asked about the forms and if they were going to make it over there. And then Ms. Rogers, I think I'll kind of touch on your point about perhaps where we all live. I do not live north of 9 Mile Road. We each are appointed to this board by a county commissioner. 2 of us are at-large members where all 5 of them vote on who sits in that seat. 2 members are not here today. That out of our 7 voting members. And so, but I will certainly talk to my county commissioner that appointed me and let him know what happened at this meeting today. And I would advise my counterparts to do the same. And kind of, let them know kind of how this meeting went and the turnout that's been here today, as well as all these forms that they'll get as part of their backup for their next meeting. So he still is. He's not here today. I'm not sure. So,
if I'm not mistaken, he is a district 5 resident.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time,
Mr. Chairman, just a point of
yes,
order
sir.
as well as a question. Steve Lockman, 1025 Highway 196. At the beginning of this meeting, you made a clear and concise statement inquiring regarding ex parte communications between the board members and the people of the community, as well as the parties that sit behind us, as well as each other regarding the topics that were given today. What was not included and what should have been included is whether or not any of you have had any ex parte communications with any of your appointee, if you will, county commissioners or any of the county commissioners that currently sit as the operating board for this county, and that was not included in your statement.
I got you.
And so therefore, nobody answered with respect to that.
Yes, sir. So to that point, we asked that question in the rezoning cases, which it would be after these opt-out cases, because those are quasi-judicial. So before each of those rezoning cases, we will ask that question, and we'll all go through and answer. Thank you. All right, board, is there any questions for staff or the applicant at this point? All right, if not, then I'll entertain a motion from somebody on this case.
As I mentioned before, there's a plan in place, the Midwest Sector Plan. If it needs fixing, then we need to fix it. It's incumbent upon the Board of County Commissioners to make that decision. They either need to get rid of the plan or we fix it. My going in position is we stick with the plan. If we need to adjust it, we adjust it. But again, the county commissioners need to make that decision.
All right, is there a motion that anybody would like to make at this time?
And again, I'll make a motion again to recommend denial.
Does the motion have a second?
Second.
All right, excuse me. We've got a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the motion?
I just want to add that because the county commissioners have not made a decision, it puts an undue burden on the landowners. Mr. Hemmer's just trying to make a living. He hires his attorney. County staff, it puts a burden on you, it puts a burden on this board, and also the neighbors of the developer.
I'm gonna dovetail him exactly. He is right. This is something that's needed to be looked at for the past, 5 years? And it keeps coming to this board. So it makes us a deadlock scenario every time almost. So it puts the burden on you all, puts the burden on us. Heck, it even goes to the commission too. But it does need to have eyes on it again. So I'll say that.
Thank you. All right, is there any further discussion? All right, the motion is to deny the opt-out. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Motion 5-0. All those opposed, okay. We'll move on to our next opt-out case. All right, we've got opt-out case OSP 2023-05, applicant Meredith Bush, agent for Exit 3 Investments, LLC. Address 3400 block John Wilson Road, property size 184.86 plus or minus acres, from suburban garden, traditional village, village center, and wetlands to mixed-use suburban. At this time, will staff please present the pictures?
Okay, Allison Lindsay, Development Services Planner. This is the location and the wetlands map of the OSP 2023-05 at 2400 block of John Wilson Road. 3400. This is the zoning map showing the HDR commercial zoning in the area. This is the future land use map showing it's agricultural. And this is the 2030 future land use of agricultural. This is the proposed future land use of mixed-use suburban. This is the Jacks Branch DSAT map showing the parcel outlined. And this is showing the acreage, the development acreage on each JB section in the parcel. This is showing the prime soils and the wetlands map. This is the aerial photography of the site. This is the public hearing signs that were posted on at the end off of John Wilson's Road. This is looking west at the end of Matheson. And this is also looking down John Wilson Road, the private road. And this is the reference photo showing the address on John Wilson Matheson. This is looking east along Matheson. And that's all the maps and photography.
Thank you. At this time, would the applicant like to please proceed?
Sure, thank you, Meredith
Sorry.
Bush, on behalf of the applicant. On this case, we have two parcels totaling 184.86 acres, suburban garden, traditional village, village center, and wetlands. We are asking to go to mixed-use suburban. The underlying zoning is currently medium-density residential, high-density residential, and commercial. As far as the phasing plan goes, we're looking at a number 284 total dwelling units. Now on to the opt-out criteria. This property is not in a wellhead protection area. It's not a historically significant site. That documentation from the Division of Historical Resources has been submitted. There are wetlands present. I believe this is in both the Cow Devil Creek and Jacks Branch drainage basins. The comp plan criteria, looking at traffic, it's located along John Wilson Road. FDOT traffic count at Highway 29 is 25,000 cars. And along the nearest portion of Quintet Road is 1,050 trips. As to sanitary sewer and water, again, documentation from Molino Utilities and ECUA has been provided. The developer would be bringing and providing the lift stations, donating land for the water tower, and developing the infrastructure. Wetlands and drainage, the stormwater system would be designed for a 100-year storm event in accordance with county and the water management district regulations. As far as solid waste, Perdido landfill has adequate capacity and collection would be by ECUA. Parks, recreation, and open space, the proposed phasing plan depicts 16 parks and quite a bit of open space. A detailed review would occur through the development review process. Similar to the other cases with the schools, there would be a donation of 40-acre site to address school capacity. Need and benefit professional practices. Again, Exhibit I submitted with the application outlines the need for housing in Escambia County and documentation from the census reflecting the population growth over the past decade. It also outlines the professional planning practices. Parcel size and aggregate of other opt-outs. The two parcels together total 184.86 acres. This represents 2.146% of the 8,611.80 developable acres. The other opt-outs to date total an aggregate of 442.78 acres. Transportation infrastructure, the developer has the agreement in place with the county for construction of Woodland Parkway. Traffic has provided comments and noted no concern with traffic capacity. Developer would be building those internal roadways. Underlying zoning incompatibility with DSAP. The underlying zoning in this case is medium density residential, high density residential, and commercial, which is compatible. We are not seeking a rezoning of this particular property. The mixed use suburban is compatible with the MDR, HDR, and commercial. The prior flu of the parcels was agricultural. Whether or not there were lost development rights, the prior zoning again on this was VAG1, and there is the analysis by certified planner Alara Mills Gutcher in the packet outlining how the criteria is met and that the request is consistent with both the land development code and the comprehensive plan. And that concludes applicant's presentation.
Thank you so much. At this time, staff, do you have anything to present for this case?
Yes, okay. So opt-out 2023-05, 184.86 plus or minus acres. The request is to opt out the sector plan and request the mixed-use suburban future land use. And currently at this time, based on the public records of Escambia County Property Appraiser, the parcels are currently used for timberland. The underlying zoning of the parcels are MDR, which is 10 dwelling units per acre, HDR, 18 dwelling units per acre, and commercial at 25 dwelling units per acre. The analysis of the availability of facilities and services. Emerald Coast Utilities stated that their closest water main is located in the right-of-way of Quintet and 29. There is an approved subdivision adjacent to the subject property that may be able to have a connection point for future development. However, the developer will be responsible for running the lines, infrastructure to connect to the ECUA system. The demand for solid waste, any of the solid waste, of course, it the level of service standards is 6 pounds per capita per day, and the amendment request to opt out wouldn't affect the population projections, and it would have to be reviewed through the development review through a site plan process. For the potable water in the area is supplied by Millennium Utilities, who verified that that they are the service provider of the in the area, and funding for any expansion or improvements to the potable distribution would be typical responsible respective utility authorities at the time of the application. For stormwater, the amendment itself will not rely on stormwater requirements just to opt out of the sector plan. Based on the DSAP's original analysis for stormwater in the area of the sector plan, stormwaters should be developed as regional systems and encompass multiple areas of the development. Traffic, streets, and access. Based on the section 4.02 of the Public Facilities Plan under the sector plan, transportation analysis was conducted on different roadways and segments, evaluating the existing facilities and travel characteristics, as well as the potential impacts and road capacity needed for the 5-year interim period and the build-out of the plan. A review of the area showed that various transportation improvements are planned near the DSAP area, including capacity expansions of US 29. A traffic impact screening is recommended by the Transportation and Traffic Department, and any future development proposed on the parcel will require formal submittal, review, and approval through the site plan process. For recreation and open space intends to serve as a buffer to protect and preserve areas of significant natural resources and wildlife habitat while offering passive recreational opportunities to residents. The mixed-use suburban land use category allows for residential, retail sales and services and recreation as permitted uses, and any development could create usable and accessible open space, which could contribute to the overall interconnectivity of development. This amendment itself will not rely on open space requirement. For public school facilities, based on the public school records, it's Molina Park, Ernest Ward, and Northview High School. The school district provides a courtesy review that they also put into the packet, and once the plans are submitted, they will have a formal review for school, and if any needs arise, then the adjustments would be made for school boundary. Impacts on natural environment. The applicant provided documentation stating that there is no recorded historical resources on the parcel. The Escambia County Comp Plan has a section for historical preservation, and at any time during the development, if artifacts are discovered, they are to cease construction. And based on the existing geographical information on our layer or our maps, it's not located in a current existing wellhead protection area. And if development occurs, then they may have to have additional wellheads created, but that's in the future, but not for this opt-out of the land. There are hydric and non-hydric soils, prime soils, and wetlands on the site, and they will be subject to jurisdictional regulations by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers under Section 404 of the Clean Water Act. Comprehensive plan requirements for changes to the existing DSAP. The parcels are north of Wellline Road in the Jacks Branch DSAP with access via John Wilson Road in the suburban garden, traditional village, village center, and wetlands. If approved, the requested removal of the parcels from the sector plan would not create a fragmented DSAP. And this is the 15th opt-out requested, and it would have an aggregate acres of 1,005 acres if all were approved and processed. The jobs to housing ratio, a perfect job to housing ratio would be a 1.18, and this amendment, the job to housing ratio would be 1.36. The traffic and transportation did do an analysis, and kind of like the other analysis that was done, that the master development is part of a development agreement in which the county has agreed to improve or construct east-west corridors with the development group constructing north-south corridors. The agreement includes constructing a north-south corridor that will connect to the West Quintet extension. And the developer the developer will also construct turn lanes per FDOT requirements. The underlying zoning districts and the compatibility with the surrounding DSAP land use areas. So the existing parcels under the DSAP are medium density residential, high density residential, and commercial. The surrounding parcels are zoned medium density residential, high density residential, and agricultural. And if removed from the sector plan, there will be a range of allowable uses under those zoning districts. I know I skipped on. Consistency of the existing future land use designation with the underlying zoning. The requested mixed-use suburban future land use category would be consistent with the underlying zoning uses and densities and intensities allowed by the medium-density residential, high-density residential, and commercial. And you can also see that in our land development code under the chart that states what's compatible with the zoning and the future land use. Before the adoption of the DSAP, the 2020 future land use designation for the parcels were agricultural. With the adoption of the 2030 FLU, it was also ag. Analysis to consider whether the applicant lost development rights or was effectively downzoned as part of the sector plan. So before the adoption of the Midwest sector plan, the parcels were zoned VAG1, which allows 1 dwelling unit per 20 acres. Based on that existing data, the residential density for the parcels was actually increased by the adoption of the sector plan and the assignment of the current DSAP, which allowed uses allowed more than 1 dwelling unit per acre. Because the suburban garden had 10 dwelling units an acre, traditional gardens, the target density was 7, traditional village was 12 dwelling units for target density, and the village center was 7 dwelling units an acre. So if approved, the sector plan boundary map would be adjusted accordingly to reflect the removal of the parcel from the plan in attachment B, and that concludes staff's analysis.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board for staff?
But I did want to mention that this particular one does not have a rezoning associated with it.
Okay, thank you.
Also, several of your calculations assume that the 13th and 14th opt-outs were approved.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Such as the 1.36 in the employment.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions? All right, at this time, we're going to move into public forum. Again, I will run through this list. I've got all my folks that came up and talked last time first, so we can get y'all up here. So Joshua Coonrod.
I'm not going to speak, but I am against.
Okay, got that. Charles Booth. You want to speak or? Oh yeah, here you go. He's talking.
I just got a quick point here. Charles Booth, 1400 Highway 196, Barronville Park Road. I don't know if anybody's thought about if all this is passed, and I'm particularly against the townhomes. You can look across the street over there if you want that in Molino. But you pass it this time, and then say somebody else comes along next year and says buys 1,500 acres, mile up the road, and this gets approved, and they're going to say, hey, you gave it to that guy. What's wrong with us? and it's just gonna keep going and going. So I just think it needs to be stopped now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Gary Houston?
Mr. Chairman, my name is Gary Houston. My address is 25 West Cedar Street, Suite 210, Pensacola. I'm a member of the Pensacola Rifle and Pistol Club, and I'm also their attorney today. I would, as I make a few remarks, I'd like the staff to please pull up the map that is called OSP 2023-05 aerial map. This is the opt-out that my client is most concerned about. The lower blue box directly abuts our shooting range. Our shooting range is immediately north of that. And so for that reason, this is the opt-out and the land use that we believe poses the greatest risk to human life and welfare. We try to be very safe at our range, but children are going to be children. People are going to get onto the property, and when that happens, unfortunate things happen. The other thing I would say relative to public safety is that a comment was made quite some time ago about the traffic on US 29 and the interruptions because of the railroad crossing at the paper mill. I think that's something that needs to be taken very seriously with respect not only to this opt-out, but to the entire proposal. I would like to incorporate my comments on the previous two cases, OSP 2023-03 and OSP 2023-04. Last, I think that a lot of what we're doing today is in response to concerns about vested rights. And the courts and this whole process seems to me to be designed to protect the developer's vested rights. And I take it to mean that's its development rights. And those rights mostly exist in their investment, but also in the zoning that they might be able to acquire, and development orders. In other words, often a lot of paper. But consider the vested rights of the public that you've seen all day long. These people in the aggregate have much more investment and more vested rights than this developer. So please, as you consider vested rights, take into account these people, and I dare say their vested rights outweigh the vested rights of the developer. Thank you.
Thank you. Vernon Prather.
Vernon Prather, 4280 Highway 196, Molino, Florida, President of Molino Utilities. I would just like to include my previous comments to this case, but I have no additional comments, but I'd like those comments to apply to this case as well. Thank you.
I have lost track of his stack. Did we have Mark Coonrod up yet for this one? All right, I'm on the right stack. Mr. Coonrod.
Thank you. Mark Conrad, 1500 Vert Lane, Cantonment, Florida. I'd like to incorporate my previous comments to this one too. I have a question. I guess it kind of goes to the same kind of stuff. It seems like we're doing so many things so fast and all. But one of the comments was, or one of the staff comments was that access to the property was through John Wilson Road. And I guess is that saying that the current access is through John Wilson Road, or is that saying that the future would be? It seems like it would be through extending Quintet Road further west, and maybe the north-south access way. You know, it just seems like there is so much uncertainty, so much unknown stuff. The more we hear, the more uncertain everything seems to be. And so, I just echo your comments over and over again. I would love to see, I think planning is good. I think we need to probably we definitely need to modify the plan, make it more appropriate, not urban plan build out. Thank you.
Tiffany LaRue? Tiffany?
Tiffany LaRue, 2018 Matheson Road, Cantonment, Florida. So I noticed the staff saying that the traffic study or whatever that was examined for the traffic didn't show any problems. Well, that Quintet's going to be built out for this, out to Quintet east to west. And that bend in 29 is already very dangerous. There already isn't the infrastructure there because if you go east on Quintet, it's full of potholes. It's a skinny 2-lane road. It doesn't have room for all of this, for this piece of the development, much less everything north of it. It would be detrimental to the community to add more traffic in that area and create more adverse impacts on the surrounding property, having to put more cars in an already too small space for driving, increasing the density in the traffic like that. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Mott?
Zach Mott, 243 North Chipper Road. I'm going to highlight on what she's talking about a little bit. So y'all was saying that the ideal employment, whatever you was talking about, I ain't real keen on all these highfalutin words and all y'all got here. So you talking about 1.8 is the ideal place to build a home, to find somewhere to go to work, right?
It's relating to the job to housing ratio.
Okay, so that means how many
How
jobs
many-
are created per houses created?
Yes.
Okay, I got you. All right, well, let me go a little somewhere else with that because I misunderstood that. So if these people are coming to live here in this location, so they're going to go east or south to go to work because they ain't nowhere north and they ain't nowhere east to go to work, or excuse me, west, unless you're going to go to Foley. So if you go east, you got to go across Quintet Bridge, which is, what, 10 years outdated at this point, right? Does everybody know about that here? It's like 10 years past, supposed to be done. Y'all ain't got the money to do it. Santa Rosa County they ain't got the money to do it. So there's a problem right there we're fixing to put a big old fester on, right? Ain't got nowhere to go across the bridge. If they're going to go south, so we just repaved 29. That took, what, 5 years to do? And then we only took it to 3-laned it, what's that, 10-mile road? So if none of y'all live that way. So you don't understand that there is already every morning at between 6 o'clock, 6:30 to about 9 o'clock in the morning, you got 2-3 miles of traffic backed up before it even hits the 3-lane. Y'all understand that, right? So we needed, if this was going to happen, it should have been 3-lane or 6-lane, whatever you call it, all the way up to Barno Park Road at least. If any of this kind of structure is going to make any kind of sense to keep anybody from getting pissed off sitting in traffic, because everybody here is going to get pissed off sitting in traffic. That's an agreed term. So if we want to prevent these problems, we don't need to be putting all these people in these places that goes down the roads that they ain't got nowhere to go. They're going to be sitting bumper to bumper, pissed off, mad. Lord only knows where it's going to go from there. And then the thing about the schools. So y'all were saying, this is the southern portion of this development, right? And y'all are saying you're going to send them kids to Northview, Ernest Ward, and Molina. That don't even make no sense. Because you got all that's the southern portion of this whole situation. And then you said the northern part, you just said earlier, that y'all going to send them kids south. So we don't even know where we're sending the kids to school at. Or is that understood, right? I mean, let's apply some common sense to this. Not to mention, if you go down 95A in front of Jim Allen Elementary School, the county's solution to fixing the problem that we have with the lack of bus drivers because we got 5,000 people trying to take their kids to school because they ain't got a bus to ride on. My kids ride a bus for an hour. They get on the bus at 6:20 in the morning and don't start school till after 7:25. So, I mean, that's Molina Park. And I'll finish on this in a minute.
All right. John Casperson.
My name is John Casperson. I reside at 1000 La Paz Street, Pensacola, Florida. I'm a member of the Pensacola Rifle and Pistol Club, and I'm also on the board of directors. Of the various motions, this one has the highest potential for conflict with us. Florida statutes insulate the club largely from nuisance actions for noise that are generated. But if you look at the map up there, the bottom rectangle is right up against our high power firing line. There's elephant guns shot on that range. It's very, very loud. And my concern, if you put a fire department there or other facilities, a library I think was mentioned earlier, the property won't be useful for its intended purpose. Because too much noise. The school is going in off on the west parcel there. That it adjoins the property of the point up in the corner, but more importantly, it is about 500 yards to the school from that high-powered rifle range. And I don't know how children are going to react if they're in school trying to attend classes and high-power rifles start going off. You know, if they're hiding under the desk quaking, they won't get very much learning done. Those things indicate that the county might not get the value of the property they're trading for. And so it really concerns me a lot. Like I said, Florida statutes insulate us, but we don't want trouble. We want to be good neighbors. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you. Bonnie Exner.
It's been a long day, and I want to first of all let you know that I know that this is a volunteer position for you all. You're not getting paid, I don't think, and I appreciate your time and your efforts. We all know where the problem lies. My remarks are in line with Section 7 Land Development Code zoning map text amendments, specifically Section 2-7.2, which deals with number 3, compatibility with current surroundings. As you have seen today, it is not compatible, and appropriate with change and conditions, and it is also not compatible. Now, one of the main dangers of having real estate speculation from outside sources is that they really don't know the land. I spoke to Mr. Hemmer at a Barronville Park meeting and informed him about the sludge that St. Regis at first and then Champion deposited. We're talking many, almost months and many dump trucks. They owned the land. They could do what they wanted. And I know Mr. Hemmer did not know it. I mean, he's an investment person, and I don't blame him anymore because he is in there doing what he thinks is right. We may not agree with him, but he has that right, legal right. The second thing I want to say is, if you remember, the creosote plant on Halifax was contaminated, and houses were having to be bought by the county with taxpayers' dollars. Second, I'd like to refer to the schools. That's something I'm very familiar with. Miss Bush, I want to give you some information. There's a wonderful lady at the plant facility in Escambia County. She gives an accurate, and gave to me an accurate counting. Now I understand why your numbers are off, because you go by acreage. I can tell you right now, and I won't bore you with all the statistics, but there are 3 elementary schools, 2 middle schools, and 1 or 2 high schools, if you include Northview, that are going to be affected by this. I will tell you right now, Tate High School is sitting with 2,100 plus students. They're almost at capacity. Kingsfield Middle School, 3 years old, is over capacity at least 400. No, let me see the statistics. At least 40 over capacity, and that's only been 3 years. Also, the new middle school that's opening up in off of Blue Angel Parkway, which is dearly needed, will open in August, and it is $44 million. Now, I appreciate Mr. Hemmer's effort to donate the land, but we as taxpayers will pay that if we want proper education for our schools. In conclusion, a quote from Article 7, Land Development Code 72-.2-5. The board can deny this on the following basis: reduce property values, confer special benefits on the subject property to the detriment of the community, or create adverse impacts of surrounding properties. I stand and I submit this as the reason you need to say no.
Thank you.
Also, I do have articles from the News Journal supporting our statements from 2 years ago.
Thank you, Ms. Exner.
So,
Tammy
I have
Kirkland.
documentation. And I again appreciate
Thank
your
you.
efforts and knowing that our county commissioners are the one that put us there.
Tammy Kirkland, 5115 Barano Park School Road. I'm here again to ask you to oppose and deny this opt-out from the sector plan. It will increase the density of the population, the traffic, the adverse impact on the neighbors, and I didn't even think about the gun range being up there. I've been on that gun range myself, and it is so close. We really need to think about what we're doing. We need to think about the positions we're putting people in by the decisions that we're making. So I'm opposed to this opt-out, and we need to stick to the sector plan and fix that if we need to. But all of these opt-outs, I'm opposed to all of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Michael David Rogers.
My card. One of my former students.
Michael David Rogers, 3005 Keck Road. I'm opposed to the opt-out. I mean, they knew what it was when they purchased it. If you allow it, no telling what'll happen down the line. So let somebody come later with a proposal, and then you can always do that. If you do it now, then you can't go back. Is that correct? I would assume so. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Rogers.
All right, Kelly Rogers, 3005 Keck Road. You said that was Northview District, did you not? I know that. So she said it's Northview, but it's not. It is Tate. Everything south of Barano Park Highway is Tate. So every bit of this development is going to Tate High School. So I've already spoke about that in the last section, so y'all can just add those comments to this. What I do have a question about is Woodlands Parkway. Can you go up on that map? Is that possible? To wherever Woodlands starts at 196? It's on the main map. Okay, where, if you can go all the way to the top of this development, there you go, and can you blow that up some? Okay, future Woodland Parkway. How is that going there to access all this? I'm just questioning because I do believe those are 2 parcels owned by residents. Right there. 2 different residents. So what is the plan to put this road in that is directly across from Chestnut? Any answers there? How are they gonna put that road in? So if it doesn't go in there, then they're gonna wanna put it in somewhere else, through someone else's property, because they don't care about the residents that live in this area. Anyway, on the other side of Chestnut, right above that Woodlands Parkway, Chestnut, there's a bridge there. They've just found that, you know, it's of course out of date and has to be redone. It'll probably be, I don't know, 2030 before they redo it. But, so that's another issue. Last thing is, these new residents that are gonna move all up in this lovely area that y'all are building here, you know what their first complaints are gonna be? Dirt bikes, chickens crowing, fireworks going off, baby shower, big booms. I can hear it now, and you know what they're going to do is they're going to try to change our way of life, the way we live up there, because now they're city folk. We making a city out of Molino instead of keeping it the rural area that it is. They don't have that right to come change the way I live, because my chickens are going to crow, my kids are going to ride dirt bikes, we're going to ride horses down the road. We're going to do that country way of life, and they aren't going to change it.
Thank you. Jason Coggin.
My name is Jason Coggin. I live at 5845 US 29 Molino. First of all, I'd like to say I'm not a member of the gun range, but after today I will be. Yeah, I mean, this just ain't for us. I mean, it really ain't. It's destroying everything we are. I mean, that's why people moved here, just to get away from the city, and they're just gonna bring it to us instead. But thank y'all for y'all's time. Hope y'all do right.
Thank you. Jacqueline Rogers. Ms. Armstrong, you're next.
Jacqueline Rogers, Ridgeway Cantonment. The comprehensive plan says, as CP Chapter 7, the flu element, again, it says a clear separation. There should be a clear separation between urban, suburban, and rural uses, and provide protection for existing agricultural areas. Specific to this application, OSP 2023-05, it is 184.8686 acres. If you times that by 25, which is what mixed-use suburban, which is what they're opting out and asking to have their future land use, that gives you 4,621.715 units. You can't contract zone, you can't contract assign a flu. You have to take the maximum developments, because there could be a downturn. They could sell this. They can change their mind. Right now, under the sector plan, they have suburban garden that gives them 5 units per acre, traditional garden that gives them 5 to 15 per acre, traditional village gives them 7 to 20 per acre. So they already have that density. Village center gives them 7.7 dwellings per acre with some commercial. But the standards for the village center are much better than, you notice they're not going to rezone this property, because if they opt out, then there'll be medium density residential at 10, high density residential at 18, and commercial at 25, but the standards to make it a nice village center won't be there. So we're going to lose out. This is timberland. You are failing to protect the agricultural. This is surrounded by ag flu. If you look at the working case file on page 5, it's surrounded by ag flu. There's lots of prime soils in here, but no analysis was done. No analysis. The water capacity was not verified. The school capacity is over. We've talked about all this. We're going to defer the environmental analysis. You notice how none of this is ever talked about in the town halls, and even this staff said, oh, there's no development going on in the sector plan, when for years they knew about these plans. This was all filed, and they told you as a board, nobody's trying to develop in the sector plan. And I warned you, they were chipping away at the outside, the conservation neighborhood. And now, this was ag flu before the sector plan was put on, 1 house per 20 acres. They've gotten quite a bit of density. They don't need to opt out for standards or whatever reason they're opting out. Thank you.
Carol Armstrong. Ed Wilkerson, you're next.
Carol Armstrong, 4241 Shifco Road in Cantonment. I too am concerned about the effect on the gun range that's been there. A lot of our rights are being eroded, and I see the potential for this being under fire, not that I intend a pun, as residents are included in the area. The adverse effects around the surrounding properties are numerous, has already been demonstrated today. The quality of life is diminished, as also mentioned. The subject property will certainly confer a special benefit on the subject property to the detriment of the community more than the other uses. These are things I've said before. And again, I would implore Mr. Hemmer to consider the sector plan and what it offers. And I certainly understand that the overlay that has been put upon him is many times ludicrous. And I would hope that we could go back to the drawing board after the rejection to come up with something much more acceptable to us and to him, because I believe that he has a company that could make something that be tailored to what we're actually looking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed Wilkerson. And then Chris Kerb will be after Ed. Is Ed still here? All right, he was against all. Chris? After Chris will be James Kerr.
Chris Kerb, I'm with Flood Defenders. I got an email here. Escambia County's not the only county having problems with growth. Read you a little statement here. It says, according to the Northwest Florida Water Management District, population is due to double before 2040. Christian Wagley, who was here before, he used a figure of 56,000 people. From 2020 to 2040, that's 2,800 homes per year. Point being, growth is coming here. How do we handle it is where we need to start looking at things. Mr. Hemmer here, he's acting on a plan that the county's implemented that sounds like it needs to be fixed. I think y'all as a board, first of all, I want to thank you guys for being up here listening to all this. It's not too easy to sit up here and listen to folks fuss about growth. And I mean, I worked for Escambia County for 25 years. I listened to it a lot, but so I think you as a board, in conclusion of this meeting, y'all should make a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners that y'all fix this plan and take a look at it again. It's not fair to the developer who's bought this property, and it's not fair to the property owners to have a plan that is not consistent with or consistent with what the people want or need. You have a lot of not in my backyard mentality. I understand that, but growth's coming here. I mean, just like some of the folks said, a lot of people moving here from communist states. That's true. So I think y'all should make a recommendation to the board to take this sector plan that everybody's wanting to opt out of and bring it back to the public, kind of like you did your Carpenter's Creek master plan. That was a pretty good plan. You got a lot of public involvement. You had multiple meetings on it. Maybe you can fix this stuff so it's something that benefits both the development community as well as the communities up in these areas, because growth's coming here. We know it's going to happen. I'm willing to say whatever happens that y'all vote on, that property is going to end up getting developed. It's kind of smart that they've tried to reach out to the county and come up with some plans. Not very many developers say, I'm going to give up property to the county. I'm going to donate it to the county so they can do this or or ECUA for sanitary sewer. That doesn't happen very often. Most of the time, developers want to squeeze every bit of what they can out of the property. So this guy right here is not a bad guy. I think he's just caught in the middle of owning a piece of property or buying a piece of property that, frankly, y'all are the smokescreen before the Board of County Commissioners. Thank you.
Thanks. James Kerr. And then we got Jill after him. Okay.
Hi, my name's James Neer, and I'm reside at 1245 Palisade Road. I was wondering on this map, if we could adjust it so that it shows more of where the school is? It'll be the light blue area right there. Now, could we zoom in a little bit more on that? Okay. Now, as we scroll down there, what I'm actually seeing here is that we're taking a rural community and we're cramming a town into it. What I'm also looking at right here is where the bottom parcel, where it's the purple section that says purple, it says future fire station and municipal center. That is directly across the street from the Pensacola Rifle and Pistol Club, of which I'm a member and on their board of directors. That range has been there since 1984. They bought the property in 1979. We own the property that's all that property that looks like an L shape, that goes straight up from the firing lines and looks like an L shape. We own all of that, so it goes all the way to the Woodland Parkway. As you can see, the school is bordering our property. And I don't know if the school board would even entertain having school property right next to the property of a shooting range. And also you can see how close it is. One other thing is you can see right in the hook of the L, which isn't part of this property we're talking about today, but we're talking about just the density that they're trying to put in. We have it says 352 units for apartments, and they'll be probably multi-level apartments, is my understanding. And that is based right along the firing lines. Now, I do know for a fact that we do have behind our firing lines pitcher plants, and I know that bog probably extends into where those apartments are to go. I'm just surprised that no buffer was thought about to be built in to at least try to be a good neighbor. What I see here is someone trying to squeeze in as much as possible, and I understand that. You want to make as much money as you can, but if you want to be a good neighbor to the existing, you should at least try to build in a buffer. What I'm afraid of when I was a kid, I ran around the woods. It didn't matter where, trails, no trails, it didn't matter. My biggest fear is that someone would wander into these woods, say, oh, I'm going to take a walk in the woods, and then end up in our firing lines. And I think that if they're going to try to develop something like this, they should at least build in a buffer or at least put in some kind of mitigation to keep people out. I mean, when they expanded 10 and 110, they built the walls. And that keeps people out and it keeps the sound down. I think that they should be required to build some kind of mitigation to go along with this if this is going to be allowed to happen, because this is way too close. We're going to have problems with the noise. The county commissioners are just going to love hearing the phone calls because people will probably buy these sight unseen. They'll move in, they'll hear the noise, and then they'll start complaining to the county commissioners, just like the people who move in around the airport. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jill Nur. Against all, all right. Thank you. Shannon Clayton. Shannon Clayton. I believe she's against all. All right. I have another stack here. I can go through all these you all waived that you were against in the last case, but I just want to make sure that if you want to speak that you have the opportunity to. Okay. Oh, we got two that want to for sure, so come on up.
Hi, I'm Mary Beth Marmon. I'm at 3422 Bryan's Road, right off of John Wilson's Road. I live by the gun range also. I only have one kind of question because maybe I'm just geographically challenged, but the only way in to this property and out so far is going to be Matheson Road, if I'm correct. Because John Wilson is our private dirt road that runs beside it. and I know y'all don't live out there and don't know, but John Wilson's Road is like this. It's not flat at all. It's straight up and it's solid clay. We maintain it. The gun range helps us maintain it. It's, how are people gonna get in and out? That's all I wanna know. Is that the only thing there is Matheson Road for them to get into this particular build and out? Cause even when they're starting to build, like I said, you know, we can't get in and out as it is right now with the traffic. So I was just curious. That's dangerous.
Yeah, and again,
and
I'm
would they
not
have
sure,
to have
but
access from the people that own the private road?
again, that's not a question that we're looking at today, so I'm not 100% sure. I wish I did have an answer for you, but again, we're at this point just looking at, are we going to let them opt out of the sector plan for this one parcel or not?
I'm against it.
I got you.
Thanks.
I know you also wanted to speak.
Hi, Donna Jones, 1510 Rouge Lane. Sorry I missed the last one. I had to feed our future. My biggest concern, I'm going to stick with my bees like I've been talking about, and the other endangered species that could possibly be in that property. This one particularly seems very detrimental, as it does have two main waterways that are going through there. And everything, every chemical, every exhaust fume, every, excuse me, accidentally spilled jug of oil, all of that is going to run directly down into these two main waterways that are huge habitats, obviously not just for bees, but for the local wildlife to drink from and the fish to live in. So that's my main concern about this particular area, is it has such a mass and important amount of water in it. Another thing that I am concerned about with the compatibility is, upon listening to the other people speak, I've noticed quite a few issues with the surrounding area, which would lead me to believe that whoever designed this particular layout did not care about the area around it. We are talking about putting apartments next to an obvious gun range, a school right there as well, and nobody took the time to sit out and look at what is around us, which would lead me to believe that they don't really care about being compatible with the area surrounding the property that they want to develop. It just seems like there's an awful lot, such as the schools being listed in the wrong areas. The schools are already topped out. They don't care. They're donating land. Well, guess what? We got to pay for it to get more schools in there. And I have two little boys back there that are already enrolled in the schools in this area. And I substitute at Molino Park Elementary. We are struggling to find teachers. There is a school bus driver shortage, and our classrooms are getting topped out. And I am not willing to sacrifice my education of my children to let more and more people move into my neighborhood. So that's my point on this one.
Thank you so much. All right, so I'll keep running through these names. Larry Meacham. Julie. James Armstrong. Linda Carbone. George Bauer. Sydney, I'm never going to get it right. Verbenvaj. Sorry, I know where you're at. Molly Fuquay. Donna Edens. Jim Seitz. Mary Seitz. Oh, Jim, you want to come talk? Come on up. The price is right. Because it's come on down.
Jim Seitz, 2082 Highway 196, sometimes called Barronville Park. Previous speaker, Jim, had a good point where the range owns the property that goes right up to the other side of the street from the high school, or whatever that school complex is. But what I came up here for is, before I talked about it, I came down here from Illinois, and I went from a town that went from 4,000 to 54,000. They used well water at 4,000. And when they got up to around 25,000, they had to put so many different wells in. Within a year, the water quality went to crap. They ended up paying for a pipeline from one of the neighboring suburbs that was about 10 miles away And they ended up paying for an underground reservoir, which I don't think would work in Florida. But that's how they solved their water problems, by doing the overcapacity on the wells. The last thing is 29 is a hurricane evacuation route. And I don't know how many stories I've heard since I've been here that I spent this hurricane, I spent that hurricane sitting on 29 trying to get out. And it's like, it doesn't work. Somebody mentioned that 29 should be expanded to 3 lanes or 6 lanes, whichever way you want to look at it, up to Barronville Park Road. But for the evacuation route, if it ended there, that would just be one huge bottleneck. I mean, if you're going to dump 23,000 people in there halfway up the evacuation route from Pensacola, you're going to have to look all the way up to the interstate, and that goes into Alabama. So, I mean, everything has unintended consequences, and this is just full of them. Basically, that's all I got, except the developer looks to me like he's designed a small town, and now he's looking to drop it right in the middle of a rural area that doesn't really want it, but there's been no accommodations to what's going to be needed for the lifelines going into that little town. Okay? And that's what you guys are here for, to consider all that. And I hope you do.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Mary Seitz? Against all? We weren't sure. Robert Creighton?
Yes, sir. I'm concerned. Oh, here, let me come up here. Okay, my name's Robert Creighton. I own a business at 3614 North Highway 29. It's essentially across the street from a lot of this. I know you have to go down Mathis and stuff, but your school here, my business is a lounge and package, and I'm grandfathered in. It's been there since the early 50s. Been there for a long time, and I'm concerned at the distance of your school, your projected school, to my lounge and package. I mean, I'm grandfathered in. You can't do anything to me unless you just take it from me. So, and I mean, is that the plan?
At that point, the school would have to go to the Board of Adjustments to get a conditional use to put a school there. So that would be a whole nother step in this entire process if it even got that far down the line. It would be up to them to change the use of the land, not you.
Okay. All right. I oppose this, and we'll see you at all the other meetings.
All right, Laura Creighton?
I'm with him and I oppose too.
All right. Cynthia Vincent? Oppose. Amy Glenn? And Jeff Glenn, you're next.
All right, I'm Amy Glenn. I live at 2842 Carrington Lakes Boulevard, just across 29 at Quintet. I oppose opting these 2 parcels out of the Escambia County Midwest Sector Plan, not because I support the sector plan, but because the proposed uses for the 2 parcels, and I'm calling these 2, I don't know if it's 2 or you're calling them all 1, but they appear to be inconsistent with established adjacent land use. The Pensacola Rifle and Pistol Club moved near these parcels many years ago. They've been long before the sector plan. Land zoned for agriculture and timber use, and it's an area surrounded by land with little impact to others. The developer's proposed plan, if these parcels are opted out, is to situate public facilities serving those living some of what they're calling affordable housing adjacent to a rural gun range. The plans show the school, commercial properties, and county facilities, and I think this is irresponsible. If the developer is allowed to build around this existing property, then the developer needs to be required by the county to mitigate sound and safety issues bordering the range, whether you have houses or communities. I think that's important. It should not be the financial responsibility of Pensacola Rifle and Pistol Club, in my opinion, who's already established in this rural area. While there is much in the sector plan I disagree with, I do agree that giving priority to transportation infrastructure is an absolutely essential component. When you look at the original sector plan, it was calling for the routes all the way from 10 all the way up to avoid that problem on Highway 29 that we have. This developer's claim to assure a transportation loop through this northern DSAP does not solve the most important consideration. Highway 29 is the only north-south route that is for emergency evacuations, and it's unable to provide capacity for even routine traffic demand from the future growth identified in this plan. Just adding a connector at Quintet will decrease safety. I'm glad to hear there's at least talk of a traffic signal, but that's a concern. And I think until an alternate corridor from the south is established, you can't put this many houses in this area. The county obviously needs to go back to the drawing board with the sector plan. I know that's not what you're doing, but it's important. I oppose extensive high-density development in a rural area. It doesn't fit with the surroundings nor its residents, and this overlayering of sector uses with zoning is really challenging. So in conclusion, I reject and recommend rejection of the opt-out request, appeal to the county to assure that the developer's plan is most compatible with its neighbors, existing properties, private organizations, and established uses need to be considered and protected. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Jeff Glenn, 2842 Carrington Lakes Boulevard. I'll be brief. The way I understand it, this section here is currently slated for homes or apartments, some kind of housing, and the request is to opt out of the sector plan in favor of businesses, a school, and county facilities. And my opinion is that it's unwise to be developing anything, whether it's the currently planned residences or proposed businesses on the property that's on the property line of the gun range or anywhere close to the gun range. I can't imagine residents' complaints about noise once they move in, and I believe that'd be to the developers' best interest to include some type of buffering, whether it's landscaping, land, walls, but I believe it'd be on them to make sure that the noise level is taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that's all the speaker forms I have for this case, this opt-out case. So at this time, I'll give, yes, ma'am.
My name is Maria Smith. I reside at 1680 Blanc Lane. I had stepped out, missed the second opt-out. I just want to be back on the record that I opt out on number 3 with the same comments.
Your first name again?
Maria Smith.
All right, thank you.
I think we had one more that stepped out.
Okay.
Hi, Alicia Cheney, 3900 Highway 196. I stepped out for the second plan, but I am back and just want to state that I am against opt-out number 3.
Thank you so much. All right, at this point, we'll give the applicant the opportunity to make closing arguments.
Very briefly, we would just ask that you consider the criteria. We've addressed the criteria in our application and would ask that you approve the request to opt out.
Thank you. At this time, are there any questions from the board for the applicant and or staff? If not, then I will entertain a motion by someone from the board.
Make a motion to recommend denial.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
All right. We've got a motion to deny the opt-out. We've got a second. Is there any discussion from the board? All right. In that case, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by raising your right hand. All those opposed? All right. Motion carries. All right, at this time, I don't believe we've got anything else for the regular planning board meeting, so we will adjourn. I'd take that back.
Sorry. Andrew Holmer, Development Services. We have a request from the applicant. On the first opt-out case, which was 03, there was no motion. The request is, could they get a motion one way or the other?
Is it our prerogative to open that back up and?
There was no motion.
Right.
There was a motion that died for lack of a second, and there was no other motion made.
We can revive it.
Their request was for an up or down.
Yes, you can revive, you can take it back up and consider it as long as you haven't adjourned.
All right, then we'll consider case OSP 2023-03 open for
And is his
an
motion
emotion.
live?
His motion died for lack of a second.
Okay, make your motion again.
I'd like to make a motion to deny the initial opt-out.
Deny, can you clarify which case that was?
What was the number on that one?
03.
03?
Thank
Make
you.
a motion to deny opt-out 03.
Second.
All right, we've got a motion and a second on the table. Is there any discussion on OSP 2023-03? If not, all those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. All those opposed? All right, motion carries. Now,
You do need to open the rezoning. I've got some information for you when you get to that point.
okay. Were there any action or discussion items? Okay.
Open up the rezoning.
We had, all right, so the regular planning board meeting is adjourned, and we will now go back into our rezoning, reconvening our rezoning hearing at this time. Mr. Holmer?
All right, yes, sir. Yep. Well, they did the
Actually-
script to begin.
Sorry, no, we do need to make a motion to remove case number Z-2023-12. I'll entertain that motion to remove that from the agenda.
Make a motion to remove.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. All those opposed, thanks.
And to clarify, that was number 13. Thank you.
13.
That was, yes. Will you amend your motion? It's number 13, Z-2023-13.
Amend my motion, remove case 13.
Thank you.
So you have two remaining rezoning cases, Z14 and Z15. Each of those was associated with an opt-out. Okay, Z14 was associated with 03 opt-out. Z15 was associated with 04 opt-out. All right, so you voted on both of those to deny the request at this point, to recommend denial. Here's where it gets a little sticky for the rezonings to sort of go forward at this point. Both of these rezonings on your agenda would require a future land use of mixed-use suburban to move forward. The requested zoning districts aren't going to fit with their DSAP categories. We have that chart. We have to be consistent future land use with the zoning, and that includes the DSAP categories. So at this point, I'm not your attorney, but I would caution kind of moving forward on that, given that you've already recommended denial on a corresponding future land use.
Did the applicant want to add anything in, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, as Mr. Holmer correctly indicated, both the applications for Z23-14 and -15 are based on a future land use of MUS. That not having been the case, we would ask to remove both Z2023-14 and Z2023-15 from your agenda today. They will not go forward.
Thank you. All right, the chair will entertain a motion to remove case Z-2023-14 and case Z-2023-15. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All
And
those in
Mr.
favor, please signify by saying aye.
And Mr. Wilson, I do want to, with the planning board, that the planning board just making a recommendation
Yes.
on these cases. So therefore, it still has to proceed to the Board of County Commissioners for final action. I strongly suggest that those that are here today, please be at that meeting. And Ms. Rachel, could you please announce the time for the meetings again? So no one say, I don't know.
The
Yes, everybody will be able to speak at that meeting.
Ma'am, let her give the dates, and she will, and we'll respond to those questions, okay?
Yes.
Let's get the dates, please.
So the next meeting will be at the Board of County Commissioners office downtown. The meeting starts at 5:30. These cases are advertised to start at 5:48 or later, depending on how the beginning of their meeting goes. Whether you were here today or not, you'll be able to speak at that BCC meeting regardless, because the opt-outs were not quasi-judicial. August 3rd. It'll be on Thursday. 2 weeks from now? 3 weeks from today.
So the August 3rd meeting is just on the opt-out?
Correct. Correct, because they were not scheduled for the Board of County Commissioners because opt-out meetings actually need 2 public hearings. So the rezonings wouldn't have came to the BCC until they got to that second hearing. So with it only being the first hearing, there's no rezonings. If for some reason, if the Board of County Commissioners were to approve the transmittal of these opt-outs to the DEO, it would then come back to the BCC, and everybody who got notice last time would get another notice of another BCC meeting. It just depends on if it gets denied or approved at the BCC. But everybody will get new notices, new signs, new ads.
So the zoning, does it come back here for me?
No, this is it for the planning board. They will not be back here, only BCC. August 3rd.
August 3rd. August 3rd, August 3rd, and y'all can see me afterwards. Absolutely.
Yeah, down. All right, hold on, everyone. One second, Jacqueline.
221.
South Palafox. 221 South Palafox Place.
Palafox Place.
Jacqueline, did you have something to add?
Legislatives.
Yes, it's not quasi judicial, so there's not the same restrictions. They can contact their commissioners.
Yes, you can. On the opt-outs only, no rezoning.
I guess my question is, if you would, that according to the agenda, Z 2023-12 was removed.
That was the Mobile Highway case that we did, the very first, that had nothing to do with this. We just voted on that, and 15.
2023-15 was removed.
Yes, sir.
But this still shows the agenda of Z 2023-13 has not been removed.
We did remove that one because we just did that when we got back into the rezoning meeting. That was attached to the opt-out that they removed at the beginning. And so we removed that when we got back into this just momentarily ago. And then we removed the other two, 14 and 15, at the applicant's request. Yes, sir. All right. So, yes, ma'am. Because we didn't have nothing today had to do with rezoning cases, whether you were here or not here, you will be able to speak on the opt-out plans only. So August the 3rd at 5:30 p.m., 221 South Palafox Place. And there's free parking in the county garage on Balin Street, just FYI. Yes, okay. Yes.
That's a big old plane. A lot of acres. And we talked about a couple plots. When is the rest of it gonna come up for discussion?
That's on a parcel by parcel basis by the owner. So, and I would just like to say, I've got a doctor's appointment at 3:20, which I'll be late for, but that'll be all right. Because I know a lot of y'all missed work today to come down here. This was truly incredible to see this effort by community, whether you were for it or against it. No matter what you showed up and that's what you wanted. It was great to see your involvement in this and to stick with it all day long. I'd like to thank the applicant for going through this process as well. I know it seems like this didn't go your way today. And again, your fight's not over just yet. But either way, this is a great showing of this community. And I'd just like to thank you all for being here and being a part of this process. So. Okay. All right. So. Yep. Are we good? All right. Adjourn. We're done.
August 1st will be our next meeting.